Ghost Tomb, Funan Kai. Author, William Windlass. Remembering the time after the Vietnam War, around the years 75 and 76. I returned home from the front to reunite with my family. I never expected that when I returned to Chow Lan, Dong Thap, I would see the houses here in ruins, no longer living. Gas. I ran to find my house and saw a few relatives there. I asked around and found out. When I was in the army, my wife was seriously ill and passed away. My daughter was lovingly adopted by Mr. Tu Huyen, the boat wharf owner. It's been more than a few months. After hearing this, I couldn't stand still. The sky and earth turned dark. I immediately asked, "So now, do you know where Mr. Tu Huyen is?" That person said, "I heard he went along Hao River. I heard he went down to Tra Vinh, Soc Trang to get something to eat. I don't know." After hearing that, I was happy, knowing that my child was in the hands of someone I knew. So I rented a car and went to Song Tien. Find a boat or canoe to cross the river. Arriving at the banks of the Tien River, I saw the water flowing rapidly. I looked at it and thought that life is like a river, flowing over and over again, passing through and leaving nothing behind. In my life as a soldier, I had to say goodbye to my comrades, but now I have to face the situation of being separated from my family and children. Suddenly I sighed. It was getting dark at this time, and I couldn't find any boats to cross the river, so I had to put my head on my backpack and lie down to sleep for a bit. In the middle of the night, I suddenly heard the sound of a motorboat running, and I woke up immediately. Lift your head and see the moon hanging. I stood on the riverbank and saw a motorboat running down the river in the distance. I was so happy, put my hand to my mouth and shouted loudly, "Canoe!" My voice was heard from all around. The people on the boat seemed to have seen me, and the boat immediately pulled to shore. I saw sitting on the boat was a young man, very big, about 25 years old, with a girl about 18 or 19, who looked pretty. I asked, "Brother, can you give me a ride to the other side?" The young man looked at me intently and said, "Are you a soldier returning home?" I nodded, then I didn't hide anything from the young man. I told him about my family and said I wanted to go back to Tra Vinh to find my daughter. The young man nodded and said, "My name is Bay Boy, this little girl is Ut Mai. But I tell you the truth, don't cross the river at night, it's very dangerous." I asked curiously. "Recently, I heard that there are big fish and boats this small, but when they go across the river at night, they crash into them." I found it strange. I had heard a lot about this sea monster, but no one had confirmed it. I smiled and said, "Society is so developed now, you keep thinking about those spooky things." Bay scratched his head. He also stupidly said again. I didn't believe it either, but when I saw people telling it, I felt very scared. I also think this guy is stupid. I want to lure him across the river tonight. I firmly believe that if I leave one day early, I will meet my daughter one day early. I then said, "Okay, I'll give you the money, please let me cross the river. I also want to meet my daughter soon, I feel like a father." As I said that, I took out a few bills, and the defeated Bay immediately waved his hands and said loudly, "Brother, don't be like that, I'm a resident here, it's okay to help you cross the river, okay? I understand when you say that, I don't need your money, but can you let me come with you?" I was surprised. "What does that mean?" The loser said, "Now we have nowhere to live, our village is burned down, our parents are dead, we have only known how to catch fish to eat, now we have you, please let us go with us." I thought to myself, after the war, with so many aspects of life like this, well, I'd be sad to go alone, I'd rather take him with me. I smiled and nodded at it. I got on the boat, a motorized boat that couldn't cross a river more than a kilometer wide in one move. The 7-year-old boy had a poor personality, but his ability to control the boat was outstanding. The boat glided smoothly on the river, continued downhill for a long distance, and finally reached the middle of the river. Up above the moon is bright, below the river is rushing water. Out in the middle of the river, suddenly the boat tripped over something. I say, it seems like it's stuck on a reef. The 7th boy frowned and said, how can there be reefs here? Just as I was about to open my mouth, the left side of the boat was hit by something strange, causing the entire boat to tremble, and I almost fell into the river. Looking into the murky water, I couldn't see anything. Suddenly, more than 5 meters in front of the boat, in the middle of the river, there were a few waves. Looking closely, I saw 2 big fish. Each big fish was close to the boat. More than 2 meters long. 2 giant fish were biting each other, one was silvery, the other was dark blue, looking like 2 fish fighting. The 2 fish thrashed violently, then suddenly the gambler released them and fell silently into the water. The remaining blue fish also dived. The space became strangely quiet again. At this point I said, there are life jackets, right? Get busy quickly. The 3 of us hurriedly put on life jackets, then Bay went to continue driving the boat. I felt a bit chilled, kept looking down at the murky water, thinking there was a sea monster swimming around below. I was looking down at the water, then with a bang, the boat was rammed by some sea monster, and I fell into the water. In my ears I could only hear the screams of Bay and his children. As soon as I fell into the water, my whole body was freezing. I didn't expect the TN River water to be this cold. Fortunately, I had a life jacket. I surfaced, took a breath, and tried to identify Bay's boat. After spinning around for a while, I saw the boat and tried my best to swim to it. Unexpectedly, while I was kicking with all my might, something strange grabbed my leg, dragging me into the muddy river with no light. I was in the army for many years and encountered many incidents, so my spirit was quite strong. At this moment, I remembered that I still had a paratrooper knife in my back. In the middle of the dark water, I was dragged away by a big fish. It took me a few seconds to calm myself down. I grabbed the parachute, bent down to my feet, touched it and saw a layer of fish scales, as big as a pack of cigarettes. I didn't care if it was a water god or a sea monster. I took the paratrooper knife and stabbed hard at the monster that was dragging me away. I stabbed a few times. I was exhausted. I couldn't see the fish release its mouth. I felt helpless. I tried to stab harder. This attack seemed to have pushed the sea monster beyond its tolerance, and it let go of my leg. Suddenly, my whole body was lifted to the surface by the life buoy. Looking at this moment, I saw that I was not far from shore, trying my best to swim to shore. After climbing to the shore, I put the knife in my pocket. Then I looked down at the right leg that had been grabbed by the sea monster, clearly imprinted with a row of teeth marks, like human teeth. Looking at the river, it was quiet, not sure where Bay and the youngest were. My luggage and belongings are all on the boat. I have to find them, otherwise I can't. I walked up the river. My leg hurt a lot, but I had to try. On the road, we saw many fish silhouettes as big as rice boats catching water balloons. I looked at that scene and was frightened. It turned out that the TN River had so many sea monsters. After walking for a while, I heard Bay's gurgling sound. I saw the boat and he was trying his best to scream. 7. It heard me, expressed great joy, turned on the boat engine, and after a while it reached shore. It was full of tears. I thought you were dead. I laughed, then limped onto the boat. I discussed with Bay. Now will you leave the boat and come with me? Seven hesitated a bit, looked at Little and said, "I do not know, too." I looked at the youngest child. She was also beautiful. At such a young age I didn't know if she could bear to go far or not. I thought, his brothers only have a boat, how can I ask him to abandon it, and go by Tien River? He has to go through canals and ditches to Ham Luong River, cross Mok, to get to Ko River. Chien, from ancient times, Chien came to Tra Vinh. Going by river is very fast, but going by forest road is a bit extreme. I thought a while back. I said, "Okay, let's take the river route, cross the Ham Luong River and then go down to Tra Vinh. What do you mean?" Bay nodded immediately and said, "Yes, you can take care of it. To be honest, I don't want to give up the boat the old man left behind. It's like my house. If you ask me to leave it, I'll just cut off my arms and legs, me." I nodded, sympathizing with his suffering. I looked at my youngest son again. "No, I'm close to a girl. This journey is very difficult." The youngest nodded and said again in a calm voice, "Don't worry, I'll take care of food and water for you guys if I come with you." Having finished speaking, the three of them slept on the boat that night, and the next morning they went down the Tien River to find a place to buy food, drinks, and fuel. So we went down the river to the part where Tien River split into two tributaries, PHU River and My Tho River. Before splitting into two tributaries, there was a small river, flowing from Ben Tre, passing through Chao Ton and then flowing into the Tien River. Bay drove the boat up that small river. I didn't know what river it was. Traveling for more than a few days, we reached Ham Luong River, then turned into a canal into the Mok area. At that time, Mok was full of forests and few people lived. Going through Mok was very dangerous, but I thought, it should be okay. Going to Mok for a certain part, the boat ran aground, so from that part, the three of us walked. At that time, it was already night, so my friends and I found a high, dry place to rest. That night, Bay and Little slept like the dead, and I slept fitfully. My military experience is still active. In a strange place and strange water, no one dares to sleep soundly. I lay down until midnight, looking up at the sky. The moon and stars were sparkling, very beautiful. While I was dreaming, I suddenly heard a sound under the water. Startled, I sat up, looked down at the source of the noise, and saw something like a hump that had just collapsed. Thinking to myself that it could be a crocodile, I quickly shook Bay and youngest. As soon as they struggled to sit up, I heard a rustling sound behind me and he rushed over. Bay grabbed my collar and pulled me back. Oot shouted loudly, "Crocodile!" As soon as I turned around to look, I saw a giant crocodile, with a long mouth full of fangs, leaning forward, intending to bite again. Bay picked up a nearby rock and threw it into the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile scrabbled, and the rock was bigger than a crushed fist. If it scrapes rocks like tofu, what will human bones have to do with it? With this breed, the only thing to do is run. I packed my backpack, grabbed my youngest's hand and dragged me to the edge of the forest, and Bay quickly followed. The three children ran as fast as they could when suddenly the slope below them became slippery due to moss clinging to them. The three of us fell down the slope, then finally hit a scale and I was able to stop. When I crawled up, I saw Bay and Oot lying down below. I slowly walked down, looked and saw that this was a hollow area in the center, surrounded by forests on all four sides. I helped the two of them stand up and looked around. Far away in the forest there was a flickering light like a ghost fire. I reassured the two of them, then the three of them slowly walked into the center of this basin. I went first, Bay and Oot followed behind. I took out my jungle knife and kept it ready. While walking, I suddenly heard a rustling sound, followed by Oot's scream. I turned around and didn't see Oot anywhere. I only saw Bay sitting down, his whole body trembling. I ran over and saw a deep hole, about a meter wide. It turned out that the youngest fell into a hole, not knowing whether he lived or died. I immediately took the flashlight from my backpack and shined it down. I saw that the hole was not very deep, and there was Oot lying motionless underneath. I took the parachute cord out of my backpack and said to Bay, "I'll tie the rope to the tree trunk, you and I will go down and see how Oot is doing." I climbed down first. As soon as I got down, I heard the smell of old mold entering my nose, making me want to vomit immediately. I took the scarf and covered my nose. I quickly supported my youngest child and rubbed his philtrum to wake him up. As soon as the youngest woke up, he looked at me with a frightened expression. He pointed behind me. I turned around and saw a dry skeleton, wearing a military uniform, still holding the rank of colonel. I was almost startled. I looked around. This was an artificial cave, all four sides were concrete, and there was a soldier's corpse here. Could it be? When I was in the army, I once heard that there was a secret army base in the southwest region. I didn't know what purpose this base served, nor did I know where it was located. Now in this place, I dare to confirm that this is the secret bunker that the soldiers rumored. I helped little Oot stand up. He fell from a high place, but fortunately there was no problem, just a few scratches and bruises on the arms and legs, nothing to worry about. At this time, Bay also went down here. Because I'm careful, I don't know what's in this secret bunker, and why there's a corpse with only white bones here. I took out my paratrooper knife and went to the dry corpse. After digging around for a while, I found a military pistol, a 3-inch long wild knife, and a flashlight that had not been used for a long time but still had light. I gave the knife to the 7th, and the flashlight to the youngest, and I alone put the gun in my belt. Where we stood there was only a long, deep tunnel. The three of us groped step by step to go deep into the tunnel. Strangely, even though we had gone deep into the tunnel, the atmosphere here seemed to have a different feeling. The ventilation system, although the air has a musty smell, is not stuffy. We went to a certain point and came to a fork. I was wondering where to go when the Oot spoke. He shined the light on the wall. I turned around and saw a red sign indicating the way. The arrow pointed straight, below it was written warehouse. The arrow turned right, below it was written gathering room. I decided to go straight and see what the warehouse contained. I turned around to see where the other two were, and saw Bay and youngest still walking behind. Even though they looked scared, they didn't say a word. Going straight for more than 20 or 30 meters, we came to a door with the word warehouse written on it. The heavy steel door had one side of the hinge removed. The three of us slowly entered. Shining the light around, I saw that this was a very large room, containing a lot of precious goods and necessities. I walked around and saw that the room must be more than 200 square meters wide. Unexpectedly, a room as big as this, it could be built under soft ground, full of rivers and canals like this. In the room there is a place to store guns, grenades, and explosives. I also took a few pistols and stuffed them in my body. I grabbed 3 grenades and gave them to Oot, telling him to put them in his backpack. Who knows, maybe he'll need them. I looked up at the warehouse ceiling, only to see it was pitch black. We turned back out, walked down the tunnel back to the junction, this time turning towards the gathering room. Along both sides of the tunnel there were several rooms, inside arranged like a general's office. But all have been abandoned for more than 20 years, but there is absolutely no dust. The closer we got to the gathering room, the thicker and more foul-smelling the air seemed to be. The youngest son couldn't stand it, he coughed a few times, and the 7th son said, "Why is it so stinky?" I was also wondering that question, so I used a bandana to cover my nose and mouth, temporarily reducing the stench. I say, 7 and 8, you two take 2 scarves to cover your noses from my backpack. They heard me and did it right away. The 3 of us walked by shining a light, but immediately stopped because in front of us there were 2 dry corpses dressed in military uniforms. The skin and flesh were still attached. We couldn't see their faces, but we could clearly see that before they died, their faces were gone. Same fear. I suddenly shivered. This secret tunnel was becoming more and more strange. I took a breath and said in a calm voice to reassure the other 2. It's all dead, it's okay. I arrived in front of the gathering room door, kicked 2 corpses blocking the exit on both sides. As soon as he touched it, the 2 heads fell off and rolled on the ground. The youngest son and the 7th son were so scared that they shouted as if they wanted to cry. Okay, I'm leaving, I don't want to stay. I turned around and said, the dead are already dead. Why are you two so afraid of being resurrected? Having finished speaking, I turned away and opened the door to the room. Only then did I notice, the room was locked from the outside. Without the key you couldn't get in. I took out the pistol, opened the safety latch, and then fired several bullets into the door lock. The sound of gunshots kept echoing throughout the tunnel. I turned to look at the 2 kids behind me, no blood left on their faces. I don't know what else to say. I kicked the door open. Suddenly the air exuded a coldness, and for a moment in my head, dry sounds rang out, a mixture of crying and screaming sounds. It suddenly came and went in an instant, making me tremble. I thought I was hallucinating. Suddenly I turned to look at Bay and Oot. The 2 of them glared, as if they had encountered a ghost. Bay said, What was that sound just now? At this point I was startled. It turned out I wasn't hallucinating, and even Bay heard those sounds. I was so angry that I said, How do you know? Maybe it was the echo when you kicked the door open. I said this, knowing it was just a childish trick. It was clear that those miserable sounds were human voices. I gulped, turned back to the door, shined the flashlight deep inside. As soon as I shined in, I saw corpses lying on the floor, corpses dressed in the same American military uniform. Many corpses were wounded. Half decomposed, half still has meat, half still has bones. At a glance, there were nearly 24 human corpses in front of us. The corpses that still had flesh and skin on their faces were half decomposed, but it was clear that before they died, these people experienced a horrifying scene. I guess all the people here are Vietnamese, but were forced by the enemy to become soldiers, to go to war and kill people of their Vietnamese blood. Because I'm also a soldier, I understand that this is extremely painful. But why did the soldiers here die here, as if this room were a mass grave? That scary sound just now, could it be the wailing of the unjustly dead souls who cannot close their eyes, the souls who cannot escape from this place? I turned back to look at the other 2 and saw that they were still scared. I suggest everyone go back to the warehouse and rest. For now, that place is the safest place. After resting, I will quickly leave this place. Walking along the tunnel back to the warehouse, I kept feeling like there were tens of thousands of eyes on my back attentively observing every move. Returning to the warehouse, I immediately took a knife and opened the shopping bags wrapped in large sacks. There were still usable canned goods. I took a few boxes and gave them to Bay and the youngest child, and also took some. Put it in your backpack and take it out if you need it later. Inside this secret bunker is pitch black. I wonder if the electrical system is working or not. I thought to myself that if I keep using the flashlight like this, the battery will soon run out and I will have to find an alternative light source for the time being. I walked around the warehouse, looking for things that could be burned. But I couldn't see anything after going all the way around. so I returned to my seat in disappointment, sitting next to the two kids, Bay and Utmai. Suddenly the youngest's whole body trembled, and Bay asked, "Little girl, what's wrong with you?" Kanut said, "I feel so cold." I suddenly felt really cold. The temperature suddenly changed like this. I took off my military jacket, gave it to my youngest son, and told him to put it on. Suddenly I remembered the offices on both sides of the tunnel earlier. I immediately took the flashlight and told the two children, "I'm going to go find something to start a fire, you two stay here, I'll go and run right back." After saying that, I rushed away, ran to the first office, saw a few wooden chairs, I put a flashlight in my mouth, picked up the chair and slammed it down. The old chair didn't require much effort to break. I broke a few more chairs, then carried the pile of broken wood back. Just walking down the street, I suddenly heard Bay's screams. What the hell was going on? I grabbed the pile of wood and ran as fast as I could, about 10 meters to the warehouse. Under the flashlight, I saw Bay's shadow walking backwards. I put the pile of wood down, took the flashlight back in my hand, and ran closer to Bay. I say, "7, what's going on?" Bay's whole body trembled, he stiffened. I suddenly looked around. I shouted, "Where is the youngest child?" Bay didn't say a word, he sat down on the ground, pointing towards the warehouse door. I turned the light on and saw that there was no one inside, only a few canned goods and a flashlight lying on the floor, and the youngest child was nowhere to be found. I didn't understand what was going on for the moment. I grabbed Bay's armpit and pulled him up, slapping him in the face a few times. Only then did Bay's mind stabilize a bit. I said, "Can you tell me again? Where is Ut?" Bay's whole body was still shaking, he said. "When you left, my youngest was cold. I hugged him to keep him from being cold. Unexpectedly, he suddenly grabbed my hand and bit me off with a big piece of meat. I pushed it away. The youngest naturally put his hands on the ground, crawling on the ground like, what kind of animal was that? I grabbed a flashlight, looked at it and saw its eyes rolled back, drool coming out of its mouth. Bleeding like a rabid dog, it's terrible." After Bay finished speaking, he held out his left hand to show me. There was indeed a bright red space, blood flowed continuously. I shivered after hearing this. I told Bay, "Okay, slowly, does that mean you see the Ut suddenly, biting you, then crawling on the ground, drool flowing down? Then where is it now?" Bay nodded, then pointed to the warehouse and said, "As soon as you arrived, the youngest crawled up the wall, then disappeared into the darkness. I was so scared, I couldn't even run, I just kept walking backwards like this. I took a breath, turned around, picked up 2 chair legs, gave one to Bay, and said, 'You and I will go in.' Even though Bay was scared and shaking, he still held the chair leg and followed me in. Entering the warehouse, I groped slowly. Suddenly I heard a scratching sound in the corner of the room. I pointed there with my hand, then slowly approached. The light shined into the corner of the room. I saw the Ute sitting on his haunches, biting the rope of a shopping bag with his mouth, looking at him now as if he were some kind of animal. When the light touched, the Ute jumped back, crawling on the ground like a lizard. From its mouth, saliva flows non-stop. I rushed forward, holding the chair leg to control it, but I didn't expect the Ute to be so fast. It jumped up the wall, crawled along the wall and then disappeared again into the darkness. I say, "This dance is not good." Then I was thinking about how to catch the youngest child. Suddenly, I turned the light around and saw a military net to cover the boxes. I reached out and grabbed the net. When I saw the youngest, I threw a net to catch it. I turned back and said to Bay, "When you see the youngest child, I'll grab this net and you'll rush in and crush it right away." 7 nodded and didn't say anything. He probably understood this situation. The youngest had turned into some kind of evil spirit that had possessed him. As soon as I finished talking to Bay, I didn't know where the oot came from behind him, and suddenly Bay was dragged away by his legs. It screamed. I turned my light and ran after it. The youngest child dragged Bay faster than I could run. In a short time he dragged Bay out of the warehouse. Bay kept screaming. I shouted to him, "You turn around and kick it a few times, you idiot." When Bay heard me say that, he tried to turn around, but he was clumsy. It was more like he was writhing. Bay was dragged for a while through the tunnel, all the way to the intersection, and then pulled toward the gathering room direction. I chased after him, but I couldn't make it in time. The youngest pulled Bay too quickly. I tried my best to pedal forward and grab Bay's hand. I was so happy when I held his hand. Even though I held his hand, I was still dragged for a while before stopping. The youngest must have let go of Bay and stopped dragging him. When I stopped, I stood there hunched over. When I got up, luckily I still had the flashlight in my hand. I helped Bay stand up and saw him wetting his pants. I panted, took a flashlight to see if anything was wrong, and saw that it was fine and there was nothing wrong with it. The youngest child now slipped into the darkness and was nowhere to be seen. Looking back, I saw Bay and I standing in front of the gathering room door. From inside comes a mysterious aura, as if this is a ghost gate. Stepping through this door is like stepping into a coffin. I wonder if I will come out alive or not. I took a breath to calm myself and decided to go inside and find out. Even if there was a grave inside, I still had to go in. It's impossible to leave friends. I asked Bay to take out the knife, then 2 guys holding flashlights slowly entered. The 7th guy must say he was also really stubborn. Even though he was afraid of peeing his pants, he still slowly entered. The steel door opened just enough for me to squeeze through. As soon as I stepped in, I stepped on something soft and slimy under my foot. I shined the light down and saw that I was stepping on a decomposed human head. All the outer layers of skin and flesh looked like they were rotten and oozing out. After looking at it, I wanted to vomit. I was careful at this time, shining the light at my feet to avoid stepping on the bodies of people lying on the ground. Bay also came in. As soon as he saw that scene, he leaned his back against the door and vomited green and yellow bile. I held back, shined my light and approached. After walking a little, I saw something looming in front of me. I shined the light and saw clearly that it was a girl. Her face no longer looked human. The other half of the head had lost most of its hair, leaving only a few patchy tufts of hair. The mouth was stretched out to the ears, bearing white teeth under the light. 2 black eyes stared at him. Looking at the clothes, I confirmed that it was the youngest child. I wonder what the hell possessed it to turn into such a horrifying shape. I took the net and threw it at the oot. It saw something flying towards it. It opened its wide mouth and tried to bite it. Little did it know it was a net. The youngest child was caught by the net and tried to run away, but the more he struggled, the more tangled the net became. At this time, Bay also arrived. When he saw the youngest child, he let out a pitiful voice. "Oot," I said as I ran to push this demon down. "It's possessed by a ghost, help me put it down." The youngest child was now writhing in the net and making a pitiful cry, as if he was being subjected to terrible torture. The screaming and crying made me slow down a bit. As I was rushing forward, a little too slowly, I suddenly saw a red figure passing by from a dark corner in the distance. I was startled and said, "Mom, is there anyone here?" I turned to Bay and told him, "You push down the youngest, I run after the other guy. Seventh probably saw the same shadow as me. He nodded immediately, then went to hold let down, not letting him struggle anymore. I turned on the light and quickly ran towards the red shadow. Because there were dead bodies under my feet, I had to jump here and there, and soon lost my shadow. This gathering room was larger than a warehouse. Standing in the middle of a sea of corpses lying under my feet, I felt as if I was in the underworld. I used the light to look around and saw that on the wall more than 10 meters away from me, a steel door was open. Behind the door it was dark, I couldn't see anything. Curious, I went closer and saw that behind the door was a staircase to go down. I was curious about where this staircase led, half wanted to step in, half felt cold and didn't dare to go forward. Suddenly I saw that red shadow appear there again, flickering there. I thought to myself that I didn't know it was a ghost. Or a demon or something like that. It's like it's trying to take me along with it. I mustered up my courage and slowly walked down that dark staircase. That red shadow disappeared again. I went down the stairs and saw a fork that branched off to the left and right. In front there was a red door. I looked at the light and saw that on the door was written engine room. I opened the door and went into the engine room. Turns out there's a generator inside here. I turned the light around and saw that the room had more than a dozen generators. It seemed like they hadn't been used in a long time. I looked on the wall again and saw a lever. Looking at it, I knew that this was the main circuit breaker. I flipped the circuit breaker and immediately heard ringing in my ears. Several generators were operating, making loud noises. With light, the spirit is less stressed. I went back up the stairs and went out to the concentration room. Thanks to the light, I could see the whole scene of the concentration room. I couldn't believe my eyes anymore. The room was vast, and there were corpses everywhere. There must have been more than a few hundred rotting corpses lying on the floor. I looked in the distance and saw Bay standing motionless looking at the room. It's probably the same as me now. I approached him and saw Oot still in that half-human, half-ghost form lying motionless, his eyes still open, watching my every step. Bay said, "Mr. Nia." I stopped it. I don't know what's going on either. Then I slowly recounted how I followed the red shadow and found the generator room. Bay said, "I heard that in the past, old people said that the soul who died unjustly died and could not escape. Whenever it met a living person, it haunted that person. If it encounters a good spirit, it will ask for help so that the living can help it escape, but if it meets some evil spirits, it will haunt it and die with it." After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment, then I interjected, "Do you think I met a good ghost just now?" After saying that, I laughed, and I don't know why. I have many questions right now, but I don't understand any of them. Looking around, as if remembering the time on the battlefield, I involuntarily sighed. At this time, Bay patted my shoulder, pointed towards the center of the room, and said, "Look, the bodies seem to be located far from the center of the room. There is a whole space in the middle." Seven pointed it out to me, and now I noticed that in the center of the room there were no dead bodies. Looking at the scene, it was as if there was a bomb in the middle of the room that exploded and bodies flew out. Around that, I told Bay, "Use a rope to tie the youngest child's arms and legs, so he doesn't move, then you and I will go out there to see." Seven understood this situation very well. The youngest was no longer the youngest. Something had possessed him. Now if left alone, the two of them would lie together with this pile of corpses. After tying up the youngest, Bay and I walked to the center of the room. In the center of the room there was an open passage, wide enough for a large person to pass through. The passage was severely damaged. There were pools of blood all around that had dried and turned black, with human parts lying scattered as if they had been torn apart by something. All the clues haven't been able to lead me to any conclusion. All I see is that this is a glass room, hexagonal in shape, with a large steel door on each side. One leads from the warehouse, and the other leads out to the stairs. The remaining 4 steel doors still lie motionless without any damage. At this point, if you want to clarify, you can only go down the stairs and learn more. 7 and I turned around, then temporarily carried the youngest and placed him quietly on the stairs leading down to the engine room. Then the 2 guys turned right together, walking along the hallway. A gurgling sound was heard in front of them. It sounded like something was coming out. I went first, took out my military gun. I couldn't tell what the hell was that. Waiting for my 2 guys in front. Going a little further, coming to a corner, at this moment the humming sound was very close, as if it was coming from behind the wall. The 2 of us continued walking. After walking a bit, a room appeared in the right hallway. The door had been thrown open and there were no lights inside. I took out the flashlight again, looked inside, and as I panned into the corner of the room in front of me, I immediately hit something shaped like a human, but its whole body had bright red shaggy fur. I suddenly thought, could that red shadow from before be this thing? Seeing the light coming in, the hairy mass turned its head, its 2 eyes reflecting the bright light, looking like the head of a large dog. As soon as this dog-headed, human body monster saw us, it jumped onto a nearby table and ran away into another hidden corner of the room. I immediately turned the light to the corner of the room where the monster had just jumped into. It just felt empty, nothing at all, as if I had just been dizzy. At this moment, Straight Bay said with a trembling voice, "Fire dog, fire dog." After listening, I asked again, "What is a fire dog?" Bay continued, "The story I told about the old people back then was that there was a fire dog with a dog's head and a human body. At first it was a normal stray dog, but because it ate corpses and rotting human corpses, it gradually changed its appearance. Started standing on 2 legs, then the fur also turned red. This breed of dog is extremely evil. It is said that if anyone sees it, exactly 7 days later, its whole body will rot and die. I thought to myself, it's true that in times of war there are not many dead bodies on the battlefield. Carcass-eating animals such as wild dogs, copper wolves, and black crows are not rare, and about this fire dog thing, I have also heard from comrades. In the platoon, there was a discussion about it a few times. I thought it was a folk tale, but I didn't expect it to be true. I turned the light around the room and listened silently, but I didn't see any movement or the monster's shadow anymore. At this time, Bay and I entered the room and saw that the tables and chairs were quite messy. I walked over to where the fire dog was cowering earlier. Looking at the light, I saw a skull with skin and hair, but the right cheek had been torn off, leaving only teeth and white bones exposed. The right eye is also gone. Looking at this person's head, it's impossible to recognize his appearance anymore. At this moment, I secretly understood that it was not this fire dog that helped me find the generator room, but simply that it went to the gathering room to eat human corpses. When I discovered it, it ran away. Back to the drive. It's true that, the devil leads the way, the devil shows the way. I turned the light past the place where the fire dog jumped in, and saw a bookcase being shifted, revealing a secret room behind. Only then did I notice that only in this position could I see the entrance to this secret room, but from outside the door, everything was hidden by the room's layout. I turned to ask Bay, "Can you come down with me?" Bay rolled his eyes and said, "If I don't go there, where else will I go?" I laughed. That guy looked really terrible. So 2 guys took flashlights and looked into the secret room. This tunnel has stairs going deep down, the whole staircase is long, it took the two guys a while to reach the end. At the end of the stairs they saw a white light. The two guys suddenly felt scared. The white light was like in a hospital or operating room, making people feel cold all over. I had my gun ready, and when I saw the fire dog suddenly attack, I shot it. Unexpectedly, below is a large room with 3 or 4 operating tables. It seems that this is some kind of experimental area of this base. Because of its secret nature, it is placed here. I walked slowly. This room was large but had many blind spots, mostly medicine cabinets and chemical lab tables. The room was terrifyingly quiet, only the two boys' heartbeats could be heard beating like drums. Bay and I searched every dead corner, searched a few places and didn't see anything strange. But as soon as I turned around, I saw the opposite person, sandwiched between 2 large cabinets, strewn with human bones and blood all over the floor. This place was relatively easy to spot, but because the two guys were too focused on one spot they didn't notice. If there was a fire dog there, attacking from behind, the two guys probably wouldn't have any lives to fear anymore. Suddenly, I heard the roar of the fire dog. The sound echoed close to our ears. The glass cabinet next to us suddenly fell down. The sound of broken glass echoed throughout the room. Lurking behind the cabinet was a fire dog. It stood on its 2 legs. Before it could regain its composure, that monster dog rushed at me and threw its 2 arms at me, throwing me to the ground. His finger reflexively pulled the trigger, firing several shots in succession. The fire dog didn't seem to be afraid. It bared its teeth and was about to bite my neck. Straight Bay stood behind, jumped back, pulled out the knife. Even though he was about to rush to cover, the fire dog jerked its head back, reaching out to slap the knife in Bay's hand. Okay, I quickly aimed the gun right at the fire dog's head and pulled the trigger. Who would have thought that this fire dog's reflexes were so quick that as soon as it saw me raise the gun, it grabbed my hand with its head. The monster's entire right arm was grabbed tightly, as if it wanted to be severed. At this time, my experience on the battlefield saved my life. With my left hand, I took out the paratrooper knife I had kept at my waist and stabbed the fire dog in the face. The stab was fatal. The dog let go of my hand. It groaned, walked backwards, one hand raised as if it wanted to pull out the knife even though it was stuck in its face. I couldn't give it to him so easily. I stood up, grabbed the gun, aimed at its head and fired 1 shot. In a fraction of a second, the bullet tore off the fire dog's head, the evil brains flew everywhere, and fresh blood splattered against the wall. Now the scene looked like a hairy corpse with a tofu head. Bay smiled and praised me. Mr. Nia is really scary. His reflexes are amazingly fast. When I see you. I interrupted it. Okay, let's praise later. Now let's see what this room has. There must be some terrible secret, that's why it's placed here. The two of us split up to explore the room. I went to a corner of the room. There was a desk. On the desk were several files blocked by a rough, glossy black stone. I lifted the stone to get the file. On the file was written SS Project. These things are probably no longer important to me anymore. I didn't bother to read it, then put it back down. Taste. At this time, Bay came to me and said, "Nothing strange at all." I just let out a heavy, and Bay continued asking. "Mr. Nia, I ask this, why did you go down to this place? It would have been better if you picked up Oot at first and we went back to Tra-Vin, right?" I sighed and said, "At first, I wasn't interested, but when I was a soldier, I heard some old men in the army talk about the secret Nak Dong Duong base in the southwest. When I landed in this place, I knew it was that base." Out of curiosity, he went deeper, but he didn't expect that. When he saw the room full of corpses, his blood suddenly made his blood boil, and he wanted to find out more, so he came. In the current situation, I don't want anything. Nia nodded and said nothing. The two brothers went out of the secret room, went to the large hallway outside the dark room, and continued straight. Suddenly I felt a shiver, as if someone was walking behind me. I turned around and saw a person wearing a military uniform, holding a gun, walking behind me, about 10 meters away from me and Mr. Bay. I shivered. This person's skin was as white as a corpse, his lifeless eyes stared at me. I grabbed Bay and ran away. Bay suddenly asked, "What's the problem?" I say, "Look behind you." Nia ran and looked back, he said. "Is there anything?" I was startled and turned my head to look. That corpse-like soldier was still standing there, still about 10 meters away from me. I cursed silently. Could it be that I was the only one who saw this ghost soldier? Seeing things getting more and more bizarre, I thought to myself that if I don't get out of this place as soon as possible, I probably won't be able to live to see my daughter again. Although there are still many confusions about the secret vault of Nok Dong Duong, I cannot solve this problem alone, and I don't have the time to solve it. I dragged Bay and ran for a while. Looking back, the ghost was gone. Looking back, there was only a long, deep hallway, and I didn't have the courage to continue. I say, "Let's get out of here." Bay nodded, and he and I slowly walked back to the engine room. The feeling of that soldier's ghost still lingering behind me gave me chills. Keep turning your head to look behind you. When I got back to the computer room, Guy 7 and I went straight to the meeting room. Up in the gathering room, I told Bay, "Let's take the youngest out." Looking at the room full of corpses and the many strange things I had just encountered, I felt like these corpses could come to life at any time and attack us. The more I think about it, the more I want to leave this devil's cellar. 7 and I went to the center of the room. Only a pile of wires remained on the floor, and little was nowhere to be seen. The two guys turned to look at each other, sweating. I told Bay, "Are you sure you tied the rope?" My eyes were still looking at the pile of wires. At this moment I realized that my previous question was just forced out, because the pile of wires on the floor was not removed, but rather cut by something. The cut was very bad. "Remember?" Bay replied. "I'm pretty sure." I know Bay is not lying, but now, where is the youngest? At this time, all around was quiet. Amidst the pile of corpses, there was only the breathing sound of the two living people, me and Bay. Suddenly I heard a splash like water hitting the floor. The sound was very small, but in this tight room, it rang out. I don't know why I feel shivers. I can't determine where it comes from. I turned to Bay. He, like me, was also motionless, not knowing where this clicking sound came from. Suddenly Bay looked at me, staring. Its whole body now seemed motionless. It looked up. I understood that it wanted to let me know something was above my head. I saw him act like that. I didn't dare to be reckless. I also slowly raised my eyes to look at the guy. It must be said that every muscle in my body was tense to the limit. I looked up slowly so as not to alarm the thing above my head. As soon as I looked up, I saw some kind of monster, with white hair. It was turning its head to look at Bay, two black eyes. I saw the clothes. Suddenly I understood, it was the youngest. It seemed like the more time passed, the more it changed. Now, if it weren't for the clothes, I probably wouldn't have known it was the youngest child anymore. The ceiling is quite high, more than 20 meters. The youngest child swayed like a lizard. Looking closely, his hands and nails had grown an inch long, sharp, and his mouth was wide open, dripping with saliva. I looked at Bay again. My mouth spoke but no sound came out. I lip-synced. "Run." Bay nodded. As soon as I saw his head move, I rushed forward and pulled him away. At this point, I didn't care if it was a corpse or anything under my feet. I stepped on it and ran. In my entire life, I've never encountered anything as strange as just now, and I don't know how to deal with it. Run almost to the door leading to the warehouse. Then I saw the shadow of Oot crawling along the wall, preparing to block the door. I took out the gun and put it behind my back. Bay shouted, "Don't shoot." But it was too late. I aimed at Oot and fired continuously. After firing 4 shots, the gun ran out of bullets. Several bullets were pinned against the wall, all off target, but enough to make the Oot feel threatened. He stopped in the middle of the wall, raised his head, which had now grown white hair, and bared its screaming mouth towards us. Bay was running and crying at this time. Oot. There were only about 10 meters left to reach the door. I felt like I was about to escape death's door. My heart became more determined. I pulled the 7th guy and ran quickly. Unexpectedly, the youngest from the wall was also close. He rushed forward, incredibly fast. I was just worried about running. As soon as I saw his shadow jumping in from the wall, I naturally reacted and let go of Bay's hand, intending to grab the youngest. These military reflexes at this time actually helped me quite a bit. If I hadn't reached out to block my neck would probably have been grabbed by the jaws of the youngest son. The youngest child grabbed me, and the 2 of us rolled over the pile of corpses. The horrible stench made my stomach churn and make me want to vomit. In addition, the slimy liquid from the corpses flowed out, sticking all over my body. My whole body emitted the horrible stench of a corpse. My mind was no longer clear, as if I was about to faint. My legs were now unsteady on my feet, but my military spirit was to fight to the end. I took out the knife I kept in my pants and rushed forward, intending to stab Oot once. The youngest crawled on the floor. It didn't care if I had a knife in my hand or not. It jumped right at me, like a spider catching its prey. Its long nails dug deep into my hands. I screamed, in excruciating pain. The knife in his right hand no longer held firmly and fell. But the survival instinct was still active. Seeing the Oot just opened its wide mouth towards my neck and bit me. At this moment, when I was close, I saw the flesh of its mouth ripped open to the ears, revealing the teeth of the person next to me. Inside, but the muscles looked like they were torn apart. I reached out and strangled the Oot. My arms were deeply penetrated by the Oot's nails. Now they were stretched. The pain was unbearable. I can only hold this position for a few seconds. I probably can't hold it any longer. The youngest kept screaming. I also screamed to support myself. In this place where ghosts and ghosts roam, that mixed sound creates a terrifying horror. At one point, my hands were both sore, and I couldn't hold on any longer. I was about to turn around and look for Bay, cursing to myself, "Mom, where is that bastard? I almost died, where is he?" As soon as I glanced at it, I heard 3 very steady sounds. My hands now dropped down on their own, blood flowing from both shoulders to wet both arms. I collapsed on my knees. My mind couldn't see anything anymore. The last image was only from the Oot's 7 holes, crawling out something white with black dots. At this point, I collapsed. Later, when I opened my eyes, I saw that I was lying outside, not inside that ghostly tunnel anymore. I thought to myself, am I really dead? I tried to move my arms, but as soon as I moved my bones hurt. I realized I wasn't dead. Struggling to sit up, I looked around. I was in the forest, lying next to a pile of burned firewood with black ash. His ears were still ringing, but he could faintly hear the sound of sobbing. I thought to myself, that's it, damn it, it's a ghost again. I lay down on the ground again. Because of the strong touch, my arms ached again. I couldn't help but let out a loud voice. At this moment, I suddenly heard footsteps approaching. I looked up in the direction of the sound, then I vaguely saw a shadow approaching. Because of the backlight it was unclear who that shadow was. I remembered a few things. In the devil's dungeon, now I'm helpless and can't run away anymore. I remembered my daughter. Suddenly I couldn't hold back, tears rolled down my eyes. The footsteps came close, then stopped. I looked up, saw a face stained with tears, two red eyes looking at me. It was Bay Loser. I tried to sit up. Bay reached out to help me up. The two boys cried and laughed and hugged each other. I sat and listened to Bay tell the story. The story is that when Bay saw my youngest child clinging to me, he was so scared that he decided to rush to my rescue. But after struggling, he didn't know how to handle it. Seeing me screaming in horror, he closed his eyes and pulled out a knife and stabbed Oot 3 times. Then I saw the Oot crawling out of the 7 holes, a pile of worms with a white body and a black head. He was so scared that he quickly took the Oot off me. Seeing Oot's body slowly dry up, countless worms crawling out of Oot's body also slowly died. It took me a while to regain my composure before being able to get me out of that devil's dungeon. Then he returned to hug Oot's withered body and brought it upstairs for a proper burial. Talking about this part, tears welled up in his eyes and he pointed in one direction. I looked and saw a high mound of earth that had just been built. I also suddenly feel sad. This guy is so grateful. I exclaimed. 7. From now on, you and I are considered brothers. I swear I won't betray you. 7 didn't say a word. He wiped his tears with his hand and sighed, staring at the youngest son's grave. I also tried to stand up and say a few words to the spirit of my youngest son. I turned back and asked Bay, "How long have you been unconscious?" It says, "You've been in a coma for a day now." I sighed, then suddenly heard his stomach growling. I asked, "Are you hungry?" Bay replied, "Yeah, I was planning on letting you lie here and then go catch fish or something to bring home to eat, but I'm afraid of leaving you alone. I don't feel secure." I say, "You're so kind. Okay, I'll go find something to eat. I'll go make a fire." He nodded and turned away. I stayed behind to pick up a branch and then took the tinder to start the fire. The two guys camped there that night, a peaceful night without anything. I plan to wake up tomorrow morning and leave. The next morning, the two guys walked through the forest, aiming for the Ham Luong River. By noon, Bay was so tired that he couldn't walk anymore. The two guys rested for a while, then came out to a small creek. In the distance I saw a thatched house, behind smoke. I wondered why there were people in this deserted place. Bay also saw the cottage and said, "Brother, let's go see if there's anyone in that house." I came in to ask for a piece of water, and now that I've come in the morning, my throat is already dry. I saw what he said and nodded. Honestly, one night in the devil's dungeon, I really wanted to meet a living person, as if I wanted to prove to myself that I wasn't dead. I thought and laughed to myself. Seeing Bay looking at me sitting and smiling, I immediately dismissed that strange thought. The cottage was so far away that it took two guys a while to get there. When we arrived, we saw that the house was simple, with nothing except a bamboo bed and 2 wooden chairs. The two boys went around to the back of the house and saw an old woman with wrinkled skin and eyes like 2 lines looking out at the two boys. Bay quickly spoke quickly, bowed and said, "Yes, hello, we came from far away. We were thirsty on the way. We stopped by to ask for some water." The old woman looked at the two boys for a moment and then said, her voice trembling, "Yes, the water is in the kettle, come and pour it." The old woman said as she pointed towards the black kettle. I nodded to thank the old lady, then went back with Bay to drink some water. Looking around the back of the house, I saw several pieces of bright red meat hanging. Glancing at the old woman again, I saw that she was cooking something in a big pot, occasionally lifting the lid to look. I kept feeling like there was something strange going on here, so I figured it wouldn't be right to stay long. So I turned to whisper to Bei. "Stop it." Bei nodded. Then the two guys turned around and asked the old lady for permission to continue. The old woman turned around and looked intently for a moment, then said, "You two, stay here. It's okay to eat some porridge and then leave." I say, "Yes, we have an urgent matter, we can't be late, please understand." The old lady said, "What's the hurry? If we stay here all day, we won't be able to find a single person. You two just stay, eat some porridge to gain strength and then continue. I look at you two, you must be very tired." Bei encouraged me to whisper in my ear, "It's okay if you stay a little longer." I sighed and said, "That's fine, we're bothering you too much." The old lady said, "Don't bother, you two go upstairs and play, let me finish cooking the pot of porridge down here and bring it up." The two guys nodded, went upstairs. I turned to Bei. "Do you see anything strange, Bei?" Bei looked at me, he stupidly asked, "What's strange?" I shook my head, thinking that this guy is really stupid. Just as I was about to continue thinking, the old lady brought up a few bowls of porridge. The bowls with flying bird patterns were quite damaged and chipped. The old lady said, "You guys eat it until it's hot." I took the bowl of porridge and nodded my thanks. Just as I was about to eat, I suddenly shivered for no apparent reason. Glancing at Bei, he was already slurping and blowing. I looked at the old woman who was also scooping food. Bei suddenly said, "So delicious, the meat is also fragrant." Then it continued to slurp food. I put down the bowl of porridge and asked, "Are you alone here or something?" The old lady looked at me, nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm alone here, so where did you guys come from?" I was silent for a moment and said, "We went to Tra Vinh on business." The old woman nodded and continued, "It's a long way from here to Tra Vinh." Having said that, the old woman looked out the door. I also looked and saw the bright sunshine. The old woman looked for a moment, then turned back and said, "The road from here to Tra Vinh is very dangerous." I nodded and said nothing. The old woman continued, "You guys usually stay here tonight, then leave tomorrow morning. But now, if you go on the road, you certainly won't find any place to pay attention to, and in this place, there are a lot of ghosts, tigers and leopards." Bei finished eating and said, "Yeah, that's okay, Mr. Nia, let's stay here tonight and leave early tomorrow morning. Instead of going now, we'll know where we'll be at night." I frowned, cursing silently in my heart. You and I slept in the forest for 2 nights, there was no death. But then thinking back to the big crocodile incident, I felt cold, but in this house I kept feeling grateful, I don't know why. Finally, after talking around for a while, I had to stay here for the night. I can only eat half a bowl of porridge, but I don't want to eat any more. Bei ate 7 bowls at once. When it got dark, he fell asleep. That night I stayed up a little late, then went to sleep. I kept seeing the old lady fussing and trying to stay awake to see what she was doing, but I was so tired and hungry, so I just lay down and slept. After sleeping for a while, I had a dream. Someone came to infect me and whispered, "Wake up, Nia, wake up." I didn't know what the hell was going on. I opened my eyes vaguely, and suddenly I heard a rustling sound in my ears. Bei and I were lying on the ground. I turned around to call Bei but saw that he was gone. Looking back at the bed, the old lady was not there either. The sky was dark at this time, only the moonlight shining through the window. From outside I heard the sound of metal rattling. I slowly sat up, gently walked down the back of the house. Before reaching the door, I saw someone's legs on the ground. I was startled and took a step back. After calming down for a while, seeing that nothing had changed, I slowly dug it out. Then I saw Bay, naked and lying on his back on the ground. I panicked and was about to rush out to wake him up and ask what was going on. Then I felt a cold feeling behind me. As soon as I turned around, I saw a rough face, no lips, revealing human teeth, but each tooth was sharp. I saw that scary face. Because I was surprised, I took a step back, and now under the moonlight I saw that the demon was the old woman in this house. His body was short, wearing a three-piece outfit, but his face was now covered in tiger stripes. His eyes were like a tiger's, holding a meat cleaver looming in front of him. Before I could think anything, the demon rushed towards me and slashed me. I dodged to the side, and as soon as I could, I chopped hard at the demon's head. It turned around, its eyes even more fierce. It bared its sharp teeth, ready to bite me. My hands are in pain and I can't move vigorously all the time. The chop just now made my entire left arm sore. As for demons, even if you hold a gun and shoot, it's not necessarily a good thing for them. I turned around and ran, not daring to risk my life and confront him barehanded, not to mention he had a knife in his hand. I ran out the door, then around the back, passing Bay. I kicked it in the face, praying that this kick would wake it up, but unexpectedly it kept snoring. The demon also chased after me. I couldn't stop. At this moment, I suddenly remembered an old legend in the southern region. Originally in the wilderness and forests, there were mountain ghosts who, during the day, lured pilgrims across the road and enticed the living to stay overnight. When the person fell asleep, he cut open his stomach and cut off his skin to make meat. Remembering that, I remember the bowl of porridge I ate this afternoon. Unable to help but feel disgusted, I sprayed a ball of saliva onto the street. Still continuing to run, I remembered that in the legend of mountain ghosts, these ghosts are very afraid of tiger fangs. Listening to folk stories, mountain ghosts are the spirits of small animals that were eaten by tigers and died, people who search for agarwood, kai nam, hunters, grave diggers, or smugglers who go into the forest. But for some reason, the spirits of these animals possessed them, turning them into mountain ghosts, and then they lured people to eat and take revenge. But the nature of fearing the king of the forest still remains, so before asking people to do these, eating the forest with tears in their eyes, jobs, whoever did not carry at least one tiger's fawn with them, was able to do it. I suddenly remembered that in my backpack I had a tiger's fawn, from my grandfather's generation. I heard him say it was the Tiger King's tooth on Cam Mountain. I didn't know what was true, but the story he told me was no less strange than what I had just experienced. After remembering, I stopped and had to run back to get the tiger's fawn from my backpack to try and use it. Maybe I could cure this demon. Looking back, I saw that I had run quite a distance from the leaf hut, but the crazy demon was following closely with a knife. Under the golden moonlight, this scene was both terrifying and humorous. I stopped and turned my head to look at the creepy demon. As soon as the demon saw me stop, it seemed to be on guard, so it also stopped. Both, one person and one ghost, face to face. The wind suddenly blew up, buzzing, the demon's hair fluttered, looking horrifying. I looked around, it was a swamp, at the edge of the forest. I could barely run. There is only one way to get back to the cottage, which is in reverse. I made up my mind, the only thing left was to overcome that demon and go home to fight for the tiger's fawn. After I made up my mind, I screamed at the top of my lungs, bent my legs and ran towards the demon. The demon saw me roaring and ran towards it again. It seemed to be scared and turned around and ran away. At this time, it turned out to be the situation: people chased away ghosts. I forced the demon to run away, but saw that it was only worried about running back to the cottage. I suddenly thought and jumped into the edge of the forest, temporarily immobilized. Seeing that the demon had also stopped, it looked around. I felt funny. If I could be like this demon, I wouldn't have to be afraid of anything. But joking with the devil is something that has never happened before or since. I suddenly felt a shiver down my spine. This was not the time for a joke, but a serious time. I finished thinking to myself, then slowly groped from the edge of the forest, as gently as possible so as not to make any noise. The demon woman was still paying attention to her surroundings. She slowly approached the place where I had stopped just now. I saw it go a little distance, so I jumped out and ran into the cottage. Quickly found the backpack, looked around, couldn't see the backpack. I panicked, ran to the back of the house and saw Bay still sleeping like death. I took a piece of water and poured it on his face. He then scrambled to sit up. As soon as I saw him about to open his mouth, I put my hand on his throat, glared at him and whispered to him, "You shut up, where did you leave my backpack?" Bay frowned. I let go. "It says, why are you all naked?" I looked at it and suddenly smiled, then said, "It doesn't matter, just show me the backpack." "It says, under that bamboo bed." I quickly ran in, bent down near the bed, and saw a backpack, and next to it was a rather large wooden box. I didn't care much. As soon as I took out my backpack, outside the door, the demon woman returned. It stood there staring at me, its eyes filled with unspeakable evil. As soon as I looked up and saw its shadow, I picked up my backpack and ran. Suddenly I heard a pop, then a clang. I glanced up and saw the knife had just fallen to the ground. Running out, I saw the seventh guy getting dressed. He had just put on his pants, but before he could put on his shirt, I grabbed his hand and pulled him away. He shouted, "What are you doing?" I said loudly, "What a devil, that old woman is a devil." Bay turned around and said, "Why does everything happen as soon as I meet you?" I didn't have time to explain it to him. I turned the backpack over and saw that it had a small tear. At this moment I felt cold. It turned out that if it weren't for the backpack, the knife would have been stuck in my body. I took out the tiger's fang from my backpack and stopped. Seven was overrun for a while before stopping. He screamed. This was the first time I saw him this ferocious. "Are you crazy, Nia? Why are you stopping?" I didn't care. I held the tiger's paw right in front of my face. The demon was rushing towards me. When it saw me raising my tiger paw, it stopped, its camouflage face scrunched up. It growled a few times and then ran into the forest. I stood there stunned, wondering if that was all. I thought it was something terrible, but that's all. I looked again at the tiger fawn that my grandfather broke from the Tiger King on Cam Mountain during a trip to hunt the snake. I don't know the truth about it, but this tiger tooth has been passed down from my grandfather's generation to the present. It is now like a treasure in the house. It cannot be lost. Since I was 18, my old man gave me this tiger's fawn. At first, I didn't believe it would be of any help to me, but when it came to this kind of revelation, I realized that it had such value. I wish I had remembered it before, then in that devil's cellar, unfortunate things would not have happened. Bay is now standing next to me. It also asked bewilderedly, "Why did that old devil run away?" I showed Bay the tiger's fawn and said, "Thanks to this tiger fawn." Bay stared at the fawn, saying nothing, anger showing on his face. He grabbed my neck and shouted, "Why didn't you take it out when you were in that damn basement?" I knew it would be like that. I just sighed, slowly removed its hand and explained to it that at that time I didn't remember the tiger's fawn. After thinking for a while, the little boy started crying again. I helped him back to the cottage. I thought the mountain demon had also run away. If it came back, the tiger's fawn would probably still be able to cure it, so I felt safe and stayed to wait for morning. Even going into the forest overnight is very dangerous. I suddenly remembered the wooden box underneath the bamboo bed I was sitting on. I bent down and pulled it out. As soon as I pulled it out, I felt a rotten smell, but it was still bearable. I opened the lid and saw a human head, limbs, and a set of clothes. At this point, I didn't have time to think. I dodged and vomited a pile of green and yellow bile. After seeing Bay, he quickly ran out and vomited. At this point, they really knew that they had eaten human flesh. The two guys remained silent and did not dare to think about it because every time they thought about the bowl of porridge, they remembered the slimy body in the wooden barrel. The two guys covered the wooden box and took it out and buried it underground. Then they went back inside. The two waited until dawn and didn't say a word to each other all night. At dawn, when they saw the sun, the two boys went up. Before leaving, Bay conveniently burned the thatched house to ashes. The two guys walked until noon, then stopped to eat and drink before continuing. They walked until afternoon and then escaped the forest. They walked further until dusk and reached Hem Luong River. I was happy that I didn't encounter anything weird all day. When we got to the river, there were no boats, so we had to sit and wait. Luckily, tomorrow morning, someone from the upper reaches of the Kai River going to Tra Vinh would pass by. I went to make a fire. Bay went to catch fish. He waded into the river, groped for a while and saw the water churning and foaming. Seven's face grimaced. After a while he slowly pulled a large fish to shore, nearly a meter long, with a beard. This fish must have weighed nearly 80 or 90 kilograms. I was stunned. I couldn't understand the river. Obviously, the fish looked so big, but Bay was able to pull it out. Now I know how strong it is. But when he pulled the fish up, I noticed. One hand was in the female's mouth, and the other hand was holding the fish's gills and pulling it up. The fish landed on the shore and thrashed about as if it wanted to pull Bay into the water to swim with it. But Bay was like that. After a while he was able to pull it up. At this time, he removed the fish's mouth, took the knife and stabbed it into the gills. The fish no longer struggled. I looked back at Bay's hand and saw that it was wrapped in his own shirt. At this moment I noticed, seeing the wound that the youngest bitten me in the tomb was bleeding. I thought my stomach was so bad, the little guy was injured like that. Yet the whole way he didn't pay any attention and let it bandage itself. Now I still have the fish stuck in my throat like this. I sighed looking at him and was about to speak when I saw Bay shivering. I took dry clothes from my backpack and gave them to him. After changing, he sat down, still cold and shivering. I made the fire bigger and told it to sit closer to avoid the cold. Sitting for a while, Bay suddenly fell backwards, his arms and legs convulsing. I knew he had jungle fever, because when I was in the army, there were a few similar cases. I broke off a tree branch, stuffed it across its mouth and tried to hold it tightly. After holding it for a while, its body suddenly became hot. I grabbed its wet shirt that was not yet dry, ran down and dipped it in water, wringing it dry. Then apply it to your face. A moment later, it lay still and fell asleep. Now I feel secure in grilling fish. Cut a few pieces of fish and throw them on the hot stone. After a while, the fish was cooked evenly. I took the chopsticks from my backpack and picked up the piece of fish and brought it to my mouth. The fish meat is delicious, but still smells of the river. But I was hungry and didn't care. I ate it all at once. touched Bay's forehead again. His fever had subsided a lot by now. But that's not the reason to play around. If there's a boat or canoe passing by tomorrow morning, that would be good. If not, I'll probably have to carry it for more than a few dozen kilometers downstream to find a place to treat it, not for jungle fever. This is very dangerous. If you wait too late you will die rather than play. I took out the ceramic bowl I conveniently took from the mountain ghost's cottage. At that time, I thought there must be something to eat along the way. I grilled a few more pieces of fish, put them in a bowl, used chopsticks to loosen the fish pieces, and fed them to Bay. He woke up dimly, ate a few pieces of fish, then fell back to sleep. As for me, I sleep at night with one eye closed. Woke up early in the morning and saw that Bay was working normally again, which gave me some peace of mind. At this time, I suddenly felt short of breath, coughed a few times, and then spit out a bunch of black phlegm. When Bay saw it, he panicked and asked, "What is so terrible? Black blood?" I shook my head, coughing again until I winced. Bay said, "But what? Oh my God, haven't we had enough problems yet?" I whispered to Bay, "It's not blood, it's phlegm." He rolled his eyes and asked again, "Why do you know that?" I say, "The taste of blood is different. If you don't find it disgusting, it probably isn't blood." Bay shook his head. The two guys cut the remaining meat of the fish to eat. Just as they finished eating, they heard the sound of a canoe running. Bay quickly ran out and shouted loudly, "Canoe, canoe!" The motorboat came from afar. I was here, put away the dishes and chopsticks, then gathered Bay's dry clothes and stuffed them into my backpack. As soon as I turned around, the canoe had already arrived. Suddenly, seeing Bay jump up, the people on the canoe also smiled brightly at him. Bay turned back to me and said, "My dear friend, it's an acquaintance." I was overjoyed. "Someone who knows you. Very good." The motorboat pulled up to shore and the two guys immediately climbed on. At this time, I heard Bay and the driver talking, and I realized that this canoe driver is also called Tu Suang. He specializes in transporting goods from Tra Vinh to the upper reaches of the Kai River. Tu Suang is about 5 years older than me, about 49 or 50. Bay calls him uncle, and I now play Bay's older brother, so I also call him Uncle Tuesday. Having an acquaintance in Tra Vinh, I also asked about the situation of Mr. Tu Huyen, who was keeping his daughter. Then I heard Mr. Tu Suang say, "Tu Huyen. I know him. I heard he is now selling something and making a fortune. People say he sells things to Saigon, but it's not clear what he sells. Now in Tra Vinh, he has 3 or 4 stores. I sell groceries. If you want, I'll take you to meet him. At noon, he'll probably be at home to eat." After that, Tu Suang also asked me what I was doing when I met him. I was wondering if I should tell this guy or not, but thinking that he was an acquaintance of Bay, I also told him how I went down to meet Tu Huyen to find him again. "Daughter." Having finished speaking, Tu Suang turned to ask about Bay. 7 defeats, where is Utmai? Why don't you see it? Hearing this part, I suddenly turned to look at Bay. His face was sad, his eyes began to turn red. I coughed a few more times, then I stopped Bay's words. "Uncle Tu, it's a long story, slowly get ashore and I'll tell you, don't ask him now." Mr. Tu Canoe didn't understand, but seeing the two guys' attitudes, he probably knew that something was not small. He also didn't say anything. The boat went downstream for a while and then entered Tra Vinh territory. For those of you who don't know about lang fish, I would like to note. Hemibagris elongatus, scientific name, Hemibagris elongatus, is the name of a fish species in the catfish family. Catfish is one of the largest freshwater fish species. In the wild, fish weighing 40 to 50 kilograms have been caught. In Vietnam, they are only present in a few rivers in mountainous areas and only in sections with many rapids and strong currents. They are abundant in Da River, Low River in Phu Tho region, Dong Nai River and its tributaries. In Lam Dong, there are many in the Quay River, the Tay River, in Dak Lak. The catfish is also distributed in some rivers, but the most abundant is still the Sri Pak River, and the catfish in this area is the red-tailed catfish. Yellow lentil fish. When you come to Tra Vinh, you will see a lot of hardworking people. Here more than 70% are hardworking people. At this time, Kin people only visited Tra Vinh to trade and exchange goods. Tra Vinh land is also a place where people often visit when digging for gold, looking for agarwood, Kai Nam, and excavating graves. Here, it is unclear when many black markets were formed selling smuggled goods, especially antiques. Funan antiques are of most interest here. Most of them are dug up by grave people and brought here to sell. Grave people means people who dig up graves and open graves. It is called in folk slang like that. Entering Tra Vinh, Mr. Tu Suong went to meet a few people who had ordered delivery, and told me and Bei to wait on the shore. Later, Mr. Bei returned and led the two men into Tra Vinh town. In 1976, Tra Vinh and Vinh Long were combined to call Q Long, but because we were used to it, we just called it Tra Vinh. Tra Vinh town says loud but not loud, says soft not small. There are also many people selling mainly bamboo shoots and bamboo shoots. Mr. Tu took me and Bei around for a while until we arrived at a large grocery store with spacious premises. I was secretly happy to be able to meet my daughter, so I couldn't help but ask, "Is Mr. Tu Huin's house here and there?" Mr. Tu Canoe nodded, led the two of us into the house. He looked over at the two guys selling, nodded and said, "Uncle Tu's friend." The other two guys stood in the stall, and each of them looked at me and Bei with murderous intent. Following Mr. Tu on the boat inside, we saw the large back room. "There is one floor," Mr. Tu Canoe said. "Wait here, let me call Tu Huin." Not long after Mr. Tu Suong got up, two people came down from upstairs. One was Chinese by sight, the other was Kin. Both of them looked dangerous. The Chinese guy looked the most sinister. He wore glasses, a hooded hat, and baggy clothes. Those two guys passed by me, and I heard an unpleasant fishy smell. But then I didn't pay any attention, I just wanted to meet my daughter. After a while, Mr. Tu Suong went down first, Mr. Tu Huin went down after. When I saw Tu Huin, I immediately recognized him. His scarred face on the left side could not be hidden. In the past, he was a person looking for tram, but later said he had washed his hands and put aside his sword, working as a wholesale dealer. As soon as Tu Huin saw me, he laughed loudly, quickly walked down and patted my shoulder. Tu Huin and I also had some feelings before. When we met each other we laughed. "I'll get straight to the point. Mr. Tu, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I just came back from the battlefield and went straight to my village, but I didn't expect it to be all burned down. When I asked the people there, they said you took my daughter with you. Where is the child now? Let me meet the baby for a moment." I was so impatient, I said it all at once. Tu Huin looked at me and laughed loudly, saying, "Okay, you follow me, the girl is sleeping." Then Tu Huin took my shoulder and went upstairs. Before leaving, he turned back and said to Mr. Tu Suong, "Thank you so much, Mr. Tu, I'll thank you next time." Then Tu Huin turned to look at Bei. "This uncle is..." I forgot to introduce Bei and was about to open his mouth to speak when Tu Canoe jumped in. "He's my nephew, let me take him out." Take Uncle Nia to visit your child." Having finished speaking, the last boatman said goodbye and led Bei away. Bei said goodbye to me and then left. As for me and Tu Huyen, the two of us went upstairs. Now I see that the decoration here is extremely solemn. Everything is there. There are also some rare items such as a pair of elephant tusks over a meter long, and a rare rhino horn. But the most special thing is that there is a night pearl placed in the center of the room, a night pearl almost as big as a fist. I admired the antiques, but the important thing was to see my daughter first. Following Tu Huyen into a bedroom, as soon as he entered, he saw an 8-year-old girl lying on the bed, breathing evenly, showing that she was fast asleep. I slowly approached to take a closer look. As soon as I saw my child's face, I couldn't hold back my emotions and burst into tears, sobbing. Reaching out to gently touch my child's face, I was filled with happiness. I was about to give him a kiss, but I was afraid of disturbing his sleep, so I stopped. Wiping away my tears, standing up, I walked out, held Tu Huyen's hand and said with sincerity, "Brother Tu, you are my benefactor. In the future, I am willing to do anything to repay you. I'm very grateful to Mr. Tuesday." Tu Huyen didn't say anything, smiled and took my hand to lead me out of the room. The two sat down on the sofa to talk. Tu Huyen asked me when I came back. I did not hide anything from Tu Huyen, telling the whole journey from Dong Thap to Tra Vinh to find my child. Fortunately, heaven and earth were favorable, noble people helped, and we were able to get here. Tu Huyen just listened silently, nodding every once in a while. After listening to me, he laughed loudly. "It seems like you are also a saint. After so many things, if you still have the life to sit here and let two guys confide in you, then you really have a great life, including that loser 7. After speaking, he smiled again, then continued. "You must be tired too. Sit here, see what you want, but don't touch it. I'll go down and ask the kids to make you some food." I didn't do anything politely and nodded my thanks to Tu Huyen. As soon as Tu Huyen stood up to go down, a ceramic vase appeared in front of him in the shape of a long-beaked bird. I suddenly saw a very familiar bird shape. At this moment, I suddenly stood up and approached the ceramic vase. Tu Huyen saw me looking intently at the vase and said, "Wow, you also know how to look at antiques, right? Bin Phu Nam is just a normal product." I am now forced to say, "No, I looked at the bird, because I had seen this bird somewhere before." I looked at Tu Huyen and saw him staring at me. I scratched my head and said, "I remember, I saw a familiar bird, but I wasn't sure where I saw it." Tu Huyen said nothing, turned around and walked downstairs. Seeing Tu Huyen come downstairs, I immediately went into the room to see my beloved daughter. About 5 or 10 minutes later, Tu Huyen came up and said in a deep, mysterious voice, "Uncle Nia, come here, I'll talk to you about this matter." I curiously walked out and sat down with Tu Huyen. As soon as I sat down, I felt a sharp pain in my chest, coughed a few times, and spit out a mouthful of black phlegm. Tu Huyen looked scared and asked, "What is wrong with you?" I honestly answer, "I don't know, since I told you at the cottage earlier that I had it, but this is phlegm, not blood." Tu Huyen frowned, sighed and said, "You've been penetrated by the death energy of a corpse, and you've met a fire dog. If you wait too long, you won't have time to bury your child." I had just met my daughter, and now when I heard Tu Huyen say that, I panicked and stammered, "Don't make fun of me, Mr. Tuesday." Tu Huyen looked solemn. "What are you kidding me for? I'm telling the truth. After hearing your story and encountering this situation, I understand. In the past, if I knew some dead people, there were also a few idiots who died from inhaling corpse vapor. You just inhaled the breath of a corpse and met another fire dog. Haven't you heard that when you encounter a fire dog, a week later your internal organs will rot from the inside out and you will die? Hearing Tu Huin's serious voice, I was so scared that I said, "So is there any way to solve it?" Tu Huin stabbed for a while then said, "Yes, everything in this world has its pros and cons. There is something that can help you, but it's difficult." I ask, "What is it?" Tu Huin sighed and said, "It's black copper and Kai Nam. Two extremely precious and extremely rare things in this land of the south." I thought to myself, this time I'm sure I'll die, within 7 days, but now nearly 4 days have passed. How can I find the two rarest things in the world in 3 days? I said with a trembling voice, "Brother Tu, where can I find those two things? Besides, it's only been 3 days since I met the fire dog." Tu Huin frowned, the scar on his face curled up and looked extremely harsh. He said, "I'll help you extend your life for another month, you can rest assured." After listening to Tu Huin, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's the same thing, so I have to believe it. But I still wonder, what kind of talent does Tu Huin have to confidently say that? Tu Huin then continued, "But you have to do me a favor." Tu Huin stopped, but could not wait for my agreement. I understand that what Tu Huin asked me is probably not a small thing. This guy doesn't kill people, but asking him to save people must have benefits. I understand him very well. Tu Huin saw that I was silent and said, "I ask someone to extend your life for another month. During that month, you will go with me to Anjiang to look for black copper, is that okay?" When I heard about coming to Anjiang to look for black copper, I shuddered. Anjiang at this time was famous for being dangerous to the people who eat of the forest. Anjiang is a gathering place for all magicians, both Vietnamese and Cambodian. Not to mention the Hoa Hao Church. The years 75 to 76 of the Hoa Hao Church were an unstable time for the sect, but the followers were still numerous. That area seemed to be inviolable. But things have come to this: if you stay and don't go, you will die. But who knows, maybe he'll still be able to survive. Tu Huin has always been famous for doing business carefully. He'll only do something that's sure to be 7 or 8%. I say, "So what you're planning to discuss with me is asking me to go to Anjiang with you?" Tu Huin nodded and said, "I have information about where the black coin is. You follow me, it will save your life, part of the proceeds will go to you. It's too beneficial." Knowing that Tu Huin is offering bait, this old fox is truly formidable. He is good, but he is cunning. As a result, I must have something important for him to ask me to follow him, but for a stranger in a strange country, he asked me to follow him so he would get entangled. Maybe I'll be lucky if I become a scapegoat. I say, "Mr. Tu, how many people are on this trip? Please give me specific strategic details." Tu Huin laughed, "Haha. Is your military personality coming back? Well, let me explain. There are a total of 4 people on this trip: my brother, my uncle, a Taiwanese guy, and a gangster friend of mine." At this moment, I suddenly remembered the 2 strangers coming down the stairs just now, so I asked, "Are these the 2 people you picked up earlier?" Tu Huin knew I was also smart. He just smiled and nodded. I see this father laughing all the time and I'm scared. If he smiles a lot, I understand that he has some evil plan in mind. The more unpredictable life is, the more dangerous it is. I still don't know what his intention is to drag me along. If it is said that the more crowded the better, it would be simpler for him to call his followers and disciples from Tra Vinh to Anjiang to sweep them away. I ask, "Who ordered this case?" Tu Huyen did not hide it and told me. A tycoon in Saigon. Surely you have heard of one of the 4 great families of Saigon, right? That man is Tam Suong. Few people know that this guy has a hobby of playing antiques. A while ago, he sent people from a tomb in the east to hunt in Kainam. It was said that they spent hundreds of millions of silver, but those people brought back all kinds of commercial goods. He was so angry when he was tricked. Send someone to take down those graves in the east. Now they are all gone. Now, thanks to an acquaintance, a friend introduced me to him. He gave me some information about Dong Den. If I bring it back to him, I won't run out of money for food for a lifetime. Tu Huyen stopped and sighed. Unfortunately, when I return to Anjong, the amulet steps out onto the street and it sticks. I know it's dangerous to walk, but I can't help it. I'll do the last thing and then wash my hands and put my sword away. I'm also going to find you. Because you have an heirloom king's tiger fawn, which repels evil spirits no less than black donkey hooves. Of Mo Kim's group on the ship. But now that you're here, it's like doing a double job. You're penetrated by corpse energy. Just take a black coin and wear it around your body for a few days and you'll be fine, trust me. At this moment, when I heard Tu Huyen tell the truth, I was shocked. It turned out that he was not good. He probably ordered this job a long time ago, so he just brought his child home to raise him, with the intention of taking advantage. While thinking, Tu Huyen said, "Meaning, I'll be honest with you, I'm in a lot of debt, these assets are all collateral, and I'm not happy at all." After he did this, he would consider retiring from the gang and become a true grocery seller. Consider saving my life this time. After listening to Tu Huyen, I sighed and said, "Brother Tu, let me think, I'm very confused right now. Don't know anything yet." I paused and then suddenly remembered the incident where the guy said he would prolong my life for a month, so how? I always ask. You said earlier that you could save my life for a month, so how did you do it? Tu Huyen squinted his eyes, thinking, then said, "This case is quite risky, the guy I asked to come here from Taiwan. That guy's magic is very advanced, he practices talismans and spells. I heard he also learned how to use poison from the Miao people. He can suppress poison gas for you, don't worry. Eat, drink and rest today, tomorrow morning I'll call those 2 guys over and discuss further." Seeing Tu Huyen say that, I didn't say anything anymore. As soon as the story ended, food and water were ready. That meal I ate until my stomach was full, and after eating, the baby also woke up. Father and son sat sobbing and talking until it was dark. Early the next morning, I woke up. Seeing my daughter lying next to me still sleeping, I gently left the room and saw Bei entering. It saw me and said, "Are you awake yet?" I groggily rubbed my eyes and nodded at him. "You teach so early, Bei. Did you spend the whole day with Mr. Tu Suong yesterday?" Looking back, I see that today Bei looks amazingly handsome, his clothes are neat, and his spiky hair matches. I commend. It's only been a day, but when you dress up, you look strange. Bei foolishly scratched his head, smiled and said, "It's nothing, Mr. Tu Huyen is downstairs, he asked me to wake you up." I heard Bei say that, so I guessed that the 2 mysterious characters must have arrived already. There must be some problem with this case being done in such a hurry. After thinking about it, I asked Bei to come down. I went to wash my face and then came down immediately. Bei nodded and walked down. I finished washing my face and went down. While washing my face, I looked in the mirror and saw the tiger's fawn hanging from my neck. I suddenly reached out and grabbed it and mumbled prayers to my ancestors for help. Since I knew that this tiger's fawn could chase away ghosts, I always put it on a string around my neck. Walking down the stairs, I saw one of the two guys selling groceries from yesterday standing downstairs waiting for me. As soon as he saw me, he respectfully nodded and said, "Uncle Nia, Uncle Tu is waiting, let me take you there." I fell backwards. It turned out that this grocery store was just a front. The two guys standing there were also two Huin soldiers. No wonder when I walked in, the two guys looked at me like a bogeyman. That guy took me to the backyard. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw the entire altar for making charms, saw a round wooden table. Sitting around were two Huin and the two guys I saw yesterday. I thought Tu Huin must have told that Chinese guy like this. As soon as he saw my shadow, Tu Huin stood up and walked over, saying, "Are you awake yet?" I nodded. Tu Huin smiled and led me to sit at the table. He waved his hand for his younger brother to go away. Sitting down at the table, he introduced himself. "This is Mr. Trung Tai, a famous, grave guy in the West, who also went with him to hunt agarwood in the past," Tu Huin said as he pointed at the kin man. This guy was tall and tall. He also looked at my age. His face and clothes were normal. His two eyes were bright. I nodded to greet him, and he silently greeted back. Tu Huin continued. "And this is teacher, Alai, very talented in magic." I turned to look at Alai, and saw that he was still wearing dark glasses, a mouse face, and a hat. I looked at his face and there was no sympathy at all. His forehead wrinkled slightly, but he nodded to greet him. Tu Huin finished introducing the main issue. "Alai will perform a spell to remove the corpse gas from your body and prolong your life for just 1 month. Only black copper can help you get rid of it." When I heard Tu Huin say that, I also understood how terrifying this corpse gas was. I looked at the spell casting system displaying all kinds of miscellaneous things. I told. "So are we going to do it now?" Tu Huin smiled and said, "Oh, that's right. Don't worry, it's okay. Alai is very skilled." At this moment, I felt cold and extremely uneasy. I don't know what this guy Lai and Lua is doing to me. While thinking, Tu Huin interrupted him and continued. "Okay, now go ahead. I really don't want to get involved with these 3 spells, but things have come to this, I can't say no." I nodded and said, "Okay, so what do we do now?" At this time, Lai spoke up. He spoke with a very good Vietnamese accent, but his voice was still dull and Chinese. "Li, give me your hand." Having finished speaking, the guy took out a silver knife from his pocket, the handle of the knife shaped like a snake with its tongue sticking out. I gave my hand to Lai. He took a knife and cut a line on my hand. Blood flowed out. Lai took a cup to catch the few drops of blood that flowed out. The Chinese guy continued. "Just try to wait a bit, wait until there's a lot of blood before you can do it." I winced and clenched my hand to make more blood flow out. Caught quite a bit of blood in the bowl. At this moment, Alai smiled, a smile that looked scary to the devil. Alai said, "Now go and kneel in front of the magic table, bow your head 3 times and then kneel down. Absolutely, while casting the spell, your forehead must touch the ground. When the spell is finished, it's natural, right?" Hearing Lai say that, I partly understood but partly didn't. I went to the magic table, bowed my head and did exactly as he said. At the point where I knelt down on the ground, my forehead touching the ground, I heard the sound of Mr. Lai chanting some kind of spell in my ear. My heart is pounding right now, both excited and scared. A moment later, it sounded like there was a big fire. At this time, my mind suddenly became drowsy, as if I had just finished drinking alcohol and felt nauseous in my stomach. But because of Li's advice, he still tried his best not to lift his head. Still keeping this condition for an unknown amount of time, my whole body now felt cold, completely cold. Sweat dripped down and soaked his shirt. At this moment, there was suddenly a whooshing sound. I saw a few drops of water splashing on my body, and my whole body immediately turned into a fever. My throat was hot, my heart was beating like a drum. From inside my throat it was as if something wanted to tear my throat and come out. At this point, I had reached the point where I could endure it. My mind was spinning and I couldn't keep this position any longer. Lifting his head up, he vomited a bunch of thick, black liquid, with a foul smell streaking into his nose. Vomiting it all out, I lay flat on the ground, eyes closed, breathing heavily, unable to move, as if I had just died and come back to life. I heard a few voices calling in my ears. "Nia, how are you, Nia?" It was Tu Huin's voice, and suddenly there was Li's dull voice. "So that's good. I admit that Uncle Nia is also really stubborn. Normal people can't stand it until the end, they just give up." I felt a little better now, and whispered, "Finished yet?" Tu Huin laughed loudly. "Done, Uncle." After speaking, Tu Huin also came to help me up and sat back in the chair. My mind is still spinning right now. Sitting in the chair, it took me more than 10 minutes to regain my sense of balance and wake up. I say, "Damn, that's terrible." After I finished speaking, I looked back and saw 3 people, Tu Huin, Alai, and Trung Tai laughing loudly. Alai said, "Of the few people I have ever met, there are very few people with such qualities. Going on this trip with a tour guide is guaranteed to be a great success." I tried to smile, looking at the black pile I vomited. I couldn't help but feel chills and said, "That thing I vomited, could it be?" In the middle of speaking, someone came in from outside the door. She is a woman, very beautiful, dressed simply, but very classy. This woman could freely enter Tu Huin's residence. I guessed that she was not an ordinary person, so I turned to ask who Tu Huin was. Tu Huin did not speak, just stood up to warmly welcome the woman. Alai also stood up and followed. Only the central talent was still like a statue sitting and watching. A moment later, those 3 people sat back at the table. Tu Huin introduced. "This is Ms. Nguyen Tuet Mai, the liaison between us and Mr. Suan." I looked at this woman. Calling her by her name was really inappropriate. With the size of me and Tu Huin, calling me by your name is not too much. This girl is only about a dozen tall, nothing more. But I find it strange, who would let a girl be the messenger? I'll just call this Mrs. Nguyen Tuet Mai, Miss Mai. Ms. Mai saw me turn around and nodded to greet me. "Hello." I smiled and replied, "Hello." Ms. Mai glared at me. I turned to Tu Huin and the others and saw that the guy also looked at me with a stiff face, as if he had just said something taboo. Tu Huin looked at me, then turned to Ms. Mai and said, "This is the person we told you about." Ms. Mai then said, "So you are Mr. Nia that Uncle Tu was talking about. Can you show me your tiger fangs?" I found Ms. Mai straight to the point, very straightforward. I took out the tiger's fang and gave it to her. She stared for a while, touched a few times, then nodded and said, "It's a really good product, and it's also the Tiger King's fang." I don't wonder either. He reached out and took back the tiger's fang and put it around his neck. Ms. Mai stared at me again, but then took out 2 pieces of paper from her book bag and gave them to Tu Huin, saying, "Mr. Suang has a change of plans. This is the letter he wanted me to give you." Tu Huin finished reading a page and smiled. The guy turned to the second page, immediately wrinkled it and dropped the paper on the table. Staring at Miss Mai, she said, "That old guy wants, you to come with us." After hearing this, I almost fainted. The men left without knowing if they would return alive. "Why do you want to bring another daughter?" Ms. Mai said. "Exactly, he wanted me to follow him to help you guys, because I knew clearly in my mind the information and location where the black copper was. The furniture has also been prepared. Mr. Soong wants me and everyone to depart as quickly as possible. I plan to leave tomorrow." After hearing what Ms. Mai said, the three men all frowned and looked at each other. Tu Huin says, "Ms. Mai, this trip is very dangerous." Tu Huin was about to say more when Ms. Mai raised her hand to stop her and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Tu, I guarantee I won't get in everyone's hands. Besides, this is Mr. Soong's order, I cannot disobey it." Hearing Ms. Mai say that, Tu Huin had to stay silent. We talked for a while, but it was just random things. That day I went around playing around in Tra Vin for the rest of the day. The next morning, Tu Huin personally called me up quite early, telling me to leave immediately. My belongings were already prepared by Ms. Mai, no need to worry. I heard that, went to wash my face and then looked at my sleeping daughter for the last time. The feeling of being attached and not letting go. As Tu Huin urged, he forced himself to leave. I went downstairs and met Bei. Seeing that he also had a fully packed backpack, I was shocked. "Are you going too, Bei?" He laughed and said, "Yes, I heard your story, so I decided to ask Uncle Tu to come with me." I silently cursed the guy. But then when I think back, he and I have been through so much that it's nice to have him together. I smiled bitterly and said, "You're coming with me, aren't you scared yet?" Bei said again, "It's okay, if you don't go with me, then who will you go with?" He said that so I didn't say anything more and went down to meet everyone. So on this trip there were a total of Toi, Bei Bai, Tu Huin, Trung Tai, Alai, and Ko Mai. There were 6 people in total, not too many but not too few for a dangerous trip. Before leaving, Tu Huin said, "Your child is at my house, it's absolutely safe, you don't have to worry about anything, so this trip, don't worry too much, I promise you that." Since Tu Huin said so, I know he has his heart, so I feel reassured. When I got out, I saw 2 American jeeps, one was loaded with things, the other was carrying people. I took a quick look at the luggage cart and knew that this was all arranged by Ms. Mai. No one in the forest carries such a large amount of luggage. For experienced people, just by looking at a person's luggage in the forest, they can know whether this person has gone to the forest a lot or not, but this trip will not involve going into a deep hole or climbing a high mountain, so they should be fully prepared. This is also good. When it was time to depart, the whole group got on the bus and went straight to Anjong. Roads at that time were very difficult to travel, so from Tra Vin to Anjong it took nearly a day by car. Sitting in the car thinking about this trip, I remembered a saying that people often say, Southern people are good at magic, Chinese people are good at writing talismans and charms, Northerners use insects, i.e. poisonous insects. This saying is something people who eat from the forest remember by heart. But Anjong has concentrated on 2 types, Nai and charm, so on this trip I kept feeling uneasy. And a good magician will definitely know both talismans and poisonous insects, making the danger even more dangerous. On this trip back to Anjong, I don't know if I entered a poisonous forest or not, but in this place, if I wander around and cause trouble with someone, I'll miss out on the fact that that person is a witch doctor. Someday, I will die without even having time to close my eyes. Just thinking about it makes me shiver, trying not to think anymore. I looked thoughtfully out into the street when I heard Tu Huin say, "What are you thinking about, Nia?" I turned around in surprise, smiled and said, "I suddenly remembered that old story." Tu Huin says. What's going on? Tell me something. I slowly remembered a story in the past where an acquaintance in Anjong told me about a fall in the forest. He went hunting in the forest and accidentally stepped on a poisonous wormwood tree called Fu Fan Nai, but he didn't know about it. When he got home, he felt itchy and uncomfortable. Then his whole body swelled up. No matter how many doctors he tried, he still couldn't get better. A few days later, the skin cracked, yellow fluid flowed, and the eyes could no longer see. But thanks to fate, the wife went to a mean pagoda to pray and met a mean monk. This mean monk went home and performed a miracle to get better. Otherwise, 100 days later, his whole body will rot and die. I sat down and told Tu Huin slowly. When he started telling the story, the whole group of Bei losers, Trung Tai, Lai and Ms. Mai also listened silently. By the time they finished, they saw the faces of Bei losers and Ms. Mai with horror on their faces. As for Trung Tai, Lai and Tu Huin, they were normal, probably because they already knew about this. They were people in the jungle. Tu Huin smiled and said, "This trip back to Anjong looks like a lot of fun. Miss Mai, please tell Uncle Nia the details about this case." I looked at Ms. Mai and saw her shoulder-length hair flying, making her even more beautiful. Miss Mai thought for a moment before saying, "I'm sure Mr. Nia also knows what black copper is, right?" I nodded once and then Ms. Mai continued. "Yes, Mr. Soong in Saigon, someone sold me information that he discovered black copper in an ancient temple, located somewhere in the Seven Mountains area, most likely Cam Mountain. Because there is an ancient legend, there was a small temple at Cam Mountain at that time, built by a certain lay person. In the temple, there is only one golden Buddha statue as big as a fist. A few people knew about this, so they went to steal the golden statue. The thieves brought the golden statue home, but the next morning they couldn't find the statue. By noon, 4 people had died. The last survivor ran to pray to the temple priest and shaman there. He said that the statue was not real gold, it was hollow inside, but it was extremely heavy and had no value. But before he could explain himself completely, he fell down, foaming at the mouth, and died. Having said this, Ms. Mai stopped to take a breath and continued. Later, someone came to visit the temple and saw the statue still lying there. It happened more than a century ago. No one has talked about the temple for more than half a century, and the whereabouts of that golden Buddha statue are unknown. To this day, the above story is still considered a legend. Talking about the toxicity of the Anjong, Seven Mountains region, no one can confirm that the above story is true. But the information seller said that recently in Anjong there have been rumors about black copper, but the specific location is unknown. Mr. Soong sent someone to confirm this rumor, and true enough, there were also several other factions of the grave people involved, so Mr. Soong asked everyone to depart as soon as possible. Now the story is clear. It turns out that the story of black copper appearing in Anjong has reached other grave groups. Probably now forest people from all over the southern region are flocking to Anjong to hunt for precious black copper. Rare, but if sold abroad, it can fetch several $1 million. The midfielder now spoke up. So this trip is both dangerous and dangerous. This big deal is definitely indispensable for the Fat Nam brothers. If they got involved, it would be very difficult for me to eat. Tu Huin exclaimed. Damn it, when Fatty gets involved, it will be very difficult to play. Alai also said. Ah, Fat Lamb, I wonder if we've departed yet. If we arrive before the crowd, we will still have the advantage, but if we arrive late, there will be a lot of bloodshed. Me, Bei Bai, and Ms. Mai didn't understand who Fatty was, but hearing what the other 3 said seemed hateful and involved some bloodshed. All 3 widened their eyes and looked at the other 3 people. Tu Huin kept driving, suddenly saw silence and turned his head down to see me looking at him bewildered. He said, "Don't you know Fat Five?" I shook my head. Tu Huin turned back and said again while driving, "Fat Five is a group, the leader's name is Truong Van Dang, he was born on Thursday, his body is big and fat, so the gangsters call him Fat Five, he often goes with his younger brother who also has the same name. Nam, so when the two of us went together, one called the other Nam Nam. This guy and his younger brother were very good at first, but when they were fully grown, they killed their senior, Sao Scar. Those two guys later did everything from drug trafficking to hired killers. They were both wanted by the government. But every time there's a change or a big incident, the two brothers are present. Because he used to study Cambodian martial arts and Thai martial arts, and has a cruel personality, we are also very fed up with those guys. After Tu Huin finished speaking, I also understood a part about the Fat Nam brothers. I looked back at Ms. Mai, her eyes widened and she didn't say anything. I guess this is the first time I've heard this old man talk about these three gangster stories. I smiled and said, "Mai, do you still intend to go?" That sentence was just a normal teasing sentence. Unexpectedly, Ms. Mike glared with murderous intent. I thought to myself, it looks difficult. Coming to Anjong, looking at the scenery made me forget all the scary thoughts about this land. Anjong outside brings prosperity and peace, with immense green fields and gardens. The car drove for a while until it reached Sap Mountain, where the group would stop to rest for the night. Then tomorrow morning we will depart to that sun area. After traveling all day, the group was tired and stopped in a deserted area, inconvenient to go into town to find a place to rest. After eating and drinking, I went to sleep until morning. The next morning, we set out again. Going near noon, we reached that sun area. Looking far away we saw rolling mountains. Walking for a while in the middle of a deserted road, in front of him was an old man dressed in a three-piece outfit walking around, holding something like a tree wrapped in white paper. The car passed by and the old man didn't care, he just kept walking. I looked through the rearview mirror and saw his face clearly, but didn't pay attention anymore. The car stopped at the foot of Cam Mountain, because this was the first place we needed to look. Forbidden Mountain from ancient times until now has contained many mystical things in it. I suddenly touched the tiger's fawn again. This is the place where my grandfather broke the Tiger King's fawn. The whole group took down their luggage. Lieutenant Commander and Tu Huin had the lightest luggage. They only brought ropes, iron hooks, a jungle machete, and a water cooler. Ali brought some white powder and medicine. Only Ms. Mai had the heaviest luggage, carrying a backpack with no idea what was in it. As for me and Bei, each of us only carries one machete. Food is not necessary, because even if you bring it, it won't be enough to last a week, or even a month, in the mountains. After preparing the furniture, I looked back at the storage cart, which was still filled with things like food, clothes, and cold weapons. The 6 people started climbing the mountain and searched around all day but found nothing. By early evening, the group was exhausted. The whole group had already gone close to Ton Long Stream. They tried to go further to the stream and camp. While eating and drinking, I suddenly saw Bei sitting with his face down, not saying anything. Seeing him put his hand on his chest, I knew something was wrong. I ran to help him, and saw his whole body was cold. I called Tu Huin. Tu, help Bei, it seems like he has jungle fever again or something. Tu Huin and the rest of the group were startled. They turned to look at Bei and he spat out a mouthful of black phlegm. I'm just shaking now. Tu Huin says. Okay, I forgot that Bei is just like you. I say. So why did it only appear now? Ali said. It's due to each person's constitution. Bay, who knows, maybe it's because the constitution is healthy that it doesn't develop right away. At this time, Bay whispered. I'm okay. I growled angrily. No damn no, now I'll take you down the mountain, then take you home to lie down and rest. Tu Huin stopped him immediately. Mean, you haven't thought about it yet, who will take care of him now that he's back? If you calculate it like that, Bay only has 3 more days left. You take him home. When he gets home, he lies down for another day and then he dies. Now the important thing is to find the black copper, save your life and his. Seeing that Tu Huin was right, I didn't know what else to say, so I said. Then try your best, Bay. Bay now felt normal again and said. Yes, I'm okay. Notice his hands shaking and his forehead sweating profusely. I understand that he is struggling, the jungle fever is still affecting him. Looking at it makes me feel guilty. The group sat for a while and saw that a storm was coming. At this time, I had to take the time to find a cave to enter, but just being caught in the rain would be very tiring, and Bay was also sick. Packing up our things, the 6 of us went looking for a cave nearby. Walking around for a while, I saw a small cave, so I crawled in. I went out to collect some cots to burn and saw a few tiger footprints on the ground. I swallowed my saliva, but I thought back that our group was so strong and had weapons that tigers and leopards probably wouldn't dare come close. I gathered the cot, went in, lit a big fire, and then told him again about seeing tigers' footprints nearby. They didn't say anything, just a quiet atmosphere. Not long after, it rained, it was dark outside, and there was a lot of wind and rain. I heard a loud rustle outside, as if a ghost was crying. After sitting for a while, Bay coughed up a mouthful of black phlegm, and everyone looked at him worriedly. Alai shook her head. It's so miserable. If only I had known that dysentery also affected me, I would have done a magic trick for maggots. I cursed silently to myself, this was all my fault, I only cared about myself and forgot about Bay. I let out a sigh. As soon as Bay spit out a mouthful of black phlegm, a moment later he had a seizure, he jumped back, his whole body trembling. Jungle fever is hitting him again, this time there is no medicine nearby, nor is there anything to help him. Tu Huin quickly stuffed a dry branch into his mouth, preventing him from biting his tongue. The sound of the rain outside, and the groaning sound in Bay's throat, made the space thicken to the point of suffocation. The 6 people looked helplessly at the 7, not knowing what else to do, now they only knew how to give him a piece of ginger porridge to eat. Miss Mai has enough of those things in her luggage. Bay convulsed for a moment then lost consciousness. The only remaining space is the sound of rain falling and thunder exploding outside. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder lit up the sky. Suddenly, Trung took out his knife and stood up. Seeing him taking a defensive stance, Tu Huin and I also pulled out our machetes and stood looking at the cave entrance. Alai waved his hand, 2 daggers sticking out from his sleeve also looked towards the door. I ask. What's the matter, Mr. Trung? The commander said softly. Did you guys hear the sound of thunder mixed with the roar of a tiger? As soon as he finished speaking, a large head appeared outside the cave entrance. Growling sounds began to resound amidst the storm, and the big tiger poked its head into the cave. As soon as it saw someone, it drowned itself and circled around in front of the cave entrance. From the cave entrance to where we were standing was not far, only about 3 meters. Tu Huin slowly bent down, reached out and picked up a piece of burning crib. The tiger saw the movement and roared loudly. Its roar was no different from thunder, and inside the cave, the sound kept echoing over and over for a while. I heard the roar and wanted to get drunk. As soon as the tiger roared, it rushed in. 3 meters apart when it jumped, one stood in front of Tu Huin. The big tiger raised its paw and slapped the burning crib above Tu Huin. Tu Huin's reflexes were extremely quick. Seeing that the tiger had just slapped down the torch in his left hand, the guy immediately brought out his machete and slashed it. The tiger was no match either, as if it wasn't afraid of Tu Huin's slash, it rushed forward baring its jaws and roaring. It's slow to say, but it moves very quickly. Me, Trung Tai and Lai also rushed in to support. Because Tu Huin had a natural reflex, when he saw the tiger lunging to bite his neck, he pulled out his machete and retreated 2 or 3 steps. At this time, the group of 4 people cornered the tiger in the middle, yet it still had the prestige of the king of the jungle. Roared so loudly that it was deafening. Hearing the tiger's roar, I suddenly trembled. After the tiger roared, it turned around and flirted with Lai, who was standing next to me. Lai jumped back, unexpectedly her back hit the wall and she fell down. The big tiger jumped on top of me. Standing on its 2 legs, it was already taller than me. It flipped the machete in my hand and then lunged again. I didn't know what to do. I pressed close to it. He conveniently pushed the tiger across the body. Suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my back. It turned out the tiger had hooked its claws into my back. Looking up, I saw its wide mouth threatening to bite my neck. I mustered up all my strength and punched him straight on the neck. The punch hit the bone, my hand hurt terribly, but the big tiger seemed unharmed. Looking over, we saw the silhouettes of Trung Tai and Tu Huin slashing the tiger's back with their swords. Flashed down 2 hours. The tiger roared and pushed me backwards, tripped over something and fell with a thud. I looked over and saw Lai lying with her eyes wide open. The firelight flickered on his face, and just looking at him, I knew he was out of breath. I saw the tiger fighting with Trung Tai and Tu Huin. The 2 of them had the upper hand, but still couldn't defeat the tiger. The tiger naturally turned around, aiming for me to rush towards. I quickly stood up, but at this moment I realized that the tiger was not aiming at me but at Li's body. It did it very quickly, bit Li's neck and threw it away. Li's body flew right into several burning fires. Hearing Ms. Mai's screams, I immediately turned to look. Seeing Ms. Mai sitting trembling in a corner. Suddenly I heard Tu Huin shout. Means. I knew something was up. I turned around and saw the tiger's paw reaching up to my face. With a bang, I couldn't see anything anymore, I fell to the ground. The other side of my face was in pain, I couldn't bear it and screamed. Then I heard the voice of the commander. Wake up, quickly. The midfielder put his hand under my armpit and pulled me inside. My heart was beating so fast, I thought I had died. It took a while for me to open my eyes, only to see a blur. I closed my eyes and opened them for 2 or 3 seconds before I could see clearly. I raised my hand to touch my cheek and saw that it was all blood. At this point, fear gradually turned into hatred. I grabbed another machete from my backpack, rushed out, aimed at the tiger's head and slashed it. Trung Tai was just pounced by a tiger and fell to the ground. Tu Huin is still unharmed. As soon as I rushed out, I raised my machete and was about to strike down when I heard 2 loud bangs. It was a gunshot. The tiger heard the gunshot and jumped back. I took a few steps back before daring to look back. I saw the firelight in the corner of the cave, Ms. Mai holding a roller, her eyes still in panic. Looking over, Tu Huin's eyes were bloodshot. He rushed towards Ms. Mai and grabbed the gun. Because I was flirted with by the tiger earlier, I didn't dare look at it for long, so I turned back immediately. When he turned back, the tiger had also run away. I heard Tu Huin cursing behind me. Fuck you woman, are you crazy or not, holding a gun and shooting in a tight space? Why didn't you say you brought a gun? You were planning on finding black copper and killing us all, right? I looked back and saw Tu Huyen grabbing Ms. Mai's hair, pulling her up and dragging her away. Lee's corpse was sizzling, the smell of burning flesh was fragrant, but the feeling was very scary. Bei is still unconscious, not knowing what the weather will bring. I say, Mr. Trung, pull Mr. Lee's body out. Let me go and stop Mr. Tuesday. I ran back to Tu Huyen and removed his hand. His face was now gloomy, his eyes looked as if he wanted to kill someone immediately. I can say, Mr. Tu, calm down, it's not happening anymore. Tu Huyen glared at me. He suddenly had a roller in his hand. Tu Huyen pointed the roller at me. He spoke in a threatening voice. I don't care what I do, mother, do you believe I'll kill you too? I raised my hands as if to surrender, then said, slow down, you've been through so many births and deaths, put that thing down. After speaking, he glanced at the commander and saw an even more terrifying scene. The lieutenant was peeling off pieces of burnt skin on Mr. Lee's body and putting them in his mouth to chew. The commander didn't care about me and Tu Huyen, as if he was the only one here, eating people. I couldn't bear to look at that scene, I covered my mouth and vomited a bunch. Tu Huyen turned to look at the commander and said loudly, you give up that perverted hobby. I wanted to vomit and my face turned blue. At this moment, looking at the commander holding up a piece of human skin and chewing it, it looked delicious. Central Talent said, you also put down the gun, 6 people left, 1 dead and 1 unconscious. Do you still want internal turmoil? Don't forget that the other graves have probably sniffed this out by now. Do you want this trip to go and not come back? Looking at the lieutenant, he spoke out full of logic, but saw that the guy was eating people while talking. I really couldn't help but be scared. Tu Huyen then put down the gun, his expression also calmed down somewhat. Tu Huyen sighed and said, sorry guys, this girl makes me so angry. After speaking, he saw Tu Huyen staring at Ms. Mai sitting on the ground. I see that this situation continues to be unsatisfactory, so I had to interrupt and say, Miss Mai, calm down. We won't do anything to you. Ms. Mai stared at me then said, I'm sorry, I'm really scared so. Tu Huyen interrupted. Fuck it, you should explain to me clearly why you hid the gun on your person. Is it because you plan to kill all of us when you find the copper coin? I heard Tu Huyen say that and it makes sense. Maybe when we find the black copper, we will all get a copper bullet in the head. The black copper was brought back to Mr. Soang. Mr. Soang did not have to pay money to Tu Huyen's group, and who knows, he might sell the black copper to someone abroad. This way of doing business is indeed very sinister. The midfielder spoke at this time. I turned to look and saw him wiping his hands on his pants, probably finished eating. Tu, calm down, at this time the internal chaos is very tiring. I think the central referee is right, so I added. Mr. Tu, sit down and talk calmly. Tu Huyen didn't say anything, just frowned and sat down. The lieutenant and I also sat down. The 3 boys all looked at Ms. Mai waiting for an answer. Ms. Mai rolled her eyes at all 3, then took a deep breath and said, her voice still shaking. It's really not what everyone thinks, I just brought a gun to protect myself. Just now I saw a tiger group of 4 people, 3. Seeing that Ms. Mai was still panicking, I reassured her. Slowly, calmly. Breathe and then speak. Ms. Mai took another breath and said. Seeing the tiger crowding everyone, I didn't know what to do. At first I was scared and didn't remember that I had a gun with me, but later I remembered and immediately took out my gun and shot. Actually, at that time, I was so panicked that I forgot I was in a tight space. I'm so sorry. Having finished speaking, Ms. Mai bowed her head. Tu Huyen was silent at this time, just growling as if he wanted to chew Ms. Mai's meat. Tu Huyen's gun has been kept by Tu Huyen for the time being. Although it's not much safer than Ms. Mai keeping it, I still feel more secure. I turned to the commander and saw that this guy didn't say anything. I thought back to the scene where he ate Mr. Lee's meat this time, and I blurted out and asked, "Did you eat Mr. Lee's meat just now?" The midfielder nodded calmly. I was nauseous, but I couldn't vomit, because there was nothing left in my stomach to vomit. Tu Huyen naturally regained his normal expression, smiled and said, "When I first saw it like that, I felt like I was pale like you." I raised my head to look at Tu Huyen. This guy is really unpredictable. Just now he had a fierce face and now he's smiling like nothing happened. Hearing the guy say that, I asked, "What is it?" Tu Huyen laughed loudly and looked at the commander, then looked at me and said, "Before entering the graveyard profession, the middle-aged man also did a profession that also involved the dead, which was cremating corpses. He told me about that time. One time he saw a burned corpse, but there were still a few bones and meat attached. It smelled delicious, so he picked it up and tried to eat it. It said it tasted delicious, then gradually after several cremations, it kept bringing back a few parts such as the liver and heart of the deceased that had not yet been completely burned to use as bait. Just like that, it becomes addicted to human flesh without knowing it." I glared at the commander, not believing my ears anymore. It is true that there are such strange and terrible things in the world. On the outside, the lieutenant commander is very normal, but I didn't expect this guy to be so strange. Seeing the lieutenant's face as if it was normal, I felt cold and didn't dare to say anything more. Suddenly I heard a rustling sound behind me. Startled, I turned around and saw Bei struggling to sit up. It scared the hell out of me. It raised its head and saw me, suddenly startled. It says, "Is that Mr. Nia?" Maybe he saw that half of my face was covered in tiger slap marks, half of my face was crushed, so he was scared. I slowly said, "Oh, it's me, are you okay?" Bei frowned and said nothing, just looked at me slowly. "What's going on?" I called it near the burning fire, then slowly recounted the whole story that happened while it was unconscious. Bei's eyes widened, he hesitated. "That's disgusting, Dad." I smiled at him and said nothing. I handed over the water handlebar that was in my backpack. I sat there washing the wound on my face. The pain on the other side of my face was unbearable. The whole atmosphere remained silent. Outside it was still foggy and stormy. Tu Huyen stood up, took the food from Ms. Mai's backpack, and shared it with everyone so they could eat to quench their hunger. After eating and drinking, everyone was tired. They immediately divided shifts to keep watch, afraid that the tiger would come back. I slept for a while, then it was my turn to stay awake. When I woke up, it had stopped raining. I sat and kept the fire burning evenly, then suddenly looked at Ms. Mai. Seeing her lying facing the cave wall, I didn't pay attention anymore. Thinking about this trip, nothing has happened yet, I don't know what else will happen. This poisonous jungle and water is dangerous, lurking at all times. I sighed and thought about my daughter, then my heart became a little more determined. Suddenly I heard a whimper coming from Ms. Mai. I frowned, thinking that I was probably still scared. It's strange to think, my first impression was that Ms. Mai was very tough and confident, but only now did it become clear. I smiled bitterly. After a while, it was almost dawn. I stood up, packed my things, and called everyone up. Everyone got up and had to continue to leave early. The whole group walked out of the cave. As soon as they exited the cave, they saw a person wearing a conical hat, sitting cross-legged right to the right of the cave entrance. As soon as I saw this person sitting there, I was startled. This person moved his head slightly and took off his conical hat to look. I suddenly stepped back. This was the old man walking on the deserted road that I saw before. I thought to myself, who else is this old man? Looking closely, the old man's skin was black and his teeth were bared yellow. The whole group was suddenly on guard, not knowing who this old man was. Tu Huin said softly, "Go away, don't say a word." After speaking, he took the lead. The whole group went around a ton-long stream to get some water and then returned to the cave to take Ali's body to bury it, but we couldn't leave that Chinese guy's body alone in this place. The group turned away, but the old man still sat silently without saying a word. I went forward and asked Tu Huin, "Do you know anyone?" Tu Huin wrinkled his forehead and said, "How do I know, but looking at that old man makes me feel terrible." I agree with Tu Huin on this point. Just looking at the old man I felt a chill down my spine. Something was very strange. As I walked, I turned around and saw that old man sitting as still as a rock. The whole group went to Ton-Long Stream. The water flows down with white foam at the foot of the waterfall. Just looking at it is enough to make you feel cool. At the Dragon Fruit Stream, large rocks piled up on top of each other, creating several small lakes. We woke up early, so the mist was still lingering on the ground, as if weaving a hazy membrane. I suddenly marveled at the poetic scenery. It was completely different from what I had experienced last night, making me feel like I was on cloud 9. The sound of a flowing stream echoing in the dark forest makes people feel extremely indescribable. After it rained one night, mountain crabs crawled out of their caves to the shore to look for food. The meat of mountain crabs is very sweet and delicious. It's just a pity that now I have to urgently find the black field, otherwise I would have just caught the crabs and cooked them in a pot of soup to eat them all. Forbidden mountain crab is a special breed that can only be found here. You can't find it anywhere else. When we got to the waterfall, the crabs saw the movement and retreated into the cave, looking at the crabs with longing. I sighed and smiled, then went to the stream and grabbed a piece of water to wash my face. The wound on his face was extremely painful. Here, the whole group filled up with water, washed their faces to wake up, and then returned. When I turned back, the old man was still sitting there. Bei was curious and asked me, "That old man, why are you just sitting there?" I told. "How do you know?" When turning around the cave entrance, Trung Tai and Tu Huin went in first to bring out Ali's body. Me, Bei Boy and Komai stood outside. I looked at the old man but said nothing, then suddenly heard the old man say, "Uncle, you look like your health is not good, right?" I looked back in surprise, thinking to myself, how could this old man know I was not okay? When I looked back, I saw that he was staring at Bei. Bei was so stupid, he scratched his head and looked at me for help. I thought I didn't know what kind of person this old man was, but I answered, "It's okay." Then I turned away, trying not to look at his face. But the old man said, "The eyes are dark, the tips of the nails are bruised, the middle of the forehead is black, the lips are pale, this guy is definitely sick, and this disease is called zombie infestation disease, is that right?" I was startled and glared at the old man. Thinking to myself, I wonder what kind of god this old man is. How do you know that Boy 7 is being harassed by corpse energy in his body? I looked at Boy 7, and he was also glaring at me, his forehead covered in sweat. Ms. Mai didn't understand anything, just stared at the two guys with wide eyes. Bay Boy spoke. How do you know? The old man smiled. He showed his yellow teeth, some of which had fallen out, and said, How could I not know? I also know what you guys are here to do. As soon as he said that, Tu Huin walked out. He clicked his tongue, shook his head, brushed his hands and said, Damn, it's only been one night and the body is already stiff. Behind Tu Huin was Trung Tai. I saw the guy calmly carrying Ali's green body on his back, which was scary. The two green arms kept swinging back and forth every time the commander moved, not to mention Li's head, his mouth gaping open, his two eel eyes half closed, half open, just making people feel awe. Li could jump up and strangle Trung Tai at any time. I don't have the courage to look any longer. Turning to the old man again, he asked, Tell me, why did we come here? Tu Huin saw me talking to the old man. He frowned and nudged me and whispered, What are you talking to him about? I shushed Tu Huin and said again, Listen to what he has to say first. Tu Huin didn't say anything, just huffed and remained silent. The old man slowly said, Is it, looking for black copper? After listening to the old man, I stood stiffly. But not long after, I thought that maybe there were many people who came here looking for black copper before us. The old man always saw it like that. Now he met our group again, so he guessed randomly and won. Tu Huin naturally smiled and said, Second uncle, do you know where the black copper is? I thought to myself, this guy loves money so much, if he smells it, he'll be hooked. The old man said one word and then fell silent. Are not. I turned to Tu Huin again. His face immediately turned serious. He said, So hello, uncle. Let's go. As he walked away, the old man said again, I really advise you all, please go home. If you continue, you will only die. I only hope that you will not waste your lives and violate the sacred place. Hearing the sentence clearly, I turned around and asked, What do you mean? The old man said, That's it, I came here to warn you, if you stay on this mountain anymore, you will definitely not be able to return home. Having finished speaking, the old man stood up and headed straight into the forest. I kept calling back, but Tu Huin yelled, Leave him alone, we'll go down the mountain after we find the copper, there's nothing to be afraid of. Then we all walked for a while. While walking I kept wondering who that old man was. How do you know that Bay Defeated is being possessed by corpse energy? Maybe that old man has a way to cure it without using black copper. I just kept going, asking hypotheses and questions. After reaching a certain distance, the group stopped. Tu Huin said, Let's bury the body first. This place has soft soil, has cliffs, and overlooks the plain. The scenery is very beautiful. Ali was buried in a place, with this charming landscape, it probably wouldn't be a pity. Fortunately, Ms. Mai had a military shovel in her backpack. Ms. Mai took out the shovel and gave it to me. I took it and dug a grave. In the middle of digging, I encountered a rock. I used the shovel to pick up that rock when I heard a rustling sound. The ground under my feet was unstable and I fell into the hole. I could only hear Bay's panicked screams. Luckily the hole wasn't deep, but because my whole body had fought with a big tiger all night, my whole body was sore. I heard Tu Huin's group calling from above. It took me a while to stand up. Raise your head and cough loudly. No problem. The hole was dark. I guessed that this might be a naturally formed hole in the mountain. Looking around, I didn't see anything. I raised my head and saw the dark shadows of Tu Huin's group looking down, and the light above was dazzling. I couldn't stand it. Tu Huin looked down. Are you okay? Wait a minute while I throw the rope down. I said yes, once. At this moment, looking at the ground I was standing on, I saw some elaborate patterns. I raised my head curiously and shouted. Wait, light a torch for me and throw it down here. Tu Huin's voice replied. Do what? I say. Just throw it down here, there's something strange down here. Tu Huin did not answer, but a moment later a large torch was thrown from above and fell to the ground. I picked up the torch, and right in front of me appeared a yellow, expressionless human face staring. I suddenly said, "Ah," and took a few steps back. At this moment, the damp smell hit my nose, making my head pound. I took the bandana that I always keep with me to cover my nose. When I regained my composure, I saw that this was a natural cave, and the human face I saw was indeed the face of a corpse. This corpse is yellow for some reason, yellow like a sick person. This corpse is a man, sitting cross-legged like a Buddha statue. One eye was closed, the other was just a black hole, the face gaunt. The skin is still as full as a living person. I looked down again and saw countless strange shapes on the stone floor. In the middle of the cave there is a figure that looks like two human fetuses lying opposite each other. Looking around again, I saw countless human bones lying in a corner of the cave. The golden yellow light of the torchlight adds even more magic. I brought the torch back to look closely at the corpse, then suddenly the corpse's mouth moved, its two lips raised as if smiling, and very quickly it returned to normal. I took a step back, not sure what was going on. Suddenly, from inside the cave, I heard the squeaking sounds of children. At this moment, I felt a chill down my spine. I looked up at the hole above my head and saw that Tu Huin had thrown down the rope. I just grabbed the rope and climbed up immediately. In the middle of climbing, I suddenly heard a loud noise again. I curiously looked down into the cave and saw the silhouettes of two naked children lying around in a corner of the cave, where the two children were facing a pile of corpses. People. I jumped up in a bit of panic and threw the torch back below. Climbing up to the mouth of the hole, the crying sound became clearer and clearer. Climbing up there, I felt reassured for a moment. All of Tu Huin's group heard a loud noise from below the cave. Suddenly everyone looked at me. I took a breath and then recounted what I saw down in the cave. Ms. Mai now spoke up. Why are there two children down there? Why don't you bring them up? Tu Huin said. Shut up, you're just stupid. She didn't see that the cave had been sealed for at least 10 years. Don't you see that you have to dig up 3 inches of soil to reach the rock blocking the mouth of the cave? Miss Mai got angry and argued. Crazy old man, who are you calling stupid? I saw that the two people from the shooting seemed to have made an enemy of each other, so I immediately said. Please, you two, I don't understand what the problem is, you guys stop making trouble. The two of them, Ms. Mai and Tu Huin, kept glaring at each other as if they were enemies. The trip had not yet begun, there were no clues yet, but there was already internal turmoil. I got bored inside. Afterwards, the central referee spoke up. Uncle Nia, you said, in the middle of the cave there are two fetuses lying opposite each other like yin and yang, right? I nodded. The midfielder continued. And the body is yellow? I say. Yes, that's right, what about Mr. Trung? The lieutenant tilted his head, frowning thoughtfully as if he wanted to say something. Seeing him like that, no one dared to interrupt his thoughts. A moment later, the commander said with a serious face. We don't have to go far to look for black copper anymore, the black copper is definitely in the cave. Hearing the lieutenant's assertion, everyone glared at him. I personally don't know why, but I feel like if I go down to look for black copper, it's really, like going into the underworld to find the king of hell. Tu Huin frowned and said, Trung is right, I didn't expect that thanks to Ali's death, I could come here. In that cave, there will definitely be black copper, or at least a clue leading there. Ms. Mai and I asked in unison. What does that mean? The midfielder then thoughtfully explained. Down there is a grave of a talisman who practiced Tien Lin Ca. The two drawings of fetuses lying opposite each other like a yin and yang image are the extremely evil Tien Lin and Tien Nan talismans that only a few high-level talismans have. Just practice the hand mudra. To be able to practice to the point of death with an indestructible body and golden skin, one must have the help of black bronze. Without the help of black bronze, the teacher practiced until the end and was instantly killed by his spell. So very few people can train to the last level. That guy down there, he certainly won't be able to live. Now I'm dead, but it's not necessarily without danger. After hearing that, I was both happy and worried, and asked. So now we just need to go down and find the black copper, then come back up, right? The lieutenant and Tu Huin immediately sighed. The lieutenant said, It's not easy, going in there is like putting your head in the jaws of a crocodile. I see two children crying loudly down there, that's enough to understand. Tu Huin snorted. Whether it's a ghost or a ghost, let's go down and dig out the black copper. The midfielder sighed again. Yeah, it's still early, don't wait until noon to make a move. Lunchtime is a dangerous time. I saw these two guys doing whatever they said, and I felt a bit scared. But that's the way it is, you can't change it if you want it different. Everyone prepared their tools. I took out the tiger's claw and wrapped it around my left hand. Miss Mai now said, Everyone gets off first, I'll get off last. The group turned to look at Ms. Mai and saw that she was fully equipped, including a flashlight, a machete, a helmet, gloves, and a face mask. I looked at it and found it funny. Tu Huin and the lieutenant suddenly laughed loudly. Where are you going? Miss Mai frowned and said, I'll go down with you guys. Tu Huin sighed and slowly said, Child, I'll be honest, I can call you your age. I sincerely advise you, you stay here and watch over Mr. Li's body, wait until we go down and find the black copper and then we will come up. Come down, I'm afraid we can't guarantee your safety. After Tu Huin said so, Ms. Mai still firmly said, I have to follow you guys, that's Mr. Suong's order, I'm just following orders. Tu Huin frowned and cursed. Fucking orders, I'm the one giving orders here now, I told you to stay here so you stay here. Tu Huin said loudly and was scared, but at this moment, Ms. Mai's face was blank. If you don't let me down, you won't be able to contact Mr. Suong to receive the money. Tu Huin stewed and said, Are you threatening this guy? If I can't sell it to Mr. Suong, I'll sell it to someone else. Ms. Mai calmly said, Think again, the story of you having the black coin in your hand spreads, the people of the forest come from everywhere to hunt you, at that time do you think you will be able to survive? I found her tone terribly harsh, but thinking about it, it made sense. Tu Huin was indeed a famous person in Tra Vinh, but in fact, she was only middle-ranked, so she had no strength to fight against the whole group. Tu Huin probably thought the same as me, he snorted and said. Then please stay and take care of Uncle Bei, anyway, you're not feeling well. 7 losers had been silent all this time, but now they scratched their heads, smiled foolishly and said, Yes, okay, I don't know anything either. I love seeing Bei like that, he is exactly like his name, Bei is a failure, he lives a meaningful life but is so stupid, always being imposed by others, even though this is good for him. But if anything happens in the future, who knows? Then the whole group decided, I would go down first, Tu Huyen followed, and the lieutenant and Ms. Mai would go last. The loud crying sound that had been there was no longer there, but as soon as I climbed down into the cave, that crying sound rang out again. The torch was still burning brightly on the ground. The light shining on the yellow corpse made it appear as if it were still alive. The booming sound also echoed loudly as if warning us. I bent down to pick up the torch and looked back in the direction where I saw the silhouettes of 2 children. Now that I could see clearly, I could only see 2 small jars. The screeching sound suddenly stopped, but it still lingered in my head for a while. I stood motionless waiting for the other 3 to come down. As soon as the midfielder climbed down, his feet touched the ground and hooked the rope to dangle on one side. The guy said, "That means, help me tie up the body." I was stunned and asked again, "Why tie up the body?" The lieutenant said, "The ancient customs of the graves meant we didn't actually do anything, but by tying up the body, it was easier to pick up the person's belongings. Just imagine going into a living person's house to steal things. The homeowner sees you coming in, you have to tie him up before you can take the things away." I couldn't help but laugh at the central talent's words. I didn't say anything, took a rope, and walked with the lieutenant to the body. The referee then gave me a pair of gloves. "Put it on, don't let the breath of the dead touch you." I understood, so I immediately put on gloves. I grabbed the corpse's golden hand and bent it upside down, but as soon as I touched it, it was as hard as stone. Even though the skin was still elastic, no matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't move my hand. Looking at the commander, I saw that he was frowning like me. Tu Huyen and Ms. Mai also came down at this time. Ms. Mai immediately asked, "What are you guys doing?" Tu Huyen said, "Let him do whatever he wants, why bother asking so much? As long as he takes out the black coin, that's fine." Ms. Mai said, "If I ask, what the hell do those people have to do with you?" Tu Huyen says, "But you said." "I can't stand you two being in this place and still arguing." I shouted, "Shut up you two for me." The sound continued for a while in the cave, then gradually the atmosphere of silence returned. Trung Tai shook his head and said, "It's difficult, this corpse is suspected to be in trouble. Now if you dare to take the risk, cut open your stomach and get the black copper, so you don't have to be tied up anymore." Hearing the words, stomach surgery, I immediately stiffened, my heart beat loudly. I didn't know if I had heard wrong or why I was doing abdominal surgery. I immediately asked, "Eviscerate? What does that mean?" Suddenly disemboweled. Tu Huyen nodded and answered me, "Yeah, it's disemboweling the corpse. To train Tien Lin Kai to the final level, the practitioner must swallow the black copper. The only way is to cut open the corpse, dig out the intestines to find the black copper." I turned to look at Ms. Mai standing behind Tu Huyen, under the blazing torchlight. Her face was strangely calm. I thought she would be pale and trembling like I am right now. I stammered and said, "Why, you guys, didn't say anything from the beginning?" Tu Huyen turned his old fox face to me and smiled and said, "I thought you knew." I was now angry and said, "If you know me, you know, the person is dead and you guys are still cutting open his stomach and pulling out his intestines." Imagining the scene, the yellow corpse being disemboweled, with all its intestines exposed, makes my head ache. Trung Tai said with a serious face, "Fuck, do you want Bei to live now? Do you want to live to reunite with your daughter? Tell me, this will save you, the dead can't be resurrected, why do you care?" I heard Tu Huyen mention his daughter and Bei, sighed and said nothing. Then 3 guys, put on gloves. Tu Huyen says, "You and Trung, hold on tightly to the body, while I cut open the stomach and pull out the black copper. The plan was just that. Trung Tai and I carried the body and placed it on the floor so that it lay on its back. The two boys tried their best to hold the body tightly. Tu Huin took the jungle knife and slashed it from a point an inch away from his navel down to his lower body. As soon as the knife was stabbed, yellow fluid flowed out from the stab wound. The stench made my nose dizzy, and the thick yellow liquid flowed a lot at once. Only when Tu Huin opened the abdomen did he see that there were no internal organs in that abdomen. Just a thick yellow liquid floating in the abdominal cavity. I also don't see any black copper. I couldn't stand it anymore. I looked away. At this time, looking in all directions, Ms. Mai was nowhere to be seen. Tu Huin suddenly spoke up. "Boy, what are you looking at? You tilt your body and pour out the fluid." I heard Tu Huin say that, so I bent down and tried to take advantage, and together with Trung Tai, tilted the body to one side. The thick yellow liquid slowly flowed out. This liquid flowed out. Not long after it touched the air, it turned into a thick black color. Tu Huin's knife looked back now and was corroded by that disgusting black water and wanted to flow out. Tu Huin looked at the knife and trembled. "That's terrible, my mother. If she eats the knife, it will break." Suddenly I heard the sound of metal hitting the floor. The three boys looked back and saw that the so-called black copper finally came out through the thick yellow water. I saw it was a small stone, rough but shiny black. The stone was about the size of a big toe. Looking at the black stone, I suddenly felt like I had seen it somewhere before, but now I couldn't remember. Tu Huin quickly picked it up, smiled and said, "Finally, it's here." He immediately took out a bandana to wipe off the yellow liquid that was gradually turning black, clinging to the black copper. Then he threw away the towel and took a white cloth from his pocket. I saw that there was some kind of charm drawn on the cloth, probably prepared by Tu Huin in advance. Now that they had gotten the black coin, they all breathed a sigh of relief, so this trip was much faster and safer than what they had planned. I suddenly thought about seeing my daughter again, smiling to myself. The whole group decided to stand up and call Ms. Mai back. Just as I stood up, there was an "ah" sound. It was from Ms. Mai. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. Then I saw Ms. Mai standing right near two small jars in the corner of the cave. Ms. Mai looked at us with a frightened face, speechless, pointing at the cave wall. Tu Huin cursed. "Damn it, what else?" The whole group went to Ms. Mai, who said, "You guys watch." Looking in the direction Ms. Mai pointed, she saw another small cave on the cave wall. The torchlight could not penetrate inside, as if the entire cave was a black hole, swallowing all the light. The midfielder calmly said, "Is there anything?" "Just another cave." Ms. Mai shook her head vigorously and said, "No, just now, I saw the silhouettes of two children crawling into this cave." I shook my head. "Let it go, I got the black coin, what do you care about?" Trung Tai nodded. "Yes, Nia is right, you got what you needed, get out, let the devil go wherever he goes." Tu Huin was silent. The guy slowly walked back to the hole, the lieutenant commander and I also turned away. Ms. Mai suddenly ran forward and said, "Let me go first, I don't want to go last anymore." Feeling the crowd laugh, Tu Huin said happily, "Okay, you go first." Ms. Mai immediately climbed up, her movements were very quick. After a while, the whole group also went up, I went last. Just as he climbed near the edge of the hole, he heard Tu Huin curse. "You motherfucker, you're deceitful." As soon as I poked my head out of the hole, I saw an unbelievable sight before my eyes. Ms. Mai held a pistol in one hand and pointed it at Bei's head, while in the other hand she held the rollerblade that Tu Huin had stolen from Ms. Mai before, now pointing it at Tu Huin's group. She saw me, looked down from above and said, "Mr. Nia, I quite like you, but unfortunately this is business, just business, so please go back down that hole for me." I silently cursed this girl's mother, but it turned out that Tu Huin had guessed his intentions correctly. I didn't say anything, just coldly snorted and still stood still, staring at Ms. Mai. "Go down quickly, otherwise your brother Bei will get shot." I looked at Tu Huin and Trung Tai, the two guys also stood silently. I had no choice but to crawl back into the cave. Down in the cave, I heard Ms. Mai say above, "Now each person takes turns climbing down." I stood in the cave, my heart was about to bleed. That little girl really didn't expect it to be so ferocious. I couldn't put it into words, my heart wanted to burst. A moment later, we also saw Tu Huin, Trung Tai, and Bei defeated climbing down one after another. The rope was then cut and fell to the ground. Before Ms. Mai left, she turned around and said, "It's just business." For guys in the cave, everyone was angry and wanted to spit blood. Tu Huin and Trung Tai cursed the most rude and cruel curses possible, but Trung Tai was probably the most inhibited, he said. "If I catch that girl, I will chew her flesh." Bei and I just stood still, looking at Bei's stupid face. Perhaps this is the first time he knows what the human heart is like. Suddenly the wind whistled through the mouth of the hole, and a child's cry echoed from a corner of the cave. I heard crying and shivered. The surrounding air was thick again. At this time, Bei coughed a few times, then spit out a mouthful of black phlegm. His face turned blue. I looked at Tu Huin and Trung Tai, both of them looked like they were killing gods, probably still very angry. The problem now is to think of a way to escape the cave as soon as possible, and to find the black copper. Bei only has about 2 days left to live. When I think about it, I feel like my heart is on fire and the situation becomes even more urgent. But now there was nothing, for guys, no food or drink, only 2 machetes and a dagger, the same rope that had been cut and fell, and the only light was 2 torches. The one I picked up earlier was one of Tu Huin's. Don't know how to get out of here. I looked up at the hole, it was about 5 meters away. I sighed and sat thinking about how to get out. Tu Huin and Trung Tai stopped cursing at this point. The two of them were probably thinking silently. I really wanted to be quiet, but I couldn't. The baby's wailing sounds were like a mist, sometimes hidden and sometimes present. It echoed in my ears, as if I was hallucinating. I sighed, suddenly remembering the 2 jars in the corner of the room, wondering what they contained. But because I was partly curious and partly thinking that maybe there was something useful to help me get out of here, I called Bei. "Hey, look at those 2 jars over there." Under the flickering torchlight, the shadows of 2 jars printed on the cave wall flickered. Looking normally there was nothing. But in this scene, I feel like it has some strange shape. Straight Bei turned around and told me, "There's something there." I shrugged and said, "I don't know, I'll come with you and open it and see." The midfielder glared at me in the background and said, "Don't be crazy, in these places, you can easily die if you do anything nonsense." Tu Huin frowned and said, "Yes, sit still and think about how to get out of this place." I looked up at the cave ceiling. The small hole was in the middle of the cave ceiling. There was nowhere to hold on to climb up. There's nothing around that can be climbed on either. I shook my head in boredom and saw the rope. I say, "Try tying a torch and throwing it up." Tu Huin smiled. At this moment his smile seemed very depressed. The midfielder suddenly said, "It's difficult, but just try it." Having said that, I was just about to put out the torch. Tu Huin stopped him and said, "Take those shin bones over there." Having finished speaking, he pointed towards a pile of dry bones in the corner of the cave. I came, closed my eyes, took a large leg bone, and tied it to a rope. I tried my best to fight, but every time I didn't touch the wall of the grave, it was because the long bone had no center of gravity and flew away. After throwing it more than a dozen times, I was already sweating profusely. When it was the midfielder's turn, he threw very well, but was in the same situation as me. After fighting 5 or 6 times, the bone finally got stuck across the hole. The lieutenant tried to tug on the rope, it seemed sturdy. The guy tried to swing his body up, he could swing halfway when the bone couldn't stand it and broke in half. It's true, although the bones are strong, after a very long time, of course they no longer have any solidity. Needless to say, Tu Huin is good at everything, but whenever you ask him to touch anything that has the words throw or fight in it, he is helpless. That's why he just smiled and said nothing. The whole group couldn't help but sit quietly, think for a moment, take a breath, and then think about it again. I looked at the 2 jars again, this time deciding to open them to see what was inside. I stood up and called Bei Boy to come with me. The 2 guys were about to open the lids of 2 small jars. Tu Huin and Trung Tai both looked at him, but didn't say a word. I slowly approached the 2 jars, suddenly heard a rustling sound, then nothing. I stood in front of 2 jars and was about to open the lid to take a look when I looked sideways into the pitch-black cave. Suddenly feeling cold, in the cave I saw 2 silhouettes of children standing motionless, as if they were observing our every move from that dark cave. Bei hasn't seen me move my hand yet and he hasn't done it yet. I whispered to Bei, "Look into the cave and see." Straight Bei turned his head to look. Suddenly those 2 shadows ran into the dark area. I thought to myself that there were indeed children in here. I turned around and called Tu Huin and the lieutenant. "You two, come here and see." Tu Huin and Trung Tru had frowning faces and slowly approached. 4 people stood in front of the dark cave entrance. I say. Inside the cave just now there were the silhouettes of 2 children. Tu Huin and Trung Tai frowned at the same time. Tu Huin says, "What are you looking at to see 2 children?" I told. "I swear to you, just now there was clearly a shadow of a person, short and short, but it was too dark, the torchlight couldn't reach it. I only see the beginning, not the whole thing." Tu Huin scratched his head, sighed and said, "Damn, I don't know if it's a ghost or a ghost anymore." The midfielder suddenly had a pensive face, he stuck out his tongue and took a few breaths, looking very strange. Then, the lieutenant said, "This place will have a path to the outside. From inside the cave, a very light stream of air will blow, ensuring this place is connected to the outside. Should I go now, or what?" Knowing there was a chance, of course Bei and I both agreed. Tu Huin says, "Yeah, let's go, but what to do now?" I looked back at the pillar of light shining down from the hole. It must be midday already, I just hope to get out of this place soon. I sighed and looked at Bei, his face was full of worry. I reassured him. "Let's go, let's get out of the cave and go find that deceitful girl and get the black coin back. You'll be fine, trust me." Bei smiled and said nothing. I turned to look at Trung Tu and Tu Huin and said, "Let's go." Tu Huin and I carried torches and went in, passing through the jagged crack in the cave wall. The wall is extra for 1 person to pass through. I went ahead and just entered the dark cave. The torchlight shone in and saw that the cave was very large. The torchlight could not illuminate the entire cave, so I guessed that the two children were probably hiding somewhere. A moment later, Tu Huyen, Bei Vang and Trung Tai also entered. Two bright torches also made the cave somewhat clearer. The group slowly groped along the cave wall. They saw countless talismans drawn on the cave, and a drawing of a strange animal, but partly because of the swaying torchlight, it was difficult to see, and over the years, the drawings had changed. It's fading so I can't see it clearly. I thought to myself, I didn't expect there to be so many hidden things in Cam Mountain. It's true that if you haven't been to a place you can't know, you can't believe it if you haven't seen it with your own eyes. We walked for a while, then heard a loud noise coming from behind. Immediately the four guys turned around to look, then the oozing sound stopped again. The torchlight can only illuminate about 2 or 3 meters, no further. I had a premonition that there weren't just the four of us here, there was something else. I looked at Tu Huyen and saw beads of sweat on his forehead. Midwin and 7 losers are no better, everyone is under extreme stress. At this time, Tu Huyen said, "Let's move on." Going a little further, Tu Huyen suddenly held me back. He trembled and pointed forward, he said. "Look closely for me, is there someone over there?" I looked in the direction of Tu Huyen's hand, and suddenly my heart was beating loudly. In front of us, about 4 meters away from us, a pale human face appeared. Make sure it was a human face, not an illusion. The expressionless face loomed in the darkness, the torchlight was just bright enough to see the person. I don't understand why there are people here. Just as they opened their mouths to speak, their faces retreated into the darkness. I was just about to run after him, when I immediately heard a loud scream. It was Bei's voice shouting right behind me. I immediately turned around, and the last image I saw was only Bei's struggling legs being dragged into the darkness. My blood froze in an instant, I didn't know what the hell was going on in this dark cave. I immediately took the torch and chased after him. Trung Tai and Tu Huyen are also right behind. All 3 of them took out their weapons. Bei's screams kept echoing throughout the cave, I couldn't determine where he was. After running for a while, I heard a scream again, but it wasn't from Bei. I immediately determined the direction and ran towards the source of the squealing sound. In the dark cave, the 3 of us could not know where we were, we could only follow the sound and head towards it. After walking for a while, I suddenly saw that the atmosphere was strangely silent. All 3 of us tried to be quiet to hear the noise. I cursed silently in my heart, the enemy was in the dark and I was in the light, it was extremely disadvantageous. Around the cave, we occasionally encountered a few small jars like the first 2 jars we encountered, but the problem now was not to wonder what was inside, but to get out of here. The 3 of us stood in silence for a while. The only thing left in the space was the thud 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 of our hearts beating. At this time, if a needle drops, you can hear it clearly. I calmed myself down and tried to listen to Bei's movements. But my ears kept ringing with the sound of blood flowing through my veins. Suddenly I heard a thud. Tu Huyen stood in front of me when something like a long tongue shot out from the darkness, curled around the guy's head, and then pulled him down into the darkness. The torch in Tu Huyen's hand fell to the ground. Immediately followed by the sound of the machete cutting into the air, followed by a flash of fire as the machete cut into the rock. It happened so fast, I was about to reach out to grab Tu Huyen's leg but saw him being dragged more than 3 meters away. Only the sound of gurgling and the sound of limbs kicking and hitting the ground could be heard. The lieutenant jumped up, grabbed the torch that had just fallen to the ground, and ran after him. I also sat up quickly and ran after the commander. Up ahead, there was no trace of Tu Huyen left, only the sound of a body being dragged to the ground, and the gurgling sound of the guy. The two of them ran for a while, then caught up with Tu Huin and saw him being dragged to the ground, constantly struggling, both hands reaching up to his neck to try to remove something that was wrapped around him. Running a little further, I saw that tongue pulling Tu Huin up the cave wall. The commander quickly threw the knife and pinned it to his tongue. Suddenly, I heard the sound of crying from all around. I threw the torch in front of me and rushed forward to grab Tu Huin's legs. The midfielder also rushed in to hold back. The pulling force of that tongue was so strong that I grabbed Tu Huin's leg and was pulled up as well. I tried to hold on, trying to climb to the tongue. He intended to use a machete to cut off his tongue to save Tu Huin, but if he didn't do it quickly, he wouldn't be able to stand it, he would choke to death. I reached up and grabbed his waist. My legs were wandering, but luckily I stepped on a piece of rock sticking out. That's it, I used all my strength to swing my legs, throw my body up and then put the machete firmly on the tongue. Just listen to it once. The tongue was not completely severed but just loose, but fortunately it released Tu Huin. All three dropped the bag to the ground. I quickly went back to see how Tu Huin was doing. Luckily he was still alive. Coughing for a while. The midfielder also sat up awkwardly and went to get the two torches. Looking closely, I saw a red mark on Tu Huin's neck. I gasped and said, "Are you okay, Mr. Tu?" Tu Huin's face was clearly scared. While rubbing his neck, he whispered incomprehensibly, "Mom, run quickly and come back now." After saying that, he coughed again. I told, "Mom, can you stand?" Tu Huin whispered again, "Oh yeah, okay." After speaking, he tried to stand up, but had to kneel down once or twice before standing up completely. The midfielder interjected, "Okay, let's go quickly. Bei doesn't know whether he will live or die now. I bet he is also entangled with his tongue." While speaking, the commander shouted, "Get up quickly." Hearing the lieutenant's scream, Tu Huin and I immediately stood up and looked back. Again we saw a pale white face, but this time the mouth was full of blood. The face showed no emotion, just staring at the three guys. The commander was extremely fast, holding the machete and rushing straight towards that face. In the blink of an eye, it retreated back into the darkness. No trace was seen, only the sound of metal falling to the dry ground could be heard. "I say, what the hell is that?" the lieutenant said. "Dare to be Tian Lin Kai. I'm not familiar with these things, so I won't say anything." The commander slowly approached and picked up the machete, then the three of them groped forward again, at which point they heard a high-pitched cough. I was quickly happy, I knew it was Bei. The group walked towards the source of the sound. After walking for a while, they saw a shadow of a person lying on the ground. I quickly ran closer. It was indeed Bei. But his face turned purple, blood flowed from one shoulder, and the corner of his mouth kept spitting out a bunch of black, fishy substance. Near it were several broken jars, inside were crawling with red worms. These worms were all over Bei's body, sucking blood. I quickly raised my hand to brush those strange worms to the ground and crushed them. I infected Bei. "Bai, what's wrong with you?" Bei opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. Tu Huin and Trung Tai, both of their faces showed fear. Bei's whole body was cold. His eyes rolled back, he tried to mumble something. I told, "You better try, damn it, you better." I quickly hugged Bei and sat up. Suddenly he patted my shoulder and tried to point his hand up as if it was stiff. I immediately raised my head and immediately saw above. Thanks to the torchlight, I saw that the ceiling of the cave was only 4 or 5 meters high, and above me was a naked girl. The stomach was torn apart by countless vines. The girl's whole body was stuck to the cliff. Looking closely, you could see countless tree roots growing under her skin. From inside the stomach sprouted two large vines, about the size of a human head. I looked at that thing in horror. Suddenly, two large vines moved. I knew something bad was about to happen, so I quickly hugged Bei. When I looked back, I saw that he had stopped breathing. Tu Huyen and Trung Tai, as well as me, knew that if we didn't get out of this place as quickly as possible, we would most likely have no lives left. I saw that Bei was dead. My heart was so painful. Losing a brother, I couldn't bear it. But I still tried to hold back, hugged Bei's body and tried to run to that place. Who would have thought that as soon as I carried Bei's body up, suddenly from left and right, two pale faces appeared, both with fresh blood on their mouths. I looked at Tu Huyen and Trung Tai. Their faces were all pale, no blood left. Two faces now approached. Only then did I see that it was not a human being, but a monstrous thing. Those were two children's corpses, pierced by a vine from their anus. At this moment, I was horrified and realized that this magician who trained Tian Lin was extremely cruel. This is the Tian Lin Kai amulet, combined with controlling corpse wormwood. Legend has it that there is a very evil species of wormwood called Keen Nanai. Cultivating this wormwood can be used to control corpses, commanding the corpse to work as a servant for the wormwood cultivator. If the person who practices wormwood is not profound, he will certainly be driven crazy by wormwood. And this wormwood seed is very evil, so no one cultivates it. The wormwood master saw this seed and burned it instead of letting it live. Who would have thought that here we would encounter the strangest thing in this world? Tian Lin Kai needs the souls of two fetuses, one male and one female. If they are twins, even better, and the talisman in this cave has trained Tian Lin Kai from a pair of twins. Perhaps not satisfied, the old man embalmed the mother's body in the morbid corpse, and then practiced this strange and mixed talisman thing. I thought and felt cold. I didn't expect that in this world such a thing would happen. There are people that cruel like that. But it was urgent. I couldn't sit back and feel sorry for myself, so I quickly picked up the machete. Carrying Bei's body on his back, he intended to rush out and kill to open a way to escape. Tu Huyen's hand holding the machete was also trembling. The lieutenant seemed to be in the best mood among the three people right now. The three looked at each other. Tu Huyen said, "Run." Immediately, the three of them rushed to run as fast as they could, and saw the faces of two vines opening their throats, shooting out long tongues that were about to engulf us. I just saw the tongue coming in front of me and leaned over to avoid it. But because she was carrying Bei's body, her movement slowed down, and she was immediately jerked away by the tongue that wrapped around her waist. At this time, Tu Huyen ran up with a torch in one hand and a machete in the other, slashing his tongue very hard. From the tongue spewed out a green liquid. I didn't care, I kept running. The lieutenant also had a tongue from the other head entangled in his hand, but he was very quick and cut off a tongue. Every time that happened, I heard a terrifying scream. Right now I don't know where I get the strength from to run tirelessly. The three of us tried to run as fast as we could, running along the cave wall for a while when suddenly we heard the sound of running water. The midfielder laughed loudly. "Damn it, I'm out, I'm out." But things are not as simple as people think. That thing has definitely not been fed for a long time. Now that it sees a living person, it is easy to ignore. The two vines with that person's face are growing very close to our group. There's no mistake about cutting this thing with a knife, only if you're lucky enough to burn it to the ground. But now there is nothing to burn, there are only two torches that are almost burned out, so I have to put my head down and run as fast as I can. The more I ran, the clearer I heard the gurgling sound of water. I suddenly had more energy and ran quickly, but unexpectedly, while running, I tripped over a stone. Carrying Bei's body was heavy and I lost my balance. I fell to the ground and rolled around 3 or 4 times. Tu Huyen and Trung Tai said at the same time, "Fuck you." Opening my eyes, I saw 2 pale faces that were less than 2 inches away from mine. I didn't have any weapons in my hand. Tu Huyen and Lieutenant Commander were only 2 meters away, and couldn't come to my rescue in time. I suddenly remembered the tiger's fawn, quickly pulled it out, and stabbed straight into the vine with that person's face. Stabbed twice in a row. The squeal was deafening. The vine immediately retracted. The expressionless face loomed in the darkness. The torchlight was just bright enough to be able to see that person. I don't understand why there are people here. Just as they opened their mouths to speak, their faces retreated into the darkness. I was just about to run after him, when I immediately heard a loud scream. It was Bei's voice shouting right behind me. I immediately turned around, and the last image I saw was only Bei's struggling legs being dragged into the darkness. Opening my eyes, I saw 2 pale faces that were less than 2 inches away from mine. I didn't have any weapons in my hand. Tu Huyen and Lieutenant Commander were only 2 meters away, and couldn't come to my rescue in time. I suddenly remembered the tiger's fawn, quickly pulled it out, and stabbed straight into the vine with that person's face. Stabbed twice in a row. The squeal was deafening. The vine immediately retracted. Seeing that the vine had retracted, I immediately turned over. The lieutenant and Tu Huyen also immediately rushed to protect him. I lifted Bei onto my shoulders and ran toward the sound of running water. Tu Huyen ran in front, Lieutenant Commander ran behind. The 2 of them ran and watched. The 3 of us ran for a while and came very close to the sound of running water. Before I could rejoice, the vine with the other person's head appeared in front of me. This time it aimed at Tu Huyen, who was walking in front. This guy is truly a gangster who doesn't know how to fear the sky or the earth. He seemed crazy, picked up a machete, screamed, then rushed forward and chopped half of the other man's head off, green water spraying everywhere. I was secretly happy. The head was split in half. I could clearly see the human skull. The squeal sounded terrifying, but this time the thing did not retreat. It rushed forward and hit Tu Huyen straight in the stomach. I couldn't believe that this old enchanter could practice to the point of turning Control Corps Nai and Tien Lin Kai into living and risk-taking entities like this. Suddenly, I heard a woman's cries and complaints. The space at this time was strangely chaotic, with the screams of children and the cries of women. The whole air was thick with a tragic and terrible smell. Tu Huyen was knocked to the ground. He immediately scrambled to sit up. He held the torch, swung it sideways, and hit his head, causing it to twist to one side. The firelight swayed, making the light sometimes bright and sometimes dim. I just saw a crazy guy holding a machete and slashing continuously at the vine. The midfielder did not hesitate anymore and rushed in to chop and slash. The mixed screams and cries became louder and louder, more and more miserable. The cry was like the sound of a wife crying in mourning, the sound of a child crying for a mother, extremely pitiful. I shouted loudly, "Run away, why cut it?" As soon as I finished speaking, I immediately heard a pop sound. The second vine knocked Trung Tu to a corner. As soon as it knocked Trung Tu, it also tried to sweep Tu Huyen. Who would have thought that Tu Huyen was already angry, turned around and grabbed the machete to chop off the head of the second vine. Another loud squeal. Suddenly, the entire cave shook like an earthquake. Large stones fell from the ceiling of the cave, causing dust to fly. The scene began to get dark. The light from the 2 torches was now only dim, eventually no longer visible. With a few loud bangs, several rocks fell from the ceiling of the cave right next to me. Soil and sand were flying everywhere. Screams, screams, and falling rocks mixed into a terrifying cacophony. My whole body trembled because of the earthquake. I quickly picked up Bay and didn't know where to run. I shouted, "Fresh! Nia, where are you? Nia!" It's Two Winds language, but now I really don't know where it came from. Now all I have to think about is getting out of this place with all my life. I thought about immediately finding the underground stream. I still scream. "Two, where are you?" Two Winds' voice screamed in response. I couldn't hear it clearly. "Means you. Ah." Immediately after that, there was a strong shaking. Hearing Two Winds' "ah" sound, I knew something was wrong with him. But in this panic, looking around in all directions, there was only the sound of falling rocks and dust flying everywhere. Suddenly I saw a light flashing like a fire in a corner. I was quickly happy and tried to carry Bay and run quickly towards the fire. After running for a while, I heard a loud noise from above and felt like a large rock had just fallen right in front of me. I was shaking. If I had run any faster I would have died. But in the current situation, there is no time to be afraid anymore. Suddenly, the sound of running water became clearer. The flickering firelight was probably Trung Tai and Two Winds' group. I thought those two must have found a way out. I ran and shouted, "Tu oi, Trung oi." Running alone was tiring. Carrying Bay's defeated body made me run even slower. My thighs were terribly sore at this time, and my lips were covered in salty sweat. I screamed until I coughed, but no one responded. I ran a little further and heard the loud sound of running water. I had more motivation. After running a few more steps, I lost my footing. Falling straight down, my chest wanted to jump out. I tried to hold Bay tightly to me, telling myself that because of me, this tragic ending happened to him. Originally it was the youngest child, now it's dead, so even if I have to crush it, I still have to keep its body safe. After falling for a few seconds, I heard a boom sound. My whole body felt cold. It turned out that I had lost my footing and fell into the underground stream. I panicked and struggled to get up. This underground stream has a dim light, not dark like the cave before. I stood up and suddenly cursed out loud. "You left me, Bay boy." I looked around in panic, only to see that Bay Troy's body was stuck on a small rock protruding from the wall. The current was not very strong, flowing steadily, but because of my shallow strength, I had to try my best to swim 3 meters upstream to free Bay. As soon as I arrived, I quickly reached out and tore off the piece of shirt stuck to the rock. Suddenly, Bay's head, which was lying face down in the water, popped up. I was startled. Out of reflex, I punched him straight in the face. Bay jumped backwards. It coughed and choked. I was scared when I saw that it was already dead. I suddenly became wary and suddenly took out the tiger's fang and waved it in front of its face. At this time, Bay raised his hand to stroke his face. Under the dim blue light, his face was pale, his eyes were deep set, his face seemed to be nearly 10 years older. He rubbed his eyes, then spoke. "Mr. Nia." I glared at it, still holding the tiger's fang in front of my face, but when I heard it call out, "Mr. Nia," twice, in a silly but emotional tone, I couldn't hide it. I couldn't bear the emotion and retracted the tiger's fang. Jumped forward and hugged it. The two guys are still drifting slowly along the water. I hugged it and cried. "I thought you were dead." Bay also cried so much he couldn't say anything. Suddenly from afar I heard the rumbling sound of the waterfall. The speed of the water was also increasing day by day. I suddenly woke up, the two guys were about to rush down the waterfall. In an instant, the red sunset light blinded my eyes, and the underground stream slowly widened to about 2 or 3 meters wide. Not long after, my seventh son and I fell out of the stream. As soon as I was carried out by the current, I rushed into the water. His whole body hit several large rocks, causing terrible pain, so he immediately drank several sips of water. Fortunately, the stream is not high and falls straight down from above, otherwise it would not have been safe. I tried to swim up, but my whole body was exhausted and I couldn't move. Suddenly something grabbed my hand. I was startled and drank a lot of water, looking back to see someone pulling me to shore. When I got to the shore, I regained my composure and looked closely and saw that it was Trung Tai. I was very happy. The guy had also escaped from the cave. I wondered where Tu Huyen was. When I got to the shore, I lay down on the ground, whispering without a sound. Save Bay. The midfielder turned his head to look back, then looked at me and said, "It's okay, it was brought up by Tu Huyen." Looking closely, I saw Tu Huyen holding Bay's hand and dragging him to shore. Suddenly I heard Tu Huyen shout, "Fuck it." As soon as he yelled, he jumped back. After the midfielder looked back, he was also stunned. He turned his head towards me, glared and said, Is it alive?" As soon as Bay was pulled ashore, he choked and coughed a few times. Lieutenant Commander and Tu Huyen did not know that it was still alive, so they were surprised. Tu Huyen immediately turned around and shouted loudly, "It's still alive, my dear." Looking at Trung Tai and Tu Huyen's tense faces, I laughed loudly, then sighed and said, "Yeah, it's alive." The midfielder, as if he didn't believe it, said, "What does that mean?" "I thought it was bitten to death." Tu Huyen also ran back, staring at me. "It's not dead, mother, I thought it was bitten to death by that demon in there." I sighed. "Me too, I don't understand why it doesn't die anymore." Tu Huyen and Trung Tai nodded. They probably knew that even if I wanted to ask anything more now, I wouldn't be able to. I lay there for a while to regain my strength, then Tu Huyen said, "Are you okay? Can you go?" I say, "Yeah, okay. I understand that the situation is urgent, the farther away from this place the better. I myself don't want to be here, so I have to force myself to sit up." I went to Bay and asked him if he could continue. Bay said, "I'm fine, I still have strength, let's go, I'm so chilled." Hearing that, I was happy, but I felt very uneasy. A day had passed, there was less than a day left before that corpse gas would kill Bay. I thought about it and felt sad. There are still many questions I want to ask him, but now is not the time. Let's figure it out when we get out of this place. The four guys went looking for a shortcut down to the foot of the mountain. It was nearly midnight when the moon hung overhead before returning to the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. Actually, there is no way to go down to the foot of the mountain, but Tu Huyen said that if you go back to the original parking spot, you might find some clues. I don't know what he's talking about as a clue, but if you go there, from there you can go to the closer road. Unexpectedly, the four guys had just gone down to the foot of the mountain and were surprised to see two jeeps still there. One had been turned sideways, the other had its frame burned black. Nearby, a large tree fell, blocking the path. Tu Huyen immediately signaled the group to stop, quickly hid in some nearby bushes, observing the movement. Tu Huyen was originally cautious, but when he suddenly saw an incident like this, he naturally became even more wary. Waiting for a while without seeing anything, the four guys slowly approached. At a glance, the lieutenant said, "New footprints, not long ago, just last night." Looking at the corpse, I was surprised. The corpse had punctured intestines, internal organs were spilling out from the lungs, and the carpet was so vast that flies were all over it. When I got closer and looked at it, I almost fell over. This corpse was the corpse of the old black man we met in front of the cave entrance. I started to feel strange. Why is this old man here? I looked around and saw charms falling all over the ground. Tu Huin says. Something good happened. I turned around and saw Trung Tai and Tu Huin sitting on their haunches, looking at the ground and then looking at the edge of the forest at the foot of the mountain. I ask, "What is up?" Tu Huin said. The Mai was injured. It ran towards the edge of the forest on the other side. Seven and I ran back to look, only to see human footprints on the grass, surrounded by drops of blood on the grass. I thought to myself, it was as if Mai was chased here by a tiger, fighting with the tiger, but that girl was fully armed, and besides, there was no way the tiger could take down both cars. I ask, "So, can you two figure out anything when looking at this scene?" The midfielder took a quick look and said, "This old guy is definitely a magician. You can tell by looking around. This guy even knows the tiger control technique." Tu Huin grimaced. "Mom, so the original tiger was sent by this old guy." As he spoke, the lieutenant went to the old man's body. He used his hands to swim around the pile of intestines that were sticking out, then felt around the body, and finally removed the body's shirt. The midfielder laughed. "Here, you three come here." I, Bei defeated, and Tu Huin immediately approached and saw that the old man had 3 or 4 bullets in his chest. Tu Huin now said, "I gradually understand. I didn't expect that girl to be so terrible." I nodded. Tu Huin was indeed right. But the situation is still extremely unclear and I don't know how to arrange it properly, so I'm not in a hurry to draw any conclusions. Now we have to follow Mai's trail into the forest to find it, and getting the black coin back is important. The midfielder stood up and said, "Go, that girl can't go far." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a tiger's roar rang out. "The car containing the belongings is still there, no problem." The 4 guys took weapons and water and started moving towards the edge of the dark forest, following Miss Mai's footsteps. Entering the dark forest, above the golden moonlight spread like silk on the forest. In the distance, there was a tiger roar, which could not help but make everyone's hair stand on end. Walking through the forest is dangerous, but walking through the forest at night is even more dangerous. There are times when scorpions and poisonous insects crawl under our feet, and there are times when snakes and centipedes hang above our heads. Not to mention the poisonous wormwood that grows wild. The path is dangerous, fallen trees block the path, and the mud sticks to your feet. So all 4 decided to think again about tonight at the edge of the forest. Going into the forest at night would only lead to death. Tu Huin and I went to collect some dry cots. Trung Tai and Bei defeated searched the jeep for anything else to eat. We all camped overnight, divided into shifts to keep watch. At night in the forest, the sound of crickets moaning, the sound of jackals howling. More birds chirping. The sound is extremely mixed. After that night, early the next morning the group entered the forest. After walking for a while, Tu Huin stopped and lay flat on the ground. He looked intently for a while then stood up and said, "Turn right." The group continued walking. There are sections going deep inside, the terrain is swampy, making it extremely difficult to traverse. Every once in a while, there's the sound of an owl chirping, sounding like someone is crying. After walking for a while, Tu Huin stopped and complained, "Mom, this girl is really not ordinary. It took a lot of effort on the way to find any traces. Once we got here, there were no traces left." Not long after the group stopped, they suddenly heard a rustling sound from the other side of the forest. The four people immediately held their machetes and daggers and were on high alert. I hid behind a guard, standing next to Trung Tai, Bay Bat and Tu Huyen standing on the right side. A moment later, the rustling sound approached, and at this moment someone said, "Stop, there's someone." The voice was very small, like a mosquito chirping, but because it was quiet, I could hear it. Looking at the commander, I saw his face tense. I frowned and looked. The commander put his index finger to his mouth to signal silence. Then I heard light footsteps approaching. I looked at Tu Huyen again and was surprised to see him disappear, leaving only Bei standing alone looking up at the tree. I also looked up and saw Tu Huyen's dark shadow sitting on a tree branch. He waved his hand to signal something, but because it was backlit I couldn't see anything. Suddenly I saw the shadow of the lieutenant standing next to me and rushed up, grabbed me by the collar and pulled me along. I was surprised but didn't dare to speak up. Immediately after that, he heard two thumps and turned his head to see two silhouettes appearing from the left. The tree where the lieutenant commander and I were standing just now had two marks cut into it by a machete. At this moment there was laughter and saying, "So it's Fat Year." I was so scared that my face turned pale. Just as I was about to pick up the machete and cut it, the commander behind me grabbed my shoulder and pulled me back. Turning to look at Bei, I saw that he had already run to the commander's side. Suddenly someone spoke up. "Who are you?" Tu Huyen dropped down from the tree, approached and said, "This is an acquaintance, it's Tu Huyen, uncle. We've been doing business together for a while and don't remember." Tu Huyen now approached, smiling face standing in front of the two guys. The commander just stared quietly and said nothing. I glanced at Bay Bat and saw him holding the machete and trembling. "When you calm down, look closely and see. A naked guy. The body is muscular and large, it is about 8 feet tall, with 3 or 4 scars on its chest like a centipede. It has a large tiger tattooed on its 3 right sides. The tiger is lifelike and is ready to pounce on its prey. The word king is tattooed above it. Long pants with cargo pockets, hanging on the belt are 2 military daggers. It holds a shiny black machete. The other guy, dressed properly, is also smaller than the other guy. He was wearing a backpack and holding a machete in one hand. The other 2 guys, the big guy is dark but his eyes are white, looking fierce. The smaller guy has a face as gray as ash, has a red scar like a centipede running along the side of his cheek. The scar is similar to Tu Huyen's, but it's much scarier to look at. The big boy spoke up. "So it's Tu Huyen. Something will happen soon." Tu Huyen smiled and said nothing. "The big guy is Fat Nam, and the other guy is his younger brother, Nam Ba." Fat 5 said, "What are you doing out here? I thought you left a long time ago." Tu Huyen pondered for a moment, didn't say anything. He turned to the group of people, Trung Talent, and Bei Loser, looked at him and said, "What are you withdrawing? Where are you going?" The fat man said with a snarled face, "Go get your stuff, how about you?" Tu Huyen smiled and said, "Whatever you came here for, I also came here for." 5 children now jumped in and said, "Uncle Tu is still the same as before, so do you know why these people are leaving?" My Nam's voice sounded extremely threatening. After listening, the midfielder snorted softly and mumbled to me, "It's begun." I didn't say anything, just continued to watch Tu Huyen talk. "What do you mean?" The fat Year chimed in. "It's nothing, that's what Nam said. Are you planning on going in there?" After Tu Huyen listened, his face was still very calm as if nothing happened, he said, "Yes, let's go inside." The fat man frowned, rubbed his chin and said, "I think you should come back out." Tu Huin continued to say quietly, "Oh, what's there? I'll go in and take a look and then I'll come out." Fatty sighed and said, "This guy doesn't know what fear is, but last night, going deep into the forest, he found an abandoned mean pagoda." Fat Five was silent for a moment, looked at Little Five, then continued. "This group of 4 went, with 2 of my soldiers following, to the mean pagoda, camped outside the door and planned to go in early tomorrow morning to see. I sent my 2 boys to look for firewood, but they kept going and never came back. My younger brother and I walked around looking for him, then fell back and saw one guy hanging from a tree branch. We walked a little further and saw the other guy hanging in the same shape. When I returned to the campsite, my backpack was also gone. When you see 2 guys, you understand, right? There's Nam, so suddenly I'm tempted to bring a backpack, otherwise there wouldn't be any left." Tu Huin had a thoughtful look on his face, while the lieutenant smiled and said, "It smells good." Tu Huin Chao looked at the commander, then turned around and said, "So you guys are going out there now?" The fat man nodded and said for a while, "If you guys go in there, take us with you." Tu Huin interrupted, smiled naturally, and said in a gentle voice, "You know the rules so well." The fat year sighed. "If you know, I won't tell you anything. This group of people following you will be a part of your responsibility." The lieutenant approached Tu Huin to whisper something. After a moment, Tu Huin nodded, sighed, and said, "Oh, okay, let's go." Fatty Year laughed loudly and said, "Very good." So the whole group merged with Nam Bio and Nam Ba. Don't know if it's good or bad. I've seen Trung talent since meeting these guys, there's something very strange. I don't know what the lieutenant told Tu Huin to convince him to let Fat Nam follow, but from that moment on, I had an extremely uneasy feeling. The fat man led the group deep into the forest. There are thorny vines crawling underfoot. Walking in the forest is indeed not a simple matter. There are parts that say you have to run fast and you run fast. If you need to go slowly, you have to go slow. If you take a quick step, you'll lose your footing. In the forest, trees fell sideways, rotten logs blocked the path, and one strong step would make you lose your footing. The sunlight penetrated the forest canopy, weaving itself under our feet like a golden net. Birds chirped, howled, and the sounds of insects chirped. From time to time, I even hear the sound of snakes hissing above my head. At one point, I saw a centipede as big as 2 fingers, curled up like a purple plate on the ground. Bei walked without paying attention and almost stepped on it. The centipede was passive, crawling into the hole in the rock. 7 losers turned to look at me and asked, "What kind of giant centipede is that?" I say, "Tu no tsong," its word tu means both death and the color purple. That bitch just needs to slap you once, without waiting for you to take 8 steps, she will die right away. Bei frowned. "Why didn't you tell me to avoid it?" I chuckled. "It's as scared of you as you are of it, and besides, those guys are very shy, don't worry." Bei didn't say anything and continued walking. As I walked, I thought about the black copper piece. I remember very clearly that black thing I've definitely seen somewhere before. I feel like I've held that thing in my pocket before. Already in hand, but after thinking for a long time, they still couldn't find that vague clue. The group continued walking around in the forest until noon, when at a certain point Fatty Year stopped. It looked back and forth for a moment, then pointed north, this way. He went first, and soon we reached a small area of land. I saw the remaining ashes and knew this was the place where the Fat Nam brothers camped last night. I looked at Trung Tai and Tu Huyen. From the moment they met Fatty Nam, their faces were very tense, especially Trung Tai. The guy just keeps stewing. Tu Huyen said. Was that where I was last night? So where is the mean pagoda? The 5 children turned their heads to look in one direction, raised their chins and said, Go another 15 or 20 minutes and you'll arrive. Tu Huyen glared at me, he pouted and nodded. Oh, then let's think here for now. Fat 5 said. What do you think? Keep going. Trung Huyen shook his head and said. We're all tired from walking, so we need to think and regain some strength. Going in there, I didn't know what was going on, and the 2 of them weren't healthy either. I thought a bit, took a breath, and then continued on. The temple isn't going anywhere, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Then the whole group stopped to rest. I looked at Bei and saw that he was sweating and his face was pale. I asked, What's wrong with you? It said in a hoarse voice. I'm so thirsty, give me some water. I grabbed the water bottle from my belt and gave it to Bei. He grabbed the water bottle and drank it like a man dying of thirst. Bei boy drank and stretched his stomach, making a very refreshing, hot sound. Tu Huyen saw its gesture and laughed. That's the true quality of a young man. Tu Huyen sat and chatted with Fat Nam's brothers. The lieutenant didn't say a word at all. He just took out some dry food and munched on it. I didn't say anything, just looked away from the people around me. After sitting for a while, the loser stood up. He hugged his stomach and laughed, saying, My stomach hurts so much. After saying that, he hugged his stomach and went into the forest. I called with, Be careful there. Its voice echoed back. Yes. Bei walked for a while. Suddenly from the edge of the forest came his screams. Immediately, all 5 guys, Trung Tai, Tu Huyen, I, and non-fat brothers were all shocked. The whole group jumped up, clutching their machetes. As for me, I was worried about Bei, so I took the machete and rushed into the forest. Just after running a few steps, Bei came running out of the forest. I lifted his shoulder and said, Wait, what are you yelling about? The 7th boy panted and said, I was peeing. When I looked down I saw I was peeing on a human corpse. After hearing that, I felt cold. I swallowed my saliva and turned to look at Fat Nam. At this time, the whole group also relaxed. I said, See if it's the bodies of 2 of your brothers. Fat Year. Tu Huyen chimed in. Go take a look. The fat man frowned, rubbed his chin and said, I buried those 2 guys. I thought, so is there anyone else? Then the whole group followed Bei by, not going very deep. He stopped and pointed in one direction and said, Over there. The whole group looked in the direction of Bei's hand, only to see a faint cloud of smoke. I hesitated and said, It's noon, why is there still smoke here? I suddenly heard a snort, looked back and saw the commander sniffing. I suddenly took a breath and felt a gentle fragrance in the air. The group hesitated for a moment before slowly moving towards the thin smoke. The closer they got, the stronger the scent became. When we got closer, we saw that there was indeed a body on the ground as dry firewood. If we didn't pay attention, we would definitely think this was just a piece of firewood. On the body grew a flower the size of a bowl, light purple. The flower is like a living creature, constantly retracting and expanding each time it releases a thin stream of smoke. The complex aroma entered my nose, making me feel very refreshed. Suddenly from behind, someone pulled me back. Looking back, I saw that the commander had one hand holding a towel to cover his nose and the other hand holding my shirt and dragging me back. So all this time, I had been attracted to that flower, and I suddenly brought my feet very close to it. Central Talent said, "Use a scarf to cover your nose. If you inhale that smoke, you'll go crazy." When I heard that, I immediately took out a scarf and covered my nose. At this moment, looking back from all directions, the white smoke seemed to have formed a large belt blocking the path right in front of us. At this time, the whole forest was extremely quiet, only the sound of spraying could be heard every time the flower blew out smoke. The two left sides were suddenly blocked by white smoke. This strange smoke continued to spread. Central Talent said, "Fall into the trap." The white smoke grew larger and thicker, proving that this flower was not the only one. Tu Huin spoke loudly. "Come back, come back." The group turned around and ran back to the original place, the white smoke still spreading and chasing behind. We were running for a while when something fell from above with a loud thud. The whole group stopped in panic. Bay lost too much speed, slipped and fell on his back. Fat Five now showed that he was truly a martial artist. He raised his foot and kicked something that had just fallen, making that thing fly more than 3 meters away. Taking advantage of the kick, he pulled his legs back and then grabbed Bay's neck by the neck like he was carrying a bag. Now seeing clearly, this is a silver-cheeked monkey. The monkey sat up, staggered and aimed at a certain tree. The monkey turned to look at all of us. He cackled a few times, then hugged the tree with both hands, banging his head on it. The monkey continued to beat. The blood was thick and sticky. The last blow was very strong. There was a loud noise. Its head was deformed. A piece of white, red, and white brain spewed out, and slime fell to the ground. The monkey then fainted. It twitched a few times and then fell to the ground. Without thinking too much, I turned around and saw that white smoke was coming. At this point it is so dense that it is no longer possible to see through it. The layer of smoke was nearly 2 or 3 meters high. At this point perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it fog. The fat year said loudly, "Let's run inside. It's really impossible to run outside now." Only later did I hear the story from the lieutenant. It was Hoa Zak. Hoa core is like a parasitic plant, like a fungus. That day we were unlucky. We met right at the time when the corpse flower was blooming. Those smokes were both pollen and poison that the corpse flower absorbed from corpses. This Hoa core has been lost for a long time. Flowers were planted during the Funan Kingdom period. The tombs of kings and nobles all had at least 7 flowers planted, according to the religious concept at that time. The corpse flowers in there all use living people to grow the flowers. Hoa Xe is also divided into 3 types. The first type is reserved for Funan kings, called Trin Ti Hoa, Hoa Xe Trin. The second type is Quang Ti Hoa, which is hung corpse flower. The third type is Wood Ancient Man Poetry Flower, Woodman Flower. Later, French monks from India, Cambodia, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam used this flower to plant around their cultivation places to prevent anyone from desecrating them. If anyone comes, Hoa Xe will wrestle that person, have a fever for 1 night, then go crazy, find every way to commit suicide. At this time the person who was attacked by Hoa Xe will also grow a flower like that on their body. The group ran for a while, but as they ran, they felt the white mist right behind them. Even though I know it's around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there are dark clouds in the air. Even though it's not a ghost or a wild beast, just thinking about the scene if hit by that white gas makes me go crazy. Stupidity is even more disturbing. Looking back, that cloud of smoke had already spread there. There was no wind, but I felt a cold breeze running down my spine. At this time, the whole group had run into the ancient pagoda. 7 losers stopped and panted. Coughed a few times. At this time, my heart was beating wildly. I suddenly felt tightness in my chest, a sick voice, and then I spit out a bunch of black phlegm on the ground. I rolled my eyes and looked at Tu Huin, thinking that the Chinese guy had helped me last up to a month. Tu Huin also rolled his eyes, then shook his head with a serious face. I didn't say anything either. The current situation does not allow us to worry about those things. The white smoke has surrounded us on all sides. Entering the ancient pagoda is like committing suicide, and turning back to cross is even more impossible. But at this time, Nam Phat kept saying, "Go inside, make sure there is a way out." Tu Huin frowned, came close to me and whispered, "I don't know what to do now. Everyone go in there, you take care of yourself, me and Trung will take care of Bei." "Absolutely, it's what he tells you to do, unless I give you permission to do it." I nodded. Tu Huin turned and said to Nam Phat brothers, "How do you know there's a way out there? Are you in?" The fat year said, "Damn, I'm already dead, what the hell is this guy lying to you?" Tu Huin snorted and said, "You go first." The fat man showed blue veins, his eyes were red as if he wanted to kill someone. That guy didn't say anything and quickly walked into the ancient temple. The 5 children took one look and then went inside. At this time, Tu Huin and Trung Tai went in first, and Bei and I followed behind. Entering the ancient temple, the smell of ancient mold and moss exudes a strange and mysterious look. Inside is dark, stone statues as tall as a human body have been damaged by time, some are broken, some have no heads. In general the damage is not much. Most of them are statues of people whose clothes are unknown. The inside of the main hall is dark, outside light cannot penetrate, the space on all sides emits dark sounds as if there are countless eyes from the darkness watching each person. Strangely, there are no Buddha statues here. Inside there is a thick layer of dust. No one has been here for a long time. The whole group stopped at the main hall. Fatty Year said, "Behind is an underground cave. Underneath the new underground cave is the worship room, also known as Secret Land Buddha." Since meeting Fatty, the midfielder has not said a word, but now sighs and says, "This is not an ancient temple, but a mausoleum, and the Buddha's secret land that you talk about is actually a Mingdao." I looked at the commander in surprise, wondering how this guy knows so much. The fat man glared at Trung Tai, but said nothing. The space continued to be silent. Looking outside, the fog had spread, the quaint atmosphere was now even more strange. Tu Huin says, "Now the best way is to go down there. According to the lieutenant, if it's true, it will lead to a certain coffin. There is something to collect that thing, but if not, consider hiding and waiting for that fog. Melt away." The group nodded, then walked around to the back of the main hall. Behind the main hall, there is an empty space. Standing tall on both sides are 2 iron-armored guardian statues holding mirrors, baring their fangs and sticking out their tongues, their expressions exuding a murderous aura that makes people afraid. The 2 guardian statues are about 3 meters high and were not damaged. I looked at the 2 guardian statues and was stunned. Indeed, this land of Vietnam has so many mysteries that it is impossible to know them all in a lifetime. In between the 2 guardian statues is a wooden door, simple looking, carved with elaborate patterns. At this moment, suddenly I heard a cracking sound from behind, very small. I suddenly turned around and saw nothing unusual. But my intuition kept telling me that inside this main hall there was something very strange, not just the 6 of us. At this time, Bei Bo's face was also tense. He was silent and did not say a word. Nam Bio walked over and pushed the door open. As soon as he touched the door, he heard a crack. The fat man pushed hard and the door opened, dust flying everywhere. The group closed their eyes and coughed for a few times. The musty smell from inside immediately emanated. Tu Huin took out a fire drill and a torch and lit it at Min Dao. Inside is a staircase leading underground. Tu Huin glared at the group, then he took the torch and led the way in. Fat Nam and his brothers followed. The lieutenant also lit the torch and went in. I told Bei to go first, I went last. The stairs leading down below were deep and pitch black, with only Tu Huin's flickering firelight visible in front. After walking about a dozen steps, I suddenly heard a rustling sound from outside. I suddenly turned around and saw a shadow jumping down above the tunnel door. Moving quickly, that person's shadow closed the Ming Dao tunnel door. The whole group quickly said loudly, "Run up." Speaking slowly, the events at that time happened without time, everything before and after was pitch black. I jumped up to the cellar door and tried to knock hard but couldn't open it. Soon I heard a loud noise from outside. Tu Huin now said, "Don't waste any more effort, one of the two guardian statues is already blocking the door." At this point, I didn't need to say anything, I understood that it was Mai who did it. But as if I hadn't given up yet, I used all my strength to bang on the door, shouting loudly, "Open." After a while, I was sweating profusely and my hands were sore from banging on the door. Tu Huin shouted, "Your mother," I said, "stop making a fuss, save your strength, find a way out and deal with that bitch later." I sighed, turned to look at the rest of the group, and asked, "What now?" Trung Tai spoke at this time, his face under the flickering torchlight, somewhat magical and indescribable. This Buddha tomb was built in a very good terrain, surrounded by that mountain, in the dense forest, overlooking the river. Just enough mountain forest feng shui, this is an extremely good dragon cave. When building a tomb, if Min Dao goes in, there will definitely be a back way out, because after building the tomb, people are not allowed to go back to Min Dao, so there must be another way in this Buddha tomb. Let the living come out. The important thing is to find that way. Tu Huin said. Then continue going down. Having said that, he turned around and went straight down. It was as if the whole group went deeper and deeper into the crypt. On both sides of the Ming Dao wall, there are paintings depicting scenes of Ubbi hell, with all kinds of torture to atone for sins. The deeper you go, the lower the Ming Dao basement becomes. When entering, the ceiling of the tunnel was still more than a head away from the beginning. Gradually the whole group had to bend down very low to get there. After walking for a while, the group suddenly stopped and Tu Huin spoke behind him. "There is a ditch, everyone behind you should be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, about 2 seconds later, he heard the guy scream loudly. The whole group was shocked and didn't know what happened. Then Tu Huin swore, "Your mother, the moat wall has moss and is very slippery." I breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. The whole group was silent without saying a word. The surrounding space was dark, glimmering with fire from torches, from the heavy atmosphere. The remaining 5 people continued. "Out here there is an underground flow, about 3 meters across, 2.5 meters deep. Under the torchlight, I fumbled step by step, suddenly lost my footing, and slid down the moat. My whole body felt damp. I brushed myself off a few times and nodded to Tu Huin to show that it was okay. Tu Huin went ahead again, passing to the other side of the moat. Tu Huin also shined his torch closer. Moss covered the trench walls, making it difficult to get up. Tu Huin says, "The moat wall is covered with moss. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to climb up." The fat man said at this time, "No problem." Having said that, He lowered his stance, put his hands in his dantian and looked at Nam. 5 children immediately used the momentum to kick their feet into Nam Bio's hands, launched themselves, and jumped onto the edge of the moat. As soon as the 5 children's feet touched the ground, they felt lost and almost fell backwards. Tu Huin nodded and smiled and said, "No wonder you guys are still alive, you're so good at martial arts." The voice was somewhat sarcastic. Nam Bio didn't say anything, looked at me again. I shook my head. Nam Bio said, "What kind of soldier are you?" He didn't know that during the war, I was just an ornamental soldier, going about my business. Killing on the front lines was not my place. I don't have any formal training or anything. However, it's just a few shooting skills and running away. I sighed, not knowing how to say it to this fat guy, but thinking about it, I'll try it once. I say, "Wait a minute." Then go out a bit, gain momentum. The fat youth lowered its posture. The posture was the same as before. I tried to aim and hit Fat Nam's hand and then jumped like Nam did just now. But the situation is difficult to say. In the dark, I started running. Suddenly I heard a popping sound under my feet. I only had time to say, "Oops," and then my body lost balance and twisted my leg. I fell and lay on the trench floor. I tried to stand up, but my left leg was in sharp pain, probably sprained. Bei, defeated at this time, ran up and said, "Why not?" He held my hand and tried to help me stand up. I limped to where Tu Huin and Trung Tai were. The 2 guys shook their heads, feeling quite disappointed. I didn't say anything either. Fat 5 said, "You're so useless, why would you slip even if you run? Now we all have to carry around a cripple, so how can we do business?" I heard Fat Nam's voice expressing disdain, saying, "I can walk on my own, don't worry." I let go of Bei's shoulder and stood limply on one leg. Jumping a few times, suddenly I heard a popping sound under my feet. My feet were slippery. I lost my momentum and hugged Bei. It seemed like everyone was paying attention now. 5 children stood from above and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Blood bug." Tu Huin and Trung Tai sat down on the trench floor and used torches to shine on the floor. Scattered around are small red and black mounds the size of a pack of cigarettes. The light from the fire shows red stripes running down the back of each beetle. If you look far away, the number of them is extremely large. The martial arts are hard to step on like rocks, but using strong force will break them. I told Tu Huin to shine the torch on the bug I had stepped on earlier. Seeing the crushed shell, inside was green liquid flowing out. 5 children stood above and looked down. "Find a way to get up here quickly, don't stay down there." The midfielder suddenly panicked and said loudly, "Silent." The echo echoed for a while before it became quiet. The space was strangely quiet at this time, only the sound of each person's heartbeat could be heard. Trung Tai looked at Tu Huin. The guy under the candlelight clearly expressed fear. In this silence, I heard from afar the sound of gently gurgling water. Trung Tai shouted and said, "Abandon me, I'm in trouble." Nam Em shouted back, "Fuck, you just knew this, I told you to find a way to get up here quickly, the water will rise and everyone will die down there." I turned to look at Bei to see how he was doing. He told me, "Take off your belt and shirt." Tu Huin heard it, his face lit up and he laughed loudly. "This kid is good." The group immediately took off their belts and shirts, folded them into ropes, and threw them for Nam Em to pull up. To say a little more, this moat was built in a special way. When the water rises, the water flows into the moat. In the moat, there are blood bugs. These bugs specialize in sucking the blood of animals in the water. One sucker is fine, but if the whole bunch gets in, even a cow will be drained of blood in less than 10 minutes. The strange thing is that this species of beetle has a type of hibernation. If their rivers and lakes run out of water, they will curl up like a small rock, hibernate and wait until there is water. Revives itself and sucks the blood of the nearest animals. Both sides of the moat are covered with algae, making it easy to get down but difficult to get up. The ancients who built this tomb probably had it all planned out. Then the water was about to rise into the moat. I, Tu Huyen, Trung Tai, and Bei defeated all took off our shirts and belts, then turned them into ropes and threw them up to 5 brothers. Fatty took his backpack and threw it straight onto the edge of the ditch. The fight had not gone far when underfoot, the sound of blood beetles turning around could be heard. The sound of running water became clearer and clearer. I panicked, my arms and legs flung themselves up, dropping the knot I was tying to the ground. When I reached out to grab it, I felt a cool feeling at the tip of my hand. The water had actually risen into the wall of the moat. Tu Huyen and Trung Tai also seemed to know that. They tugged at the rope made of the shirt and belt a few times to make sure it was secure, then threw it straight up for Nam Em to stand on top. The clicking and hissing sound of the blood beetles when there was water created a series of sounds that echoed throughout the entire secret passage. Before I could think much, I felt the bugs start to move. I looked at Bei Bat, saw that his face was pale. I thought he was coughing up phlegm again. I shouted, 7. The 7 losers looked at me and said urgently, "Dear, I just saw something huge on the other end." I looked and said, "What are you talking about?" It shook its head, pointing in one direction of the moat, its voice very scared. "I feel like there's something moving on the other side of the ditch." I looked in the direction it pointed, trying to find in that dark place if there was anything strange like it said. But really can't see anything. Tu Huyen now said, "You 2 moms, talking too much, little boy Bei should go up first." 7 losers nodded and grabbed the rope. The 5 children looked small, but their physical strength was no less than anyone else's. He stood on top, lowered his stance, and then pulled Bei Bai up with both hands. After pulling it up, he threw it down again. This time Tu Huyen said, "The Trung Tai guy goes on." At this point, Nam Bio loudly said, "Fuck you, are you a ghost?" Trung Tai, who was holding the rope tightly, also fell with a thud onto the rising water trench floor. Everyone looked in the same direction. In the distance, there was a dark shadow, its entire shiny body reflecting the torchlight, thanks to which we could see it. Its whole body looked like it was wet with water, without a head, only its 2 forelimbs wavered. That thing gets closer and closer. At this time, regardless of ghosts or monsters, the lieutenant roared, "Pull up." The 5 children and 7 losers standing above were also stunned. The lieutenant's roar echoed in all directions in the secret place, making everyone regain their composure and focus on escaping from this place. The 5 children pulled hard, and the commander came up. Nam Bio and Tu Huyen said at the same time, "I'm up." After saying nothing, the 2 rushed to grab the rope. I thought, what's the point in fighting each other at this moment of life and death? The situation was urgent. Nam Em stood above and said, "Boss, you go later." The fat man looked up, said nothing, and immediately threw the rope to Tu Huyen. Tu Huyen grabbed the rope and climbed up on his own, no need for Nam to use any effort to pull. Watching him climb up the slippery moat wall, lacking light and climbing faster than a monkey, I also felt respect for this guy's talent. The water was now up to the level of my dog's shin, and the blood beetles had also woken up. Immediately, the whole group clung to my pant leg. Their screams were very cold and shrill, making the cave even more sinister. Limbo. At that moment, Fat Nam let out a few screams, looked back at the guy, and saw a group of blood beetles jumping up from the water, clinging to his wife's naked body, sucking and sucking. 5 fat men used torches to knock them out one by one. Who would have thought there were too many of them, and immediately 5 or 7 of them clung to his back and chest. He screamed a few times, gesticulated wildly, then immediately dropped the torch into the water. The space on all sides became pitch black, not a single light penetrated. Fat Five's howls became more and more panicked. At this moment my leg felt a sharp pain. A blood beetle used its blood-sucking proboscis to pierce the pant leg through the skin to suck blood. I only had time to vomit once before other proboscis began to stab each other. Above the sound of Bay's cry, Tu Huin groaned. Below, the sound of Fatty screaming urgently. The sound of running water and the sound of bugs hissing intermittently creates a terrifying, deadly sound. 5 children shouted, "Big brother, throw the rope over to me and try to catch it." Then I heard a few whirring sounds in my ears, followed by a snap, probably the sound of the rope hitting the water. Nam Bio stopped screaming and shouted loudly, "Okay, I got the picture." I panicked, so I shouted, "Fuck you, what about me?" At this moment, I suddenly heard a loud sound, as if all sound stopped for that short moment. I suddenly remembered the black shadow with no head or tail, just 2 limbs from before. Suddenly shivered. I tried to walk towards Fatty Ear. Suddenly in my ear I heard Bai's voice. "Mean, where are you standing?" I was happy and said again, this side 7. I suddenly felt that my legs no longer had any feeling, more precisely, I no longer knew whether I had legs or not. The sound of rushing water came closer to me. Bay's voice rang out again. "Where are you?" I waved my hands around and said, this side. Immediately, a moment later, Bay defeated grabbed my hand. It says, "Okay, hold on to my shoulder." I clung to its shoulders, my legs were no longer feeling, I let it drag me along. In the darkness, Tu Huin's voice called. "You two, on this side, listen to my voice and go." 7 losers dragged me to the moat wall, at which point it said, "Throw the rope, throw the rope." The water level was over my waist, the blood beetles actively surrounded me and Bay Boy, their hissing sounds became more and more terrifying. 7 losers grabbed the rope and wrapped it around my waist. It says, "You go first." Before I could say anything, he screamed, "Pull it up." Immediately, Nam cried out, the rope tightened around my chest and pulled me up strongly. I held my breath for a moment. As soon as I felt I was on dry ground, I immediately took the rope, threw it down and shouted loudly, 7, here's the line." A moment later, I heard Bay say, "Yes." I leaned like that, together with Nam, I pulled it up hard. At this moment, I heard a flare behind me, turned around and saw Fat Nam holding a flare in his hand. Tu Huin says, "You have this product, why haven't you taken it out before?" Fatty rubbed his head and smiled. "I just remembered." I sighed and said, "Fortunately, the whole bunch of things were thrown in first, otherwise if we hadn't drowned, we would have been dead." I looked up at Fat Nam and saw behind the red light of the firecracker, a headless black shadow appeared behind him. The space is especially quiet. Fat Nam's face tensed up, his eyes wide open. His eyes glanced to the side and then looked straight at me. I was surprised and nodded my head slightly. The 4 people, Trung Tai, Tu Huin, Bei Bai and I, were all motionless and did not speak, not knowing how to handle the situation. I looked at Nam, saw him lower his body, reaching out to pull out the knife from the back of his pants. The situation happened very quickly. Nam just pulled out his knife and slashed straight at Fat Nam. I sat and watched without breathing. The gourd knife almost slashed Fatty to death, but suddenly, his giant body bent down and rolled to the side. The flare's fire also went out, only the sound of rushing wind could be heard. Then there was silence. With another flash, a flare was lit again. At this time, there was no longer a trace of Nam. The remaining 5 people, everyone was sweating profusely. What happened here became more and more strange. I don't know if I still have a life left to continue or not. The 5 people were all life and death gangsters, smugglers, horsemen, and ghosts that they probably met often. But in the current situation, everyone looked pale and stood suddenly, not daring to move. The flare in Fatty's hand finally went out, the sizzling sound of fire finally stopped, leaving only the pounding heart sound that overwhelmed the sound of water flowing into the moat. Tu Huin said, "Fat guy, do you have anything left in your backpack to light up?" Fat 5 replied. In the backpack there were about 4 flares, 2 knives, a few canned goods, a shovel and hammer, some fire starters, but nothing to burn. Tu Huin sighed and then fell silent, saying nothing. In the dark cave, you can't see your hand in front of your face. The situation seems to be a dead end. I don't even know what that slimy, headless thing is, and whether it will return or not. I suddenly remembered back in 1968, during the dry season campaign, replacing the dead who piled up. Then in 1972, at Thach Han River, when the North Vietnamese army attacked, because of lack of troops, I was also dragged away, witnessing the scene of dead bodies blocking the river. I am still haunted by it. 6 months of military training didn't help much, but perhaps thanks to some luck, I'm still alive until now. Later, I returned to Lam Dong and worked as an errand soldier there. One day, when I heard the cave was attacked by North Vietnamese troops, I ran away. I heard that up to 70 people at the base were all shot and killed. I thought back and felt like I was a coward, but thanks to that, I'm still alive until now. Now that I'm in this situation, I really don't dare to continue, even though I may not live much longer. I thought so, then sighed and said to everyone, "Maybe it's the end." As soon as I finished speaking, the commander roared and said, "Shut up." I heard the lieutenant yell and felt scared, so I didn't continue speaking. A while later, I heard a rustling sound, someone's footsteps. Tu Huin said, "Stand still, no one moves." But I seem to feel that there is someone else here. Just like that, Nam Bio, Trung Tai, and Bei Bai all replied. No one moved anything. Tu Huin says. So, the sound of footsteps. Before he could finish speaking, a fire appeared in the distance. The flickering light seemed very far away. All 5 people were silent. Fat 5 whispered. Could it be that there is someone? Tu Huin shouted loudly. Who is it, may I ask? The loud scream echoed back, as if the person holding the fire was also asking us. The firelight is sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, indescribably spooky. At this moment, I suddenly remembered when I met Tien Lin Kai and Keen Tae Nai. When the ceiling of the cave was about to collapse, there was also a flickering fire like this showing me the way out. I suddenly felt a little reassured and said, "Follow the fire." After I finished speaking, I limped towards the fire. The remaining 4 people said nothing and followed in unison. 7 losers walked closest to me. He reached out his hand to support me. "Let me help." We followed the fire for a long time, passing through a very small path, at which point the fire light suddenly went out. I felt confused for a moment. Fat Nam said, "What's up?" The midfielder stood behind and answered. "I've arrived at the place where the coffin is located," Tu Huin said in a loud voice. "Why do you know?" The midfielder explained. "Just now the entrance to the Buddha's tomb is the bright hall, going through the tunnel just now is the path of life. Going through the life path is where the sarcophagus is located. As far as I know, there was a guy who met Buddha's tomb like this before. He said there are 3 ways to the temple, 1 way of life, 2 ways of martyrdom. If we had gone to martyrdom, we would have been devastated by now." Tu Huin says. "So your friend went into the life path and then got out?" The lieutenant replied in a ghostly voice. "No, he went to martyrdom, died without a complete body." Fatty waited for an hour and then asked, "So how do you know it?" The midfielder replied, "Have you ever heard of soul calling?" As soon as the midfielder finished his sentence, everyone was stunned and didn't know what else to say. I say, "Okay, let's worry about getting out of this place first." I limped forward, taking about 10 more steps. The front opened wide, with light shining straight down to where a coffin was placed. "So the lieutenant commander was right, the coffin should have been placed," I happily said. "Here we come." Bei defeated again reached out his hand to help me walk quickly. This is a not large square tunnel. Up above, about 20 or 30 meters high, there is a skylight carved out, straight up from the ceiling of the cave, but the trees and vines seem to be completely hidden. Only a glimmer of light entered to illuminate the coffin. All 5 people seemed to collapse. As soon as they exited the life path, everyone immediately sat down on the sandy ground. Only the lieutenant commander took out 2 flares from Nam's backpack. He swiped one and the whole tunnel lit up. At this moment, I could see clearly on the cave wall, written all over with Han Nam characters. The coffin lid was also engraved with Han Nam characters. The midfielder walked around for a while and then sat down to think. Fatty took out some food to share with everyone. I looked at Bei Boy and saw that nothing was wrong, it was fine. I felt a little reassured and then took the food and ate it. After eating, I felt refreshed, as if I had just died and come back to life. I was happy to think that I would be able to escape. I say, "I'm done eating, now let's find a way out." I now looked at the lieutenant. He was the one who knew the most about mausoleum graves among the group. But it seemed like a black smoke appeared on his face. The midfielder frowned and said, "It's the same way." Everyone said in unison, "What does that mean?" Everyone's voice had a bit of fear. Tu Huin said, "What does that mean? Why do you say there will be a way out?" The fat year also rolled his eyes. "Are you kidding me?" The lieutenant said, "Do you guys have tails or something? Look around, there are people here. Look, there are a few small mounds of dirt in the corner of the cave, and there is also sand and soil on the coffin's surface. That hole is where they dug." I was stunned. It was true that on the coffin's surface there was a not very thick layer of sand, and that small hole at first I thought was a skylight, but now that I looked closely it was true that it had been dug by someone, not a hole. Intend to do it. The fat man didn't say anything, stood up, took out his knife and grabbed the coffin. "Act quickly, no one has time to say anything," the lieutenant said. "In the coffin is a woman." After listening, Fatty stopped and asked, "How do you know?" Central Talent said, "My mother used to teach literacy, and on the coffin was the word Fong Nu Chi Mo." The midfielder sighed and continued, "On the wall is this woman's story." I was curious and said, "Can you tell me?" Tu Huin didn't seem interested, he said. Mom, don't worry about finding a way out. Worry about hearing about the dead. The fat year sneered. Forget it, I have to open the coffin lid and see what kind of devil this monster is that's killing me. The midfielder roared. Shut your fucking mouth. Fatty didn't say a word, but used force to open the coffin lid. All four people, me, Tu Huyen, Bei Bai, and Fatty, all looked inside, surprised for nearly 2 or 3 seconds. Inside the coffin was an extremely beautiful woman, wearing a robe. Her appearance was not rotten, extremely beautiful, her hair was as smooth as a living person. The fat man smiled and said, "It's so beautiful, I'm about to die anyway, I have to enjoy it first." He finished speaking, reached out and stripped off the cassock of the corpse. The robe had rotted a lot over time, and when Fat Nam pulled it off, the body became naked. Suddenly, the lieutenant roared loudly, rushed straight towards Nam Bio, pinned him to the ground, and punched him hard. Fatty suddenly couldn't move in time and was pressed to the ground, but then got up, grabbed Trung Thai's throat, and punched him repeatedly in the stomach with the other hand. The incident happened so quickly that no one could react in time. Tu Huyen, I and my fellow sevens rushed in to stop it. "Fuck you guys, stop it now." I endured the pain in my leg and used all my strength to pull the two men apart. But who would have thought that when Fatty sat up, in the position he was in, he immediately waved the knife, intending to rush forward and slash the lieutenant to death. My strength and Bei's strength could not stop him. Fatty 5 rushed forward and slashed Trung Thai. Tu Huyen was locking the lieutenant commander's arm from behind. When he saw Fat Nam rushing to slash, he immediately pulled them both out of the way. After missing a blow, Fat Nam did not accept it, he held the knife and pointed it at the commander and said, "Fuck me, I won't cut you to pieces, I'm not human." Tu Huyen was furious at this moment, rushing straight towards Fatty Nam, his bare hand grasping the blade of the gourd knife. The other hand hit Fatty's chin, causing the fat pig to roll to the ground. Tu Huyen's left hand was covered in blood. He said, "Who are you good for?" The lieutenant said nothing, picked up the knife and looked at the knife for a while. The lieutenant approached the coffin, took off his coat and covered the body. The fat man now sat up and looked at Tu Huyen with a gloomy face. He was silent and said nothing. Looked at the commander and then smirked. 7 losers stood next to me, mumbling and saying, "Dog boy." I also shook my head and thought, even if he dies, he won't forgive him. At this time, the lieutenant stood thoughtfully for a moment and said, "This tomb was built by a man for his daughter. The cave wall clearly tells the story of this woman's life. The story roughly goes like this. The person who built this mausoleum was named Song by the Trin family, a descendant of the Trin family in the north who fled here more than 200 or 300 years ago. He came here to live like a normal person, got married, and had only one daughter named Phong Lan, called Trin Phong Lan. His wife died after giving birth, and he raised the child alone. The older his son grew, the more he resembled his mother. One day he had a strange dream. In the dream it was almost like his son was his wife reincarnated. From that day on, he had an evil heart. Lock your child in a closed room, then have sex. He always said his daughter was his wife. Gradually, his son could not bear the suffering for long, so he fell ill and died at the age of 28. After his son died, he lived alone, isolated from the world, and went to Chao Dak, Anjong because he heard that there were Taoists here who knew magical powers. He went and worshipped a Taoist monk. He told everything to the Taoist monk. The Taoist wanted him to get rid of his evil mind, so he lectured him. Finally he realized what he did was wrong. When he returned home, he built a small temple himself, then spent money casting a bronze statue. Then he alone built a tomb for his daughter. He built it within 20 years. There is another engraving. Trin Song's sins are cruel to heaven and earth. He knows that he deserves to be guilty of thousands of lifetimes. He is not supernatural. He only hopes that after death he can be by his side to serve him, all written in Chinese Nam, carved dead on the cave surface. After speaking, the lieutenant sighed. I don't know what else to say. Tu Huin pondered for a moment, then said, read carefully to see if there is anything else indicating the way out of the tomb. Trung Tai shook his head and said, old Trin Song probably died right after building it. Why would he even think about building an exit? I now say, he must have thought very carefully, not wanting anyone to touch his daughter. That's why he planted Hoa Xa outside, then dug a trench, and made a martyr's life. When I finished speaking, I sighed. Bei defeated smiled bitterly and said, I see he still hasn't gotten over his daughter. After saying that, he laughed. I didn't understand what he meant. But until now I still don't understand why the body could exist for so long and still be like that, not destroyed. I asked the commander about it. He himself didn't know. I raised my head to look at the skylight and saw that it was dark above. The atmosphere now returned to silence. Suddenly Tu Huin stood up and grabbed Fat Nam's backpack. Fatty suddenly stood up and said, what are you doing? Tu Huin said with murderous intent. If you move, I will kill you. Fat 5 said, am I afraid of you? The lieutenant immediately approached with a knife in his hand. The sky suddenly became completely dark. Inside the cave became dark. No one said anything. My eyes were used to the darkness. I saw the three of them motionless. No one spoke. Suddenly, from afar, there was the sound of crawling on rustling sandy soil. I looked back. From the lifeline, a headless figure with two exposed limbs walked forward. It made a sound like maggots chipping away at it, so everyone was prepared to be on guard. I calmly looked around. Just now, the lieutenant took 2 flares. He used one flare, and the other one rolled next to the coffin during the fight. The 7th defeat was standing closest to the flare. I turned to it and shushed it a few times, then said, firecracker. As I spoke, I turned my eyes to the flare on the ground. Bai understood what I meant. It immediately crouched down slowly, reaching out to grab the firecracker. Suddenly, that armless, 2-legged thing crawled towards Bei. It crawled incredibly fast. Before anyone could react, it rushed past where Tu Huin stood above. At this moment, looking closely, I saw its entire body. In front was a mess of rotting flesh, with maggots crawling all over it, 2 arms like human arms, and long behind were 2 pairs of human legs. At this moment I suddenly realized that this leg had 2 soldier pants legs, looking like Nam M's pants legs. I was terrified, speechless, and looked at Bei Bai. Bei was also quick and caught the flare. That animal crawled towards Bei. It passed Tu Huin as if he didn't exist. It crawled over a little bit when Tu Huin jerked his body and jumped back. The animal saw the movement and turned to Tu Huin. Its entire slimy body was extremely flexible. The commander stood not far away, rushed forward and slashed into the animal's middle. The slash was deep, but nothing seemed to affect this thing. The midfielder suddenly became motionless and shouted in horror. Run, run quickly. The gourd knife stuck into the slimy flesh of that thing, gradually being sucked inside. The commander quickly dropped the knife, turned around and ran away. I've never seen him so scared before. Then the whole group panicked and ran away. But my legs still hurt and I can't run fast. Faintly, in front of everyone's eyes, they had rushed out to the path of life. As for me, I have to be 5 or 6 steps away. Bai also ran ahead. At this time I saw him turn and look back. I roared, "Run!" After 7 defeats, it lingered, but then jumped back to save me. But unexpectedly, the bottom of my foot felt a sharp pain, as if something was holding me back. I looked down and saw that the slimy pile of flesh had grabbed my leg, causing me to fall to the ground. 7 losers now grabbed my hands, trying to pull with force. Below I am a pile of meat, above I am defeated by Bai, 2 ways are pulled out. My spine felt like it was cracking, the pain was piercing to my heart. I screamed and tried to pull my leg out, but that thing's suction was so strong that I couldn't pull it out. Faced with this situation, not knowing whether I would still be able to get out of the demon gate or not, I said, "You go now." Bai looked at me with tears in his eyes. He didn't say anything. When he turned back to the door, there was no one left. Trung Tai and Tu Huyen also disappeared. Fat Nam must have also left. Only 2 brothers left. At this moment, I felt in my heart and thought, "You are truly my good brother." 7 defeated roared, "Rescue!" The 2 continued to struggle like that for a while. At that time, 1 second felt like an hour, the pain was indescribable. Suddenly I saw the silhouettes of 2 people running in from the cave entrance. It turned out that it was Trung Tai and Tu Huyen, both of whom did not abandon their friends. Trung Tai took out the fire starter, then grabbed the flare on the ground that Bai had abandoned in order to save me. Tu Huyen immediately rushed to help Bai pull me out. The situation is so fast, it's really long in just the blink of an eye. The midfielder took off his shirt, tore it into 2, and wrapped it around his hands. Then he ran behind the thing that was sucking me in, stabbed his hand straight into the slimy flesh and spread it out, creating a large hole in its body. He lit a flare and threw it into that meat hole. Finally shouted, "Lay!" He ran up, slipped, grabbed my hand, along with Bai and Trung Tai. All 3 immediately lay down. Suddenly I felt my legs burning, being pulled into the pile of meat as if I wanted to tear them apart. Then I heard a loud explosion in my ears. A rain of blood and flesh splashed everywhere, all over the cave. I still remember at this moment, the explosion just happened, a human skull flew straight past my face. The skin is still ulcerated, bloody and horrifying. A terrifying silence occurred, no one moved anymore. I looked down at my feet and saw that my shoes were burned to nothing. The skin on the feet was also burned. It wasn't until a while later that the pain appeared. I couldn't bear it anymore and screamed. Trung Tai ran over, grabbed the knife's handle and blocked my mouth. I bit into it and wanted to break my teeth. I closed my eyes and only heard Tu Huyen say in my ear, "Is it okay?" Trung Tai says, "It should be okay, luckily he has shoes, otherwise his legs would have been destroyed a long time ago." I opened my eyes and whispered, "What's wrong with my leg?" Trung Tai rolled onto the ground, panting and said, "At first, I didn't see clearly what it was. It wasn't until I looked closer that I realized it was something called flesh. This thing is just a pile of rotting flesh from dead creatures, born from poisonous forests and water. Wherever there is a thick negative energy, this thing exists. It has no shape. Whenever it encounters a living thing, it attracts it. Its entire body is a digestive fluid. If it swallows it, if it takes more than a minute, there will be no bones left." I asked, "How do you know so well?" Trung sighed and said, "There was a trip to dig a grave before and I encountered this exact thing, but it was much bigger and bigger than the flesh thing here. I went with 2 other guys, one guy was swallowed to death, the other guy had his arms sucked in, wasted until now. He paused for a moment then continued. Later, I accidentally met someone who showed me how to kill it. All I had to do was put a spark inside its body and it would immediately explode. But this method is extremely dangerous, because just touching the rotting flesh on its body is enough to cause the flesh to burn. After speaking, Trung Tai raised his hands to look. I whispered, "Thank you everyone." After that, his eyes closed tightly and he lost consciousness without realizing it. I don't know how much time passed when I saw a girl in the distance walking towards me in the darkness. When I got closer, it was clear that it was my wife. I was in a state of anxiety, not knowing whether I was dreaming or awake. I remained silent. I only saw my wife approaching, touching her face with her hand, her voice I hadn't heard in a long time. "You have suffered a lot." I smiled, and immediately the sky lit up in all directions. The scene changed. Before my eyes appeared a scene of blood and flesh. I suddenly realized I was standing in the middle of the corpse vault, where I encountered a fire dog. My heart was pounding, sweating profusely, suddenly remembering that I didn't have much longer to live. At this time my wife appeared again. She stood far away, right at the door leading down to the fire dog's nest. I hurriedly followed. My wife's figure was still far away, leading me to the desk. I looked down and saw a file and a dark stone as a paperweight. I felt strange, holding the stone in my hand. Then everything turned around again. The scene was dark again. There was no more light. The cold feeling on my hand suddenly warmed up. I looked up and saw I was holding a bowl of hot porridge. I was so sick that I was about to vomit because this was a bowl of human flesh porridge that I had eaten. At this moment, I heard my wife say something unclear. After that, I woke up in a panic and couldn't remember the last words my wife said. I opened my eyes and saw that I was lying on the cold ground. The sky was dark. Next to me was Bei Loser sitting and sleeping. Looking in front of me, Tu Huin was also sleeping. A little further away was the figure of the commander standing motionless, and next to that there were 3 more people, whose faces were unknown because they were wearing hats. Their heads were down to cover their faces. All of them had muscular bodies. I tried to stand up with my hands, but a sharp pain ran down my spine. It was so painful that I groaned. Everyone immediately looked in my direction. Bei Defeated was the first to say, "Mr. Nia. I say. Where is this? The pain in my back still hasn't stopped. I can't speak." Trung Tai and Tu Huin also turned around, stood up and walked towards me. In addition, one of the 3 people wearing a hat also approached. He came to check his pulse and said, "All right." Tu Huin said, "You've been unconscious for a day." The midfielder smiled and said, "His life is also big and scary." Then the person who came to check my pulse said, "Don't move, lie still." Then he went to the side, turned me over with both hands, lay face down on the ground, lifted my shirt and pressed his hand on my back. Wherever he pressed, it hurt. I shouted, "Crazy." I tried to turn around but Tu Huin pressed my head down and said, "Just lie still, these are 3 famous doctors in Cholan." I don't understand anything. Obviously at first I still remember that I was in Buddha's tomb. There was no way out. Why am I here now? Just then Trung Tai spoke up. "These 3 people are Li's friends, members of the Tam Hong Hoi and Cholan division. These 3 people read the hexagram and knew that their friend was in trouble, so they came here to pick up the body. They also guessed that they were in trouble and came to the rescue." When Trung Tai said this, I thought to myself, what if these 3 people also knew about Trung Tai eating Li's meat? I didn't say much either. A moment later, I felt a sharp needle piercing my back. I looked over and saw this person doing acupuncture on me. After a while, I was so tired that I fell asleep. The sunset was blazing red. I stood in front of the Yu-Min forest. The sound of the wind blowing through was enough to scare people. 7 losers, from unknown sources, stood behind me, he said. Don't go inside to eat. I stared blankly at the scene of Yu-Min in the sunset, clouds floating as red as blood. I replied. I don't want to eat yet. Uncle Bei patted my head and continued. Today is the first anniversary of your father's death. Come in and light some incense. Speaking of this day, of course I remember. As soon as I heard this sentence from Uncle Bei, I turned around with tears in my eyes. I cried and said, "Why did your father die?" At this time another voice, deep and old, was Mr. Tu Huin coming from the thatched house. Shot to death. Bei defeated sighed. He sat down in front of me and said, "Life and death have fate." At the same time, I also saw the commander standing far away without saying anything. He folded his arms and remained silent. Tu Huin now said, "Tian, your father was shot to death." I couldn't hold back my emotions and said, "Who shot?" Tu Huin didn't say anything. Bei Bat grabbed my shoulder and said, "Listen, you have something that the people who killed your father wanted." I suddenly asked, "What?" As soon as I finished speaking, Tu Huin walked up, holding a notebook in his hand. He said, "It's this thing." I screamed, leaned towards him, trying to snatch the notebook back. "It's my most precious thing. I absolutely don't want anyone to touch it, including these people. Pay me back. But at the end of the day, I'm still just a 17-year-old girl." Bei defeated me, stopped me and said, "In your father's notebook, there is a record about an extremely terrible place. Myself and Mr. Trung also went through that place, but couldn't do anything." Bei Bai sighed. Tu Huin continued. Devil's Dungeon. I was stunned for a moment, remembering that that was the place where Uncle Bei's younger sister, Miss Ut Ko, in my father's notebook, had turned into a demon. I asked, "What's strange about Devil's Dungeon?" Tu Huin said, "Your father lives with you thanks to him. Do you remember when we returned for a week and he couldn't eat or sleep?" I said, "I remember." Tu Huin continued. "Yes, after your father returned, he kept having strange dreams, saying that the Devil's Dungeon would be the place to help him survive, and there was an object that we had to sacrifice our lives to find, Dong Denver." Tu Huin was silent for a moment, then said, "We and your father decided to go back to that Devil's Dungeon to search. Finally found Dong Den. I came back to save your father, and the problem is that in that Devil's Dungeon, there is a secret passage leading to a buried ancient citadel. Buried under sandy soil, Fu Nam Tan. 7 Defeat said. That ancient citadel is the target of many people, from archaeologists to tomb robbers. It is a great mystery, containing many rich treasures." Tu Huin sighed again. "I don't understand why someone outside knew about that." After Tu Huin finished speaking, he silently glanced at Trung Tai. "Of course Mr. Trung also saw it," he said. "Actually, there's another person who knows about this." Tu Huin nodded and said, "In your father's notebook, there is a record of a person, Mai." I suddenly remembered, that was the person who harmed the whole group to steal the black money. I say, "So the person who hired someone to kill your father was Mrs. Mai?" Trung Tai said, "We're just guessing, we don't know clearly yet." Tu Huin said, "Maybe after robbing the black coin, that girl still secretly followed us, basically out of fear of retaliation." Trung Tai added, "Or want to cover up another case." 7 losers said, "That's enough for today, later we will tell you more," and then you yourself will go and avenge your father yourself." After listening, I still didn't understand the story. I only knew that the person who killed my father was a woman named Mai. That's all. Then, Uncle Bay led me into the house. I lit a stick of incense for my father and then had a meal with the three uncles. A few weeks after the anniversary of my father's death, I was rereading every line in my father's Devil's Tomb notebook. I found a few small clues that Mrs. Mai worked for Mr. Soang, so after everyone found the black coin from the Devil's Vault, did they bring it to Mr. Soang to receive the money? I tried to base the story on the wisdom of a 17-year-old child. What I can understand and hypothesize until now is that Mrs. Mai secretly trapped her father in Buddha's tomb, then ran away, brought the black copper to Mr. Soang and received money from Mr. Tu's group. But it was still not certain whether they were dead or not, so she sent someone to monitor them, and after discovering they were still alive, she sent someone to hunt them down. Why pursue? I created a hypothesis that Mr. Soang was originally one of the 4 great families of Saigon. If his subordinates did something wrong, his face would not be lost. If that matter is exposed, she will face the consequences. One more thing, at the end at Buddha's tomb, my father's men were saved by 3 Min Hong people in Cho Lon. I don't believe in divination. I still have the feeling that these 3 people are clues that I will be able to find the person who killed my father. While thinking for a while, it was late afternoon and the wind was blowing fiercely. I was suddenly interrupted from my thoughts by a shrill sound. "Turn your head and look at the thatched house, where your 3 uncles live." I was frightened. A column of smoke rose straight up. At that moment, men holding guns, grenades, and machetes rushed from all directions. From inside the house, Tu Huyen Trung Tai and Uncle Bay both ran out, holding sharp machetes. Gunfire started to ring out. All 3 people were not far from me, about 10 meters. Uncle Bay ran first and rushed to carry me up. Gunfire rang out from behind, and those 3 people somehow weren't hit by stray bullets and immediately ran straight into the forest. The Yumin forest is dense with trees and wild animals. It's still scary to walk during the day, not to mention it's about to get dark now. I turned my head to look. The shouting was still behind me. The sound of gunfire rang out in the sky. I just know that we guys ran and ran. Uncle Bay hugged me, ran past a fallen tree, hugged me close and slid down a not-so-deep slope. We stood there for a while, listening to the movements, knowing that our pursuers had gone in another direction. Only then did Uncle Bay feel secure and let me out. Tu Huyen cursed and said, "Fuck it, I can't leave it alone if I want to." Trung Tai said, "You just have a small mouth." After listening, Tu Huyen sighed, "Sleeping in the forest tonight, I can't go back to that place." Trung Tai agreed, he said. "Let's go somewhere dry first." Yumin Ha, located in Ca Mau province, this place was originally a poisonous natural forest, a place called swimming crocodiles, running tigers, crawling pythons. This place has many strange things that forest goers do not dare to underestimate the experience of eating bees. I stood up and followed them. The sky in the forest was very dark. It was already pitch dark. The 4 of them sat next to each other, not daring to light a fire, afraid they would be discovered. Sitting in silence for more than an hour, Trung Tai suddenly spoke up, "You're dead, dot. What's up?" The remaining 3 of us all asked at the same time. Trung Tai did not have time to answer, so he quickly stood up, brushed off his clothes, and said, "Stand up quickly." I didn't have time to think anything, I just acted on reflex. Tu Huyen and Bei Bo immediately stood up and kicked the ground repeatedly, also brushing off their clothes. I looked at the 3 people. Central Talent said, "Black Ant." I was startled. During my escape, I heard Mr. Trung tell about the black ant. This species is a forest ant, each one is half the size of a little finger, with a big head. In addition, this species is not poisonous, but is especially aggressive. When it smells of fresh meat, it will swarm and bite its prey. If a large cow has ants swarming around to pick at its meat, it will take at most 2 hours for the cow to have only bones left. Trung Tai recently complained, if you run away without paying attention, if there is no noise in the forest, it's guaranteed that something will happen. Then all 4 of them groped around in the night to go somewhere else. Although the black ants are aggressive, they have a nocturnal nature and are slower than usual, so we were able to safely avoid them. Uncle Bay took my hand and went first. Trung Tai and Tu Huyen followed. Groping around in the dark forest, after walking for a while, the air suddenly became more and more terrifyingly quiet. I suddenly heard a rustling sound from above. The whole group stood motionless, not daring to move. I vaguely saw Mr. Tu raise his head to look. It was dark above, I couldn't detect anything. I was tilting my head up to look up when I suddenly shivered. Suddenly, above my head, there were 3 or 4 black shadows jumping from one branch to another. Mr. Trung remained motionless, firmly holding the machete in his hand, silently saying, "The transport compartment, it seems." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud thump and bing, and Mr. Trung fell face down on the ground. I was startled and tried to see what was going on, only to see silence on all sides. Tu Huyen stood in front of me in anticipation, one of his feet kicked Trung Tai's face. Uncle Bay still held my hand tightly and didn't let go. I felt a cold feeling down my spine. Suddenly I heard a rustling sound. I turned around and didn't see anything unusual. In fact, the frame is inherently very abnormal. Saying normal is just saying the normality of this abnormality. Bon Tu Huyen screamed, then jumped to the side, swinging his machete into the air. "There you are." It seemed like the slash was in the air, but I heard a thud as it fell to the ground. When he calmed down, he looked back and saw a hairy, human-shaped thing. Looking at it at night, you can clearly see it breathing heavily. Before they could stabilize for long, wild howls suddenly rang out in the forest, a sound like a howl, but the sound was many times more terrifying. Immediately on all sides, shadows of all sizes loomed, surrounding us closely. Tu Huyen lamented, "Okay, if there's even a bit of fire now, you're lucky to still be alive, but like this." I gasped and asked, "What is this?" "Ghost monkey. This breed specializes in hunting at night. It lives in groups, very rare, constantly moving, even tigers they also hunt." Trung Tai was still lying motionless. There were 3 people left, 2 adults. One of us was as motionless as a statue, not daring to move, only trying to calm ourselves and try to run away. Speaking of the current situation, the situation is that a group of demon servants are surrounding us. Without a torch in hand, the 3 of them only had 2 machetes for protection. As for the lieutenant who passed out and hasn't woken up yet, it's unclear how. The sky was already dark, the light was now only faint. In the forest, the sound of the wind blowing through the trees mixed with the howling sounds of the ghost servants. I calmly observed, in front there were 4 children, in the back there were 3, left and right on both sides were at least 5 or 6 children. I asked, "Is this breed afraid of fire?" Mr. Tu replied, "Yes." I suddenly thought for a moment and said, "Take 2 machetes and slash at each other strongly. They will create a cold sound when they spark. Who knows, maybe they will scare you." After listening, the 2 immediately understood what I meant. Bay defeated immediately gave the machete to Mr. Tu Huyen. The ghost servants saw the movement, made a few coughing sounds and then immediately rushed at us. The situation became even more urgent. Tu Huyen slashed the 2 machetes together, only to hear a clanging sound. The 2 metals collided, but still not enough to cause a fire. It didn't work once. It didn't work twice. It wasn't until the third or fourth time that I saw the fire light coming out and then extinguishing. When we regained our composure and looked, the demon servants had arrived right in front of us. With a bang, a ghost monkey from nowhere raised its hand and hit me hard on the back. At this moment, it felt like my bones were falling into pieces. I rolled a few times on the ground, feeling a sharp pain in my back. Then came the screams of Tu Huyen and Bei Bai. I rolled down next to Trung Tai, and just as I was about to stand up, the demon monkey jumped forward. I threw whatever was next to me at it. Looking back, it was useless, making the thing go even more crazy. But suddenly, laughter rang out from all around the jungle, a very haunting laugh. Although the sound was clearly recognized as laughter, it was not at all happy, but on the contrary made the scene even more sinister. The chaotic scene stopped, and the ferocious ghost servants quickly howled at each other and ran away. Bai immediately ran to help me up and asked, "Are you okay?" I shook my head. Even though I was thrown nearly 2 or 3 meters away by the demon monkey's blow, my whole body was in pain, but what was more worrying was that strange laughter. Tu Huyen also came and knelt before Trung Tai. He patted Trung Tai's face a few times, then rubbed his philtrum, and finally Trung Tai woke up. The strange laughter did not stop, sometimes laughing like a child receiving candy, sometimes laughing loudly and very cheerfully. Trung Tai woke up, rubbed the back of his head and said, "Go, get out of the forest." Tu Huyen helped him up, then the 4 of us continued walking. Before leaving, Tu Huyen used the tree trunk to make 2 torches, one he carried first, the other for Uncle Bei to go last. Just like that we walked in a straight line, Tu Huyen, Trung Tai, me, then Bei Bai. After walking, the laughter stopped. At this time, I looked around. Under the flickering yellow torchlight in the distance, there was the silhouette of a cat, its eyes reflecting the bright yellow torchlight. Its entire body is jet black. If it weren't for the colors of the surrounding trees, you probably wouldn't recognize it. I told everyone to stop, then pointed in the direction of the other cat. Tu Huyen said, "Let it go, move on." Then the whole group continued, walking a little longer, and heard that strange laughter appear again. My heart was pounding. I was so scared that I didn't dare speak. Tu Huyen still encouraged him, "Let it go, it's just laughter." I now remember what my father once wrote in the notebook: "Don't be afraid of ghosts crying, just afraid of ghosts laughing, in the middle of the forest, in the dark, or in the grave. Even if you hear the cry, it's not scary." By laughter, whenever there is laughter, you know that there is a devil. The 4 of us walked for quite a while, then Mr. Tu stopped and said, "What's so strange?" The midfielder spoke up, "Going back to the old path, right?" I was startled. Even though I heard the 2 people clearly, when I looked next to me, there was something else that scared me 100 times more. I grabbed Mr. Trung's shirt and whispered, "There it is again." Everyone looked over. Under the flickering torchlight it was the same black cat. Only, it was standing on 2 legs, its front legs clasped behind its back like a person clasping their hands behind their back. Its face had the same expression. Human. Both mouths pulled up in a smile, revealing white teeth. It was at this moment that I realized that the strange laughter was coming from this cat. The 4 of us stood motionless looking at it. The black cat tried to clasp its hands behind its back and then walked away deep into the forest, gradually disappearing from the light of the fire. Its laughter gradually faded away. The last image was the long tail hitting the ground. I swallowed my saliva and asked, "What is it?" The midfielder shook his head and said, "I don't know." Tu Huyen and Bei defeated also seemed to be at a loss for words. At this time, I heard Tu Huyen's voice calmly say, "Go on, no matter if he stands with 2 legs or 1 leg, he dares to do anything to me." Having finished speaking, Tu Huin immediately led the group to continue. After walking for a while, I heard a rustling sound ahead and then the cat's laughter. At this moment, Tu Huin let out a startled scream. I was also startled and leaned over to look forward. Seeing the cat leisurely holding its hands behind its back and passing in front of Tu Huin, grinning as it walked. It stared at us and then disappeared into the jungle. Tu Huin was now disgusted, he said, "Back to the old place again." The moment passed extremely slowly, a minute seemed to turn into an hour. I swallowed my saliva, trying to keep my mind awake, absolutely unable to let this magical scene overshadow me. The space was quiet, absolutely no one spoke, not a single wind blew in the forest, yet the torch flickered as if standing in the middle of a wind, sometimes light and sometimes dark. The shadows of the trees cast down, making it unclear what is real and what is virtual. I raised my head to look at the sky. There was no moonlight, no stars, just the pitch black of the night. We continued walking, but before that, Mr. Tu Huin used a tree branch, lit a fire, and stuck it in the ground to make a sign. As long as we get as far away from that fire as possible. This time, all 4 people looked back from time to time, and saw the red flame getting farther and farther away from them. After a while, it disappeared. At this point, I breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking. After walking for a while, the jungle was still as quiet as sleep. We saw a flickering fire in the distance. The closer we got, the more scared we became. Standing next to that fire was a cat that knew laugh there. It stood on its 2 legs, clasped its front legs behind its back. Its yellow eyes stared at the group of us and then grinned as if it had seen something very interesting. I was so scared that I leaned forward and fell to the ground. Uncle Bay saw and immediately helped me stand up. The cat's laughter became even more creepy. Tu Huin cursed, "Fuck her." As soon as the curse ended, the other cat stopped laughing. I lay down on the ground, still looking intently at it, clearly seeing its mood change. Instead of smiling, it became grimacing. The torch in Tu Huin's hand, Bay defeated at that time, moved even more strongly. The cat grimaced and slowly approached. Its 2-legged gait was enough to make people scared. Its entire body is black and shiny, with only 2 yellow eyes, making it look like a ghost in this gloomy place. I could clearly hear each person's heartbeat. It was clear that the ghosts in my father's notebook could not make people more scared than this cat. The cat gradually approached Tu Huin's feet, but he couldn't do anything. At this point I was about to open my mouth and say, "Watch out." But the mouth speaks, but cannot make a sound. I tried to reach out and grab Mr. Trung Tai's pants leg, but I was helpless and couldn't do anything. Looking at Uncle Bay also seemed motionless, only his eyes were blankly looking back at me. I was extremely scared. That cat could have hypnotized people, making people immobile and unable to do anything. Obviously, in this situation, Tu Huin and Trung Tai did not budge. The black cat jumped up and stood straight on Mr. Tu Huin's shoulder. Tu Huin's 2 eyes looked at it in horror. It jumped again to Trung Tai's shoulder, standing next to it. Its long tail glided back and forth. Finally it jumped from above and straight down into my stomach. The 2 legs touching the belly clearly felt. The cat came closer, pressing its yellow eyes close to my face. I tried to close my eyes, but couldn't. My 2 eyes were absorbed by it, unable to resist. Suddenly, he took one of his front legs like a human, pulled down my shirt, and pulled out the tiger fawn that my father passed down from inside. He stared, then laughed loudly with great pleasure, then turned around. People clasped their hands behind their backs and walked away. We remained motionless like that. Hour after hour passed in panic. At one point, a pack of jackals passed by, howling in the night. One stopped to sniff, but then left. It wasn't until dawn that we all began to move again. After being immobilized all night in the forest, my 3 uncles and I were finally able to move again. Me and Bei defeated, Trung Tai and Tu Huyen were all happy. Trung Tai said to me, "Uncle Bei and Mr. Tu, let's get out of the forest. The people who chased us yesterday must have given up." My 3 uncles and I went out of Yu Min Forest. But the 4 of us had not been gone for long when I heard a shout, "There they are." I turned towards the sound of shouting and saw a group of people running aggressively towards us. Those people got closer and closer to us, and I realized that they were the people chasing me and my 3 uncles. Immediately my 3 uncles and I ran into the forest. Behind us, guns exploded. One of the pursuers shouted, "Shoot them to death." Another guy in the group of pursuers shouted, "Come on guys." Suddenly I felt like my right leg was grazed by a bullet. It was extremely painful. As I ran, I felt my right leg was warm, and suddenly I saw that my right pant leg was drenched in blood. I ignored my wound and tried to run away from the pursuers. Then I started to have a headache, but I didn't care about my headache. I kept running away with my 3 uncles, and I gradually felt cold. Then I felt dizzy, my eyes dizzy. Suddenly, I tripped over something, probably a rock, and fell to the forest floor. Immediately the top of my head hit something, probably a rock. I just felt a pain in the top of my head, and then I didn't know anything else. When I started to regain consciousness, I felt a bit tired and vaguely realized I was in a familiar room. I gradually woke up, and when I fully woke up, I realized that I was in my room, in Mr. Trung Tai's house. Next to my bed were Bei Bat, Trung Tai, Tu Huyen, and an old man. That old man stood next to Uncle Bei. His face was kind but somewhat resolute, his beard and hair were white. His hair was tied back in a bun. He wears a Chinese outfit. Seeing me awake, the 3 uncles and the old man were happy. I quickly realized that my 3 uncles and I had escaped the pursuit of the people who were pursuing me in Uncle Bei, Mr. Tu Huyen, and Mr. Trung Tai. I feel a bit tired. Uncle Bei said to me in a cheerful voice, "Dear God, the people who chased our 4 uncles and nephews have been led away by the police." Hearing that, I was very happy. Suddenly I felt thirsty. Near the head of the bed I lie on is a small cabinet, with a glass of water on it. I leaned over to the small cabinet near the head of the bed, took a glass of water and drank. After finishing the glass of water, I felt a little more awake, and then I lay down on the bed. Then the old man who was standing next to Uncle Bei earlier left the room where I lay. Not long after, he came back to my room, holding a paper package in his hand. He gave me the package and said, "Dry food, child. Eat to recover quickly." I immediately said to the old man, "Thank you. What is your name?" The old man replied, "His name is Duong." As soon as Mr. Duong finished speaking, I immediately opened the package he gave me. In the package there were 2 dry rice cakes. I ate the dry food slowly. After eating, I felt much less tired. Suddenly Uncle Bei told me, "Our 4 uncles and nephews were saved by Mr. Duong from the pursuers." I was curious and asked Uncle Bei, "Uncle, how did Mr. Duong save me and you, Mr. Tu Huyen, Mr. Trung Tai?" Uncle Bei said, "After I tripped over a tree root, fell and hit my head on a rock and passed out, I heard screams from the pursuers. I looked towards the pursuers and saw Mr. Duong using a stick. Knocked out every single person in the group of people pursuing his 4 uncles and nephews. I was very surprised. Then I asked Mr. Duong, among the people chasing me in Uncle Bei, Mr. Trung Tai, and Mr. Tu Huyen, there were people carrying guns. How did you defeat those people?" Mr. Duong said, "The story of you defeating the people pursuing you and Bei defeated, Trung Tai and Tu Huyen sounds very unbelievable. Do you believe what I'm about to tell you?" I answered, "Yes." So Mr. Duong said, while he was picking medicine in the forest, he heard gunshots and shouting. He ran toward the sound of gunfire and discovered a group of people pursuing his children, Bei Bat, Trung Tai and Tu Huyen. So he met the pursuers, hid behind a bush, holding a stick in his hand. Among the pursuers, there were two people with guns. Those two led the pursuers and they walked close together. Waiting for the two guys with guns to pass through the bushes he was hiding in, he jumped out, hit the nearest guy with the gun on the back of his head and gave him a stick. While the other guy with the gun he cut into the back of his neck. So the two guys holding the gun fainted. He then attacked the rest of the people pursuing his son, Bei Boy, Trung Tai and Tu Huyen. Because those guys carried machetes and grenades, he was able to defeat them. After listening to Mr. Duong, I asked him, "Why did you save me and Uncle Bei, Mr. Trung Tai and Mr. Tu Huyen?" Mr. Duong said, "Because you know who the people who are chasing you, Bei Vang, Trung Tai and Tu Huyen are." I was extremely surprised by Mr. Duong's answer. I immediately asked, "So who are the people who are pursuing me, Uncle Bei, Mr. Trung Tai, and Mr. Tu Huyen?" Mr. Duong sighed and said, "I can't tell you now. Later I will let you know more about those people." When I heard that, I fell silent. Then from outside my room, Trung Tai's voice called, "Mr. Duong, come out to eat with us." "Bei, Tien, let's go eat." I immediately looked at the clock hanging in my room. It's already 11 o'clock. Mr. Duong and I left my room. In the living room, a mat has been spread out. On the mat are bowls and chopsticks, a rice cooker, a plate of vegetables and a plate of meat. Trung Tai smiled at me and said, "I made grilled wild mouse meat that you like." I replied, "Thank you, uncle." Trung Tai nodded and said, "Everyone, let's sit down to eat." Then I, my three uncles and Mr. Duong sat down on the mat to eat. Although lunch was only rice with vegetables and grilled mouse meat, my three uncles and Mr. Duong and I ate very happily. Suddenly I asked Trung Tai, "Why do we eat earlier than usual?" So Trung Tai replied, "The four of us eat dinner early so we can pack our things and go to SOC Trang." I quickly asked Trung Tai, "Did you, Uncle Bei and Mr. Tu go to SOC Trang to hide from others who wanted to kill you, Uncle Bei and Mr. Tu?" Trung Tai nodded and said, "In SOC Trang, Mr. Duong will protect his four uncles and nephews safely." After listening to Trung Tai's words, I said, "So that's it." After I finished speaking, I continued eating. After I, my three uncles and Mr. Duong finished eating, I immediately went to wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, I went into the house and saw Mr. Duong helping Trung Tai, Tu Huyen, and Bei Bak tidy up the house. After finishing packing, Uncle Bei and I, Trung Tai, Tu Huyen and Mr. Duong carried the tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets to the back of Mr. Trung Tai's house and burned them. Then Trung Tai told me, "Now I'm going to town to buy fruit, shrimp, meat, flowers, incense, and votive paper for the ceremony to move the ancestral altar for us and your parents. Stay home and cook porridge and boil eggs for me." I replied, "Yes." After that, Trung Tai drove the cub out of the house. I immediately went to wash rice, cook porridge and boil eggs. When I finished cooking porridge, Trung Tai arrived home. The car was full of offerings. After that, I boiled the meat and shrimp. After boiling the meat and shrimp, Mr. Duong and my three uncles and I set up an offering tray in front of each altar. After completing the offering trays, Trung Tai took a piece of paper and wrote something. After writing, he gave me the paper and said, "When carrying out the altar transfer ceremony for your parents, Please read the prayer on this piece of paper." I answered, "Yes." Then I lit incense for my parents, and my 3 uncles lit incense for their ancestors. Next, I read the prayer that Trung Tai wrote. Namo Amitba Buddha, Namo Amitba Buddha, Namo Amitba Buddha. I respectfully bow to the ancestors of the Tran family above. I respectfully bow to the 9 mysterious that patriarchs of the inner and outer families Tien Lin and her 3 children Tran Van Mia, Mother Nguyen Ton Ha. My name is Tran T Tien. Today, September 15, 1984, is Nam Tai Day, Kui Dao Month, Jayap Tai Year, a good day. We would like to ask permission to move the altar to the address. I just arrived in SOC Trang. I would like to ask for permission to burn incense bowls and move pictures and worship objects to the new address. We sincerely pay our respects and pray for the ancestors' approval. Be careful. After I finished praying, I looked at Uncle Bei, Mr. Tu, and Mr. Trung and saw that they had finished praying. After 2/3 of the incense burn, my 3 uncles and I brought the votive paper to burn. When the incense burned down, I bowed in front of my parents' altar, and my 3 uncles bowed in front of their ancestors' altar. After that, my 3 uncles and I brought down the objects on the altars and dusted and wiped the altars clean. Then I cleaned the flower vases, cups and bowls on my parents' altar and my parents' pictures. The 3 uncles cleaned the offerings on their ancestral altar. The incense sticks in the incense bowls are trimmed and then burned. I poured the ashes of the incense sticks into the stream not far from Mr. Trung Tai's house. After that, I, my 3 uncles and Mr. Duong wrapped the altar objects in red cloth and then put the altar objects in boxes lined with clean cloth. After putting all the worship items into the box, Tu Huyen asked Mr. Duong, "Can Uncle Duong eat with me, Trung, Bei and Tien?" Mr. Duong replied, "Yes, okay." So, I, Bei Vang, Trung Tai and Tu Huyen ate rice to worship. During the meal, Mr. Trung Tai told me, "Please try to eat more. The upcoming trip will be long." I replied, "Yes." My 3 uncles and Mr. Duong ate and drank happily. I, Bei Bo, Trung Tai, Tu Huyen, and Mr. Duong quickly finished our meal. After finishing eating, my 3 uncles and Mr. Duong rested for a while and then arranged things in the house. I, my 3 uncles and Mr. Duong brought the house's belongings to the side of the main road, then Tu Huyen and Trung Tai went home to get the cup. Suddenly a truck appeared on the road. Mr. Duong immediately waved to the driver of that car. The car stopped. Mr. Duong asked the driver, "Are you going to Siamao City?" The driver was a man who seemed to be about Uncle Bei's age. He said to Mr. Duong in a joyful voice, "Is that Uncle Duong? You and your brother and niece standing next to you want to hitchhike to Siamao City, right?" Mr. Duong replied, "Yes." "Will you go through Siamao City bus station?" The driver replied, "Yes, I will go there." Then he turned off the car engine and told Uncle Bei and me, "You and I want to move things to the car, right?" Uncle Bei said, "Yes, sir." Then the driver said, "You and Uncle Duong should quickly load your things into the car." Then I and Uncle Bei, Mr. Tu, Mr. Trung, and Mr. Duong carried the things onto the truck. After loading the things onto the truck, Mr. Duong told me and my 3 uncles, "You and I should cover our faces and noses with scarves." My 3 uncles and I replied, "Yes." Then my 3 uncles and I used scarves to cover our faces. Mr. Duong also used a towel to cover his face and nose. Mr. Trung Tai told me, "You, Uncle Bei and Mr. Duong get on the truck first. Uncle and Tu Huyen will follow." I replied, "Yes." Then, along with Uncle Bei and Mr. Duong, he got into the truck. The truck started the engine and left Humin for Siamao City. Mr. Trung Tai and Mr. Tu Huyen rode a motorbike and followed closely behind the truck I was riding. About an hour later, my three uncles and Mr. Duong arrived at Ca Mau bus station. When Mr. Duong got out of the car, he took off his scarf and said to the driver, "I thank you." The driver smiled and said, "It's okay, sir." Then I, my three uncles and Mr. Duong carried my house's furniture down from the trunk of the car. After we brought all my house's belongings down from the trunk, the truck left. Trung Tai and Tu Huyen told me, "We signed a motorbike nearby to sell our motorbike. You, Uncle Bei and Mr. Duong will wait for us." I replied, "Yes." Trung Tai and Tu Huyen started their motorbike and left Ca Mau City bus station. A while later, Mr. Trung and Mr. Tu walked back to the Ca Mau City bus station and helped me, Uncle Bei, and Mr. Duong carry our belongings to the bus station. When I found the bus to SOC Trang, I, my three uncles and Mr. Duong helped the assistant on that bus move the belongings that my three uncles, Mr. Duong and I brought to the bus station onto the roof of the bus. Then I, my three uncles and Mr. Duong got on the bus. There were few passengers on the bus, my three uncles and Mr. Duong all had seats. I, my three uncles and Mr. Duong sat for a while when the bus started and left Ca Mau. Trung Tai paid for tickets for me, Uncle Bei, Tu Huyen and Mr. Duong. About 3 hours later, the bus arrived at the SOC Trang City bus station. At exactly 5:30 p.m., my three uncles and Mr. Duong arrived at the SOC Trang City bus station. My three uncles and I got off the bus and received the things that my three uncles and I left on the roof of the bus from the bus assistant. Afterwards, Mr. Duong and I, Trung Tai, Tu Huyen, and Bei Bak brought our belongings to an auto rickshaw parked near the bus station. Mr. Duong told the driver, "Can you take us to Hoa Nam Pharmacy?" The driver smiled and said to Mr. Duong, "Yes, sir." Me, my three uncles and Mr. Duong loaded our things onto the auto rickshaw and then got on the bus. The car started and drove away. I asked Mr. Duong, "Do you know the driver of this car?" Mr. Duong replied, "Yes, yes. You are a regular customer of this uncle." A moment later, the auto rickshaw stopped in front of the gate of a house with a strong Chinese style. Under the gate is the sign, Hoa Nam Pharmacy. On the left side of the gate there are several windows. Mr. Duong told me and my three uncles, "Come to my house." Then I got out of the car with my three uncles and brought my belongings and my three uncles down from the car. Mr. Duong took the money to pay the driver and he said, "Thank you, uncle." After the driver finished speaking, he drove away from Mr. Duong's house. Mr. Duong came to the gate and called into the house. "Bao, please open the gate for him." Not long after, Mr. Duong's gate opened. In front of me and my three uncles was a young man around 20 years old. As soon as he saw Mr. Duong, the young man immediately said with a joyful voice, "Hello, sir." As soon as the young man finished speaking, he turned to look at me and my three uncles with a surprised expression. He asked Mr. Duong, "Sir, who are these?" Mr. Duong replied, "I'll let you know later." I quickly light a charcoal stove and put it in front of the living room door. Find a clean table and put it against the cupboard in the living room for him. After that, I cooked a vegetarian meal and made tea for him. The young man replied, "Yes," and then entered Mr. Duong's house. After that, Mr. Duong and I and my three uncles brought my belongings into his house. Stepping through Mr. Duong's gate leads to a large yard. In front of me, surrounding three sides of the yard are three houses. The house overlooking the gate is larger than the other two houses. In front of the house overlooking the gate are two tall trees with luxuriant branches and leaves. The houses are connected by corridors. Me, my 3 uncles and Mr. Duong brought things into Mr. Duong's yard. Mr. Duong and my 3 uncles stopped and placed the boxes containing my house's things in the yard. Seeing that, I stopped and put down the box containing my household belongings in my hand. Mr. Duong turned towards me and said, "Follow your grandfather and uncles to bring the ancestral incense bowl and worshipping items to your living room. As for the remaining belongings, arrange them later." I replied, "Yes," and then took the incense bowl to worship my parents. Uncle Bei, Mr. Trung and Mr. Tu took their ancestral incense bowls. Then Mr. Duong led me and my 3 uncles towards the house overlooking his gate. Coming to the front of the house and looking at Mr. Duong's gate, I saw that all the doors were open. Right in front of the door of the house overlooking Mr. Duong's gate is a charcoal furnace. I saw that in the house overlooking Mr. Duong's gate, there were several electric light bulbs turned on. Mr. Duong walked into the house overlooking his gate, then turned towards me and my 3 uncles, waved his hand, and signaled me, Bei Bat, Trung Tai, and Tu Huyen to follow him into the house. Then Trung Tai turned to me and told me, "Please follow us through the brazier." I replied, "Yes." Then Trung Tai, Tu Huyen, Bei Bat and I took turns walking past the brazier and into the house overlooking Mr. Duong's gate. Entering the house overlooking Mr. Duong's gate, I realized that this house was the living room. Right in the middle of the living room is an altar. On the altar there are paintings of 3 fairies hanging. To the right of Mr. Duong's altar is a cupboard placed against the wall and a set of tables and chairs. Right in front of the cupboard is a wooden table. Trung Tai told me, "Put the incense bowl and the picture of your parents on the cupboard to the right of Mr. Duong's altar." I replied, "Yes," and then placed the incense bowl to worship my parents and the picture of my parents on the cupboard to the right of Mr. Duong's altar. Then Trung Tai, Tu Huyen, and Bei Bo also placed their ancestral incense bowls on the cupboard to the left of Mr. Duong's altar. After that, I, my 3 uncles and Mr. Duong went out to the yard to bring the remaining worship items into Mr. Duong's living room. When I stepped outside Mr. Duong's yard, I realized that to the right of his gate was another house. So Mr. Duong's house has 4 houses. I looked at all 4 sides of Mr. Duong's yard and realized the corridors connecting the gate and the houses in Mr. Duong's house ran in all 4 directions, surrounding the yard. I, my 3 uncles and Mr. Duong brought my family's remaining worship items into Mr. Duong's living room and placed them on the cabinet where I kept the incense bowl and pictures of my parents. After I, my 3 uncles and Mr. Duong finished placing the remaining worship items on the cupboard to the right of Mr. Duong's altar for a long time, Mr. Duong called out, "Bao, have you finished cooking yet?" Immediately there was a reply, "Yes, it's almost done." Mr. Duong said, "After cooking the meal, bring it to the living room and place the tray on the table in front of the cupboard. Then prepare candies and 3 glasses of wine, 3 glasses of tea, 3 cigarettes with 5 fruits, fresh flowers, incense, betel and areca, votive paper, 3 small jars containing salt, rice, water and put them on the tray." Then there was a reply, "Yes." Not long after, the young man I met at Mr. Duong's gate brought a vase of flowers to the living room and placed it on the table in front of the cupboard. Then he went out, brought a vegetarian tray into the living room and placed the tray on the table in front of the cupboard. Then he carried a basket into the living room and placed it on the table in front of the cupboard. In the basket are fruits, betel and areca nut, votive paper, and 3 jars. I tell you, let me help you arrange the ceremony on the table." He nodded. Then my brother and I were about to worship at the altar of my parents. I told him, "My name is Tien. What is your name?" He replied, "My name is Bao." Mr. Bao and I were about to finish the ceremony when I saw Trung Tai coming to me. He gave me a piece of paper. On the paper is a prayer to the gods and a prayer to the ancestors. Trung Tai told me, "My 4 uncles and nephews will have a housewarming ceremony. When performing the ceremony, read the prayer to the gods first and then read the prayer to your ancestors." I replied, "Yes." Then Trung Tai told me to Tu Huyen and Bei defeated. Tu, Bei, Tien, let's do the ceremony. Then I and Bei Vang, Trung Tai, and Tu Huyen had the ceremony to enter the house. I lit incense in the incense bowl to worship my parents, and my 3 uncles burned incense for their ancestors. I read the prayer to the gods. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. I bow to the 9 directions of heaven and the Buddhas of the 10 directions. We respectfully bow to Hong Tien Hao Tho and all the venerable gods. I respectfully bow to the Earth Spirit, Ban Jia Tao Quan, all the gods who govern this land. My name is Tran Ton Tien, born in 1968. Today is an auspicious day, October 9, 1984, on the day of Bintai, the month of Jayap Tuat, the year of Jayap Tai in the lunar calendar. I prepare offerings, the incense of betel and areca fruit to present before the judge, respectfully presenting it to the gods. The gods. Intelligent and upright. Maintain the 3rd position. Take control of creation. The virtue of fondness for life. Bless good people. Protect living beings. Uplift the righteous path. Our family has just borrowed a house at this address, 60 Ton Duc Tang, SOC Trang City, SOC Trang Province. Now that the project is complete, everything is completed, we have chosen an auspicious day month, so we bow and hope that the gods will gather to enjoy the offerings, allow us to enter the new house. And then set up incense bowls to worship the gods. We also ask the wise gods to allow us to bring our ancestors' souls to their new home at 60 Ton Duc Tang, SOC Trang City, SOC Trang Province to worship. Pray for divine support, blessings, and blessings for your family's prosperity, security, prosperity, and peaceful life. The faithful also sincerely invite the fragrant spirits and helpless souls around here to enjoy the offerings. I hope to help you make a living, have a peaceful life, have a harmonious family, and prevent misfortunes. Even though we pay a small tribute, we are sincere. We bow our heads in respect and bow, hoping to receive divine witness. Be careful. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Then I read the ancestral vow. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. I respectfully bow to Li Ancestor Li Tong Tran Jia at Thuan. We respectfully bow to the 9 mysterious 7 patriarchs of inner and outer families, immortals. My name is Tran Ton Tien. Today is a good day, September 10, 1984, on Bin Tai Day, Jayap Tuat month, Jayap Tai lunar year. We have just moved to a new house at 60 Ton Duc Tang, SOC Trang City, SOC Trang Province. Thanks to the blessings of the ancestors and grandparents, the family was able to build a new place to live. Today we have prepared offerings, fruits, incense, betel and areca. Please sincerely light the incense and offer it to the altar. We respectfully pray to our ancestors to witness their sincerity, gather here to enjoy the offerings, and bless our children and grandchildren to enter and exit in peace, have a harmonious family, and have a prosperous life. Peace and health. We would like to welcome our ancestors to the new address at 60 Ton Duc Tang to continue worshipping and incense every day, showing the filial piety of our descendants. With a sincere silver offering, we respectfully bow to our ancestors, hoping for their approval, and deep gratitude. Beware. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. After reading the two prayers, I turned to look at my three uncles and saw that they had finished praying. Trung Tai turned to me and said, "Prepare to make tea." I replied, "Yes." Then Trung Tai told Mr. Duong, "Please take Tien to the kitchen to boil water for me." Mr. Duong nodded. Then I followed Mr. Duong out of the living room and into the kitchen. Mr. Duong and I boiled water and brought it to the living room. Then I make tea. After I finished making tea, Mr. Duong told me, "Pour 3 cups of tea and offer it to the altar of your parents and the ancestors of your 3 uncles." I replied, "Yes." Then I poured 3 cups of tea and offered it to the altar of my parents and the ancestors of Uncle Bei, Mr. Tu, and Mr. Trung. And while waiting for the incense to fade, my 3 uncles and Mr. Duong drank tea. Then I asked Mr. Duong, "Grandpa, can you tell me about the group of people chasing me, Uncle Bei, Mr. Trung and Mr. Tu?" Mr. Duong sighed and said, "In a few days, I will tell you about those people." I heard Mr. Duong say that but said nothing. When the incense burned down, my 3 uncles and I brought the votive paper to burn. After converting the votive paper, Trung Tai sprinkled wine on the ashes of the gold coins. Then I saw Mr. Duong walking out of the living room. Trung Tai asked Mr. Duong, "Uncle, where is our room?" Mr. Duong said, "You guys and Tien bring the remaining belongings out of the yard with me." My 3 uncles and I immediately carried up the remaining boxes of my house's belongings. Then Mr. Duong led me and my 3 uncles to the house to the left of his living room. This house has 3 rooms. I got the room on the right and my 3 uncles got the room in the middle. Then I brought my things into the room on the right, turned on the lights and arranged my things. After arranging my things, I went to my 3 uncles' rooms and saw that they had also finished arranging their things. Then I saw Mr. Duong coming to me. He told me and my 3 uncles. My brothers and Tien followed me to dinner. My 3 uncles and I replied, "Yes." Then my 3 uncles and I followed Mr. Duong to the house to the right of Mr. Duong's living room. This house also has 3 rooms. The room closest to the living room had its lights on. Me and my 3 uncles and Mr. Duong entered this room. In the room there is a table and chairs and a cabinet. On the table is a vegetarian tray. Mr. Bao was waiting in the room. Mr. Duong told me and my 3 uncles, "You guys and I should eat dinner. Bao, please eat rice." Then I and my 3 uncles, Mr. Duong and Mr. Bao had dinner. While eating, Mr. Bao turned to Uncle Bei and said, "My name is Bao. What is your name?" Uncle Bei replied, "My name is Bei." Then he turned to Trung Tai and told him, "My name is Bao. What's your name?" He replied, "My name is Trung." Then Mr. Bao turned to Tu Huin and said, "My name is Bao. What's your name?" Tu Huin says, "My name is Huin, son." Then my 3 uncles and I, Mr. Duong and Mr. Bao, ate and chatted happily. Mr. Duong told Mr. Bao, "Son, Uncle Bei, Uncle Trung Tai, Uncle Tu Huin and Tien are good people. They are being chased by bad guys, so they have to take refuge in their home. I try to help them listen." Mr. Bao replied, "Yes." After eating, my 3 uncles, Mr. Duong and Mr. Bao went to the living room to rest and drink tea. After resting for a while, I asked Mr. Duong, "Sir, where is the bathroom?" He replied, "In the garden behind the living room." I replied. Thank you. Then I went back to my room to get some clothes, then took them to the garden behind Mr. Duong's living room and into the bathroom. After showering, I went to Mr. Duong's living room and saw my 3 uncles leaving the living room. I entered the living room and saw Mr. Duong and Mr. Bao sitting drinking water and talking. Mr. Duong saw me and called out, "Tien, come out and have a drink with Grandpa." I went to where Mr. Duong and Mr. Bao sat, then sat down to drink water and chat with Mr. Duong and Mr. Bao. After a while, Trung Tai, Bei Vang, and Tu Huin went to the living room and sat down to drink water and chat with me, Mr. Duong and Mr. Bao. My 3 uncles and I talked about all sorts of things with Mr. Bao and Mr. Duong. The conversation ended when my 3 uncles, Mr. Duong and Mr. Bao all yawned. Then I, my 3 uncles, Mr. Duong and Mr. Bao finished cleaning ourselves and then everyone went to our rooms. I went into my room, closed the door and went to sleep. When I slept, I dreamed that my father was shot dead in front of me. So I shouted in my dream, "Father!" Then I heard a knock on the door. I woke up, opened the door and saw Uncle Bei, Trung Tai, Tu Huin and Mr. Duong and Mr. Bao. Uncle Bei asked me, "Did you dream that your father was shot to death?" I replied, "Yes." Then Uncle Bei told me, "Go to sleep, child. Later, the 3 children will be avenged." I replied, "Yes." Then I went back into the room, closed the door and went back to sleep. The next afternoon, my 3 uncles, Mr. Duong and Mr. Bao, woke up and drank tea in the living room. Then I heard a few knocks on the door outside the gate. Immediately Mr. Bao, Mr. Duong, I and 3 uncles went out of the living room. Mr. Bao opened the gate. I saw 3 guests in front of the gate. One person told Mr. Bao, "Is Mr. Duong at home?" Mr. Bao replied, "Yes, yes. What's the matter with you guys?" Another person said, "We have something we want to see Mr. Duong. Please let us see Mr. Duong quickly." Mr. Bao said, "Yes. You guys follow me." Then Mr. Bao and the other 3 walked into Mr. Duong's yard. I realized that the 3 people who entered the yard with Mr. Bao were 3 men. They all wear Chinese clothes. One person wore a white shirt, one person wore an indigo blue shirt, and one person wore a black shirt. They saw Mr. Duong and said, "We greet you." Then, the 3 guests turned to Tu Huin. The customer wearing a white shirt asked him, "Tu Huin, right?" Tu Huin replied, "Yes. Hello guys." After Tu Huin finished speaking, I said to the 3 guests, "Hello, gentlemen." The 3 guests replied, "Hello baby." Then Tu Huin told me, "These are the 3 doctors who cured your father. The man in the white shirt is Mr. Hung, the man in the blue shirt is Mr. Min, and the man in the black shirt is Mr. Fai." After Tu Huin finished speaking, Mr. Hung told Mr. Duong, "We met you for a little something. Go to my house and tell me." Then Mr. Hung turned to me and my 3 uncles and said, "You guys follow us into the house to have a drink and chat for fun." Trung Tai replied, "Yes, thank you guys." I and my 3 uncles, Mr. Duong and 3 doctors Min Hong went into the living room. After I, my 3 uncles, Mr. Duong and the 3 doctors settled down and drank tea, Mr. Hung told Mr. Duong, "We came to see you to ask you to treat Mr. Soang in Saigon with us." Hearing Mr. Soang's name, my determination to find those who killed my father became even stronger. Mr. Duong heard Mr. Hung say that and asked, "You guys are good doctors, so why did Mr. Soang have to ask me to treat him?" Mr. Hung slowly replied, He has a very strange disease, sir. His body was pale and thin, his eyes were lifeless, and he kept complaining about being cold. Sometimes he spits out black phlegm. His family took him to the hospital, where the doctors diagnosed him with physical weakness. His family members said that he took medicine and was nourished, but his health did not improve. He told us that at night he saw many people wearing white clothes walking around his house. When Mr. Duong heard that, his face became serious. He said, "This time, Mr. Suong is in danger of his life. You and your uncles must go to his house quickly. Let me prepare." 3 doctors, Min Hong, replied, "Yes." Then Mr. Duong left the living room. After Mr. Duong left, Mr. Hung asked me, "What are the names of your parents?" I replied, "My father's name is Nia, my mother's name is Ha." As soon as I finished speaking, Tu Huin told Mr. Hung, "Tien's father is Mr. Nia, whom you rescued after the time you and Trung Tai, Bei lost, had an accident in Anjiang." 3 doctors, Min Hong, said, "Ah." Mr. Hung told Tu Huin, "I remember now." Then Trung Tai asked Mr. Phi, Mr. Hung and Mr. Min, "Guys, how is your work in the 3 Hong Hoi?" Mr. Hung sighed. "We have left the 3 Emperors Guild." My 3 uncles and I were silent when we heard that. Then I asked Mr. Hung, "Mr. Hung, can I follow you to Saigon?" Mr. Hung sipped his tea and asked me, "Why did you go to Saigon?" I replied, "I want to meet Mr. Suong." Mr. Hung asked me again, "Why do you want to meet Mr. Suong?" I replied, "I have something very important to do." When Mr. Hung heard me say that, he told me, "I need to quickly prepare to go." I answered, "Yes," then went back to my room to change clothes and prepare my things to go to Saigon. After finishing, I brought my belongings to the living room and saw Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, and Mr. Min sitting and drinking water with Mr. Duong, and my 3 uncles were no longer in the living room. Next to Mr. Duong was a backpack. I sat and drank a few glasses of tea with Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, Mr. Min and Mr. Duong. Not long after, Trung Tai, Tu Huin, and Bei Defeated came into the living room, neatly dressed. The 3 uncles all carried backpacks on their backs. I asked Tu Huin, "Uncle, you and Uncle Trung, Uncle Bei will go to Saigon with me, right?" He replied, "Yes, that's right, son." Then Mr. Duong stood up and put his backpack on his back. He looked at Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, Mr. Min, me and my 3 uncles and said, "Let's go, everyone. Remember to wear a mask." After Mr. Duong finished speaking, he, I, my 3 uncles, Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi and Mr. Min wore masks, left Mr. Duong's house and stood in front of his gate. A moment later, a motorbike appeared on the road. Mr. Duong then waved to the driver of that car. The car stopped in front of Mr. Duong's gate. I recognized the driver of this car as the driver who took me and my 3 uncles to Mr. Duong's house yesterday. Mr. Duong told the driver, "Please take us to SOC Trang City bus station." The driver smiled and replied, "Yes." Then I, my 3 uncles, 3 doctors Min Hong and Mr. Duong got in the car. The car started and drove away. A while later, the auto rickshaw arrived at SOC Trang City bus station. Arriving at SOC Trang City bus station, the car stopped. I, 3 uncles, 3 doctors Min Hong and Mr. Duong got out of the car. Mr. Duong paid the driver and said, "Thank you." The driver smiled and replied, "Yes, it's nothing, uncle." Then I, 3 uncles, three doctors Min Hong and Mr. Duong went to SOC Trang City bus station and looked for a bus to Saigon. Having found a bus to Saigon, we got on that bus. A moment later, the passenger car started and left. In the car there were only me, my three uncles, Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, Mr. Min and Mr. Duong. I sat next to Uncle Bei, in the outermost seat. Mr. Hung and Mr. Phi sat in the row opposite the row I sat in. Mr. Hung sat on the far end. Mr. Min sat in the outermost seat of the row right in front of Mr. Hung's row. After a while, I saw Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, and Mr. Min looking at me. Mr. Hung told me, "About your father's murder, we are very sorry." I was surprised by Mr. Hung's words. I asked him, "How did you know that my father was murdered?" Mr. Hung replied, "A friend of ours told us about this, son." Mr. Hung paused for a moment then continued, "Our friend you just mentioned is called Tam. The year before, while picking medicine in a forest in Tra Vinh, Mr. Tam saw his three children and several other people being chased and witnessed three children being shot to death. Later, when Mr. Tam met us, he told us the story of his three children being murdered. When I heard that, I asked three doctors, 'Gentlemen, why does Mr. Tam know my father?' Then Mr. Phi told me why Mr. Tam knew my father. After Mr. Tam told the story of how he witnessed my father being murdered to Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi and Mr. Min, Mr. Hung asked Mr. Tam, 'How do you know that the person who was shot dead was Nia, whom we rescued after his accident in Anjang?' Mr. Tam replied, 'The day you guys saved Nia after he had an accident in Anjang, I helped you treat him. Later, I met him a few times and had a little interaction with him, so while picking medicine in Tra Vinh, I recognized him as the person who had been shot to death.' After Mr. Phi finished telling me, I asked three doctors, Min Hong, 'Do you know anything about my father's death?' So Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, and Mr. Min told some stories about my father. After my father was taken out of Buddha's tomb, he was still in a coma. Three doctors, Min Hong, immediately cured my father and Uncle Bei. While giving my father acupressure, Mr. Phi sighed. 'This guy is destined to die miserably.' Mr. Hung and Mr. Min looked at Mr. Phi. Mr. Hung asked Mr. Phi, 'How do you know that?' Mr. Phi sighed. 'I know this guy's appearance. The number is so miserable.' Mr. Hung and Mr. Min heard that and said nothing. A while later my father woke up. My father talked a little with my three uncles and three doctors. Min Hong did acupressure on my father. My father talked to Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, Mr. Min and my three uncles. After that, three doctors, Min Hong, performed acupuncture on my father and my father fell asleep. When my father woke up, Mr. Hung asked my father, 'Why did you fly with Trung Tai, Tu Huyen and Bei lost stuck in Buddha's tomb?' So my father looked at the three doctors Min Hong and said, 'We're not hiding anything, guys, we went to Anjang to find Dong Denver. After we found Dong Den, we were harmed by a girl from the same group, Nguyen Tuet Mai, who stole Dong Den and that girl forced us to go into Tien Lin Kai tomb. Then we escaped that tomb and went to find little Nguyen Tuet Mai to take revenge. We followed its blood trail and went into the forest. In the forest, we met the Phat Nam brothers. Surely you guys are not strange to us brothers. We and Phat Nam brothers found an abandoned Cambodian temple in the forest. We and Phat Nam brothers went into that temple. We found the Buddha tomb in the temple and went inside. After that, Nguyen Tuet Mai closed the door of Buddha's tomb and blocked the door so we couldn't get out. Then we went looking for an exit in the Buddha's tomb and got stuck there." The three doctors Min Hong mentioned here stopped for a moment and then said, "My father and Uncle Bei's illnesses are both serious. Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, and Mr. Min could only partially cure my father and Uncle Bei. Not long after treating my father and Uncle Bei, 3 doctors, Min Hong, took a canoe down a canal in Ben Tre and then went into the forest to pick medicine. After picking the medicine, Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, and Mr. Min went to the boat parking area. Suddenly they heard a gunshot followed by a shout. "Come on, guys!" The sound of gunfire and chants grew closer and closer to Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, and Mr. Min. 3 doctors, Min Hong, looked in the direction of the gunshot and saw several people being chased by a group of gun-toting men led by a young woman. Not far ahead of the people being chased was a boat. That boat was not far from the boat of Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, and Mr. Min. Those who were being chased approached the boat and jumped on it. One of the pursuers threw something onto the other boat. Several people were being chased and immediately jumped into the creek. An explosion rang out, and the boat that the pursued people jumped from was reduced to nothing but a pile of fire. Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, and Mr. Min got on their boat and discovered several people clinging to the boat. 3 doctors, Min Hong, recognized the people clinging to his boat as Trung Tai, Tu Huyen, Bei Bat, and my father. Trung Tai whispered to Mr. Hung, "Please let us get on the boat with us." Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, Mr. Min nodded, helped Tu Huyen, Trung Tai, Bei Bat, and my father get into the boat. Then my uncles and my father sat low and bent down. Then the 3 men started the boat engine. Then they saw one of the pursuers pointing towards their boat and shouting, "There they are!" Then the whole group of pursuers immediately pointed their guns at the boat of the 3 doctors Min Hong. Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, and Mr. Min immediately sat down and bent down. When the pursuers opened fire, the boat ran away. After escaping from the pursuers, Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, and Mr. Min looked at Trung Tai, Tu Huyen, Bei Boy, and my father. Mr. Hung asked Uncle Tu, Uncle Trung, Uncle Bei, and my father, "Who chased you guys just now?" Tu Huyen replied, "Yes, that is Nguyen Tuet Mai, the person who harmed us in Njong and her subordinates." Mr. Hung said, "So that is." After that, Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, and Mr. Min all had the same thought. Between Trung Tai and Tu Huyen, Bei defeat, my father and Nguyen Tuet Mai, there was an implacable enmity. Trung Tai looked at Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, and Mr. Min and asked his father, "Can you take us back to Tra Vinh?" Mr. Hung, Mr. Phi, Mr. Min nodded in agreement. My father took Uncle Tu, Uncle Trung, Uncle Bei, and my father to Tra Vinh, and then they returned to Cho Lon. There's more.